I crossed over to the Douluo continent and became the son of Bibi Dong, just as I was fantasizing about how to kick Tang San and beat Xiao Wu, and rule over the Douluo continent. I was suddenly choked unconscious by Bibi Dong and thrown to the far north, wanting to freeze me to death here. Just as I was about to freeze into an ice sculpture and prepare to reopen, a cold wind blew in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing over, awakening the check-in system. As long as the host checks in at a character or location, they can receive generous rewards. Please make a choice before freezing to death. Sign in, I said nervously. Ding! Successful check-in at the far north, rewarding the host with the ultimate ice martial soul, the spirit of ice and snow. The information of the ice and snow spirit martial soul rushed into my mind in an instant. God-level martial soul can greatly increase resistance to cold ice and increase affinity with ice attributes. I widened my eyes. No way. You're serious. Almost at the moment of awakening the spirit martial soul of ice and snow, I felt that the surrounding cold had dissipated a lot, and my frozen purple body quickly returned to its normal color. The spirit martial soul of ice and snow. Isn't this the same plan as the Snow Emperor? I happen to be in the extreme north now. Maybe I'll have a chance to meet the Snow Emperor. It would be even better if the Snow Emperor could adopt me. But soon I discovered a cruel truth. I can't even move on my own. I am just a newborn baby. I can't even stand on my own 2 feet now. How can I go find the Snow Emperor? And there is an even more serious problem. Without food, how can my little baby survive? Awakening the spirit martial soul of ice and snow just prevents me from freezing to death. But there is no way to ensure that I won't starve to death. I am very sad and angry in my heart. If I can survive, then I will have to settle this account with Bibi Dong sooner or later. At this moment, the wind and snow intensified, but not far away. A special aura appeared. I was startled. This aura felt somewhat familiar, similar to the ice and snow spirit on my body. Could it be the Snow Emperor? However, the owner of this aura seemed to not notice me, and was gradually moving away. I was a little anxious now. This may be the only chance to be saved, so I desperately urged the spirit martial soul of ice and snow, hoping to attract that person with the same source of aura. A blue halo began to appear on my body. Not far away, a clear and surprised female voice came. The sound was like a natural sound. I saw her attracted, immediately more vigorously urged. Finally, that breath slowly approached. I barely opened my eyes in the wind and snow, and saw the appearance of the newcomer. A human figure. This person had long, pure white hair that cascaded from the back of the head to the feet, with clear and transparent eyes that seemed to see through everything in the world. I knew that the person in front of me must be the Snow Emperor. At this moment, the Snow Emperor's beautiful eyebrows gently drooped as he looked at me. Half buried in the snow, the Snow Emperor slowly squatted down, reaching out to stroke my forehead. A cold breath passing into my body from the Snow Emperor's snow-white delicate fingertips. I knew that the Snow Emperor was testing me, so I did not resist. Soon, Shuedi retracted his fingertips. Sure enough, I didn't sense it wrong. It's the aura of the ice and snow spirit. It's not common for the ice and snow spirit to appear on a human baby. And looking at this human baby, it seems like someone abandoned it here. Little one, is there no one who wants you? Shuedi showed a gentle smile. This exquisite smile made me a little distracted, reaching out with a desire to hug. Forgot. Such a small human baby probably can't talk yet. The Snow Emperor reached out and picked me up, walking towards the Ice and Snow Palace. Ice and Snow Palace. The Snow Emperor walked in holding me, feeling the aura of the Snow Emperor. A girl in a green long dress, with a cheerful pace, greeted us. Her face carried a hint of charm. Compared to the Snow Emperor, the girl lacked a bit of arrogance, but added a touch of coldness. After she appeared, the surrounding air temperature also dropped sharply. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor looked at me and Snow Emperor's arms curiously and said, "Human baby, I didn't expect you to just go out for a walk and bring back a human baby." Snow Emperor smiled indifferently. I don't know who abandoned it there, but it's boring anyway. Let's bring it back and take care of it. Well, alright, can this little human baby withstand the wind and snow? The Ice Emperor looked at me, the little baby, and said, "You look so cute. Let me hold you." She took me from the arms of Snow Emperor and then carefully examined me. Indeed, it is the breath of the spirit of ice and snow. It seems that he is being loved by ice and snow. The Ice Emperor held her for a while, suddenly hearing a rumbling sound. What sound? Shuedi frowned and looked around. It was a sound she had never heard before. It should be that he's hungry. The Ice Emperor pressed his delicate little face against my stomach. The Snow Emperor looked down at himself, then at the Ice Emperor's flat chest, and helplessly spread his hands. We both don't have it. We don't have it. Doesn't mean others don't. The Ice Emperor chuckled, then stuffed me into the Snow Emperor's arms and ran out. Before long, a big polar bear was dragged over by her. Xiao Bai, Go find a lactating mother bear. We have a baby here that needs to be breastfed. Xiao Bai was stunned, looking at Snow Emperor, whose face was usually as cold as snow, holding Snow Tianyu, for a moment thinking that he was having a hallucination. Do you understand? The Ice Emperor raised his small fist and waved it in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's large body shrank for a moment, then ran out as if fleeing to find the mother bear. I have to say, Xiao Bai's efficiency is really high, and he quickly found the bear milk. The Ice Emperor made a frosty version of a baby bottle himself, learning how humans feed milk, and the Snow Emperor held me to feed this bear milk mouthful by mouthful. Ever since being abandoned by Bibi Dong in the far north, I have not eaten. This mouthful of bear milk is ice cold and very delicious. After drinking the milk, Shui Tianyu let out a full milk burp. Emperor Shui looked at Shui Tianyu and couldn't help but reach out and poke his little face. Shui Tianyu opened his mouth and tried to speak, but he could only make babbling noises. Tiny pink tongues were tied in knots in his mouth. The Snow Emperor was high and cold on the surface, but inwardly, he felt a little funny. This little baby, it does seem to be quite cute then. She then reached out to tease Shui Tianyu. At this time, Shui Tianyu had no way to speak, and could only reach out and grasp Shui's white and delicate fingers. He grabbed my hand. There was a tenderness in the heart of the Snow Emperor. Though she remained bland and high-strung on the surface, there was already a warmth in her eyes. This is something the Ice Emperor is looking at. Looks like you like the little kid a lot. The Ice Emperor laughed. After all, the Ice Emperor had lived with the Snow Emperor for so long, and she knew the Snow Emperor very well. Well, it's quite cute. The Snow Emperor smiled bashfully, although the tone of his mouth was light. Yuki's inner activities were actually very rich. The expression on Shui Tianyu's face during that grip just now was going to sprout Shui's heart. So cute. Of course, all of this was just an internal sigh, and the Snow Emperor's face remained unchanged and indifferent. Listening to the conversation between the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, Shui Tianyu knew that although the Snow Emperor was high and cold on the outside, she would still be gentle on the inside. If she was really that high and cold and didn't care about everything in the world, then she wouldn't have brought Shui Tianyu back. At this moment, lying in Shui's arms, looking at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him who had saved her from death from a close distance, she was inwardly grateful. There's no harm without comparison. His own mother, being human, attempted to kill him, and even more so, she used her tactics to abandon him in the far north. The Snow Emperor was not a human, and although on the surface he had always been the aloof one who ignored the world, he still carried him back and found him beast milk to drink. In contrast, he was more willing to see the Snow Emperor as his own kin. As for Bibendum, that's a life and death score to settle. As for the Ice and Snow two emperors who had saved Shui Tianyu, he was grateful, and when he had the chance in the future, he would definitely want to repay them properly. At this time, it occurred to Shui Tianyu that the two emperors of Ice and Snow were Ice and Snow overlords, but just because of their soul beast identities, they had to be dependent on humans in order to become gods. This is definitely an injustice of heaven. Why shouldn't soul beasts be able to become gods on their own? Shui Tianyu thought that he had a signing system, and it might not be impossible to change all this in the future. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of what the system had said when it awakened. It seems like you can get rewards for signing in characters as well? He asked the system in his head, but it didn't respond as if it were dead. Shui Tianyu was somewhat dissatisfied with the service attitude of this system, but since he remembers it being there, why wouldn't he try it? Doesn't he happen to be in the arms of the Snow Emperor right now? Sign in. Yeti. Shui Tianyu didn't know if the system would be triggered, and if it didn't work, he would have to try to find another place to sign in. Well, the system was quick to give a response. Ding! Yukiteru signing off successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The Heart of the Ice Spirit. Heart of the Ice Spirit, after fusion. It can drastically increase Ice attribute mastery and will help the Ice Spirit martial soul surpass the Divine martial soul and become a truly top-tier martial soul. The explanation of this system is quite clear. Shui Tianyu felt a blue heart-shaped ice crystal appear in his sea of consciousness. This one ice crystal contained extremely pure icy cold power within it. By simply fusing it with his body, he could raise his spirit of ice and snow martial soul to the very top. There wasn't much for him to do right now anyway, so of course he chose to fuse. Soon, this ice spirit heart followed his sea of consciousness to the vicinity of his heart and began to fuse. A cold aura instantly swept through Shui Tianyu's entire body. It was like his heart had stopped beating, but it was only for a moment. Soon, Shui Tianyu's heart was completely replaced by the ice spirit heart. Ice attribute mastery was raised to the extreme. An even purer aura of ice and snow instantly spread out with his heart as the center. At this moment, ice and snow were him, and he was ice and snow. This breath, Emperor Shui, who was holding Shui Tianyu, was the first to feel the change in the little baby in his arms. This extreme icy aura couldn't be compared even to her. You know, she's the Snow Emperor, worthy of being the favorite of ice and snow. The Snow Emperor's face revealed a touch of shock. She couldn't figure out why the little baby would be abandoned if it possessed such a talent. But she didn't care about such trivialities. If others didn't raise them, then she would raise them herself. Thinking of this, Emperor Shui tenderly stroked Shui Tianyu's forehead. I couldn't help but kiss him when I looked at him, so cute. Don't worry, baby, the humans don't want you. We'll keep you. Listening to Emperor Shui's gentle confession, Shui Tianyu was touched inwardly. For the next few days, sometimes the Snow Emperor was holding him, and sometimes the Ice Emperor was carrying him. Today, the Snow Emperor was still cultivating, so the Ice Emperor hugged and teased Shui Tianyu. Looking at the Ice Emperor, whose face value was not inferior to the Snow Emperor's at all, Shui Tianyu lay comfortably in her arms. If Snow Emperor can sign in, then Ice Emperor should be able to, right? Try. Sign in. Iceman. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward the Frost Dragon's million-year-old left arm bone. Million-year-old soul bones. The Snow Sky Feathered Man was dumbfounded. Signing up for the Snow Emperor to get the Ice Spirit Heart, and signing up for the Ice Emperor to get the million-year soul bone? That's too generous a reward. Without saying anything, Shui Tianyu directly fused in. This Frost Dragon's million-year-old left arm bone gave Shui Tianyu 4 skills. First skill, Ice Blast. It can blow up all frozen enemies within a certain range straight away, dealing great ranged damage. Second skill, Ice Miles. With Snow Sky Feather as the center, it instantly freezes everything in a larger area, which can be used in conjunction with the first skill to achieve an instantaneous second kill. Third skill, Ice Spirit Shield. After the actual battle there would be 2 snowflake crystals rotating irregularly around Shui Tianyu. While these 2 snowflakes are present, all attacks will be blocked by a layer of icy blue shield. At the same time, all enemies that come into contact with the snowflakes will be frozen into ice. It is a skill that can be used both offensively and defensively. Fourth skill, Ice God Stab. Manipulating the water vapor in the air. Countless cold spikes were instantly pulled up from the ground. The direction of the spikes changed with Shui Tianyu's will. The farther away from Shui Tianyu, the higher the hardness and sharpness of the cold ice spikes. If utilized properly, all the enemies of those who tried to get close to Shui Tianyu would be pushed out by the cold spikes and then pierced by the sharpest spikes at the farthest end. After reading the skill information in his mind, Shui Tianyu sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this the skill of a million-year-old soul bone? Like these 4 skills, I'm afraid that not many in the same class can survive in the hands of Shui Tianyu. Even, it wasn't impossible to cross the ranks and decimate. The Ice Emperor froze for a moment as he looked at Shui Tianyu in his embrace. Just now he seemed to have felt a familiar sensation within Shui Tianyu's body. It was a very pure aura of cold ice, but the scent was quickly hidden. The Ice Emperor didn't perceive anything unusual either. However, now that Shui Tianyu's cold ice affinity had been pulled up to full strength, the Ice Emperor also had a very comfortable feeling on him. Shui Tianyu looked at this beautiful face of the Ice Emperor and reached out his hand to beg for a kiss. The Ice Emperor spread a smile. How could she not like such a cute little baby? She gently rubbed Shui Tianyu's pink little face before kissing it with a single bite. Well, it's pretty soft. The Temple of the Martial Soul. Bibidan hugged Chirin, looking at her hungry daughter in her arms as she slowly fished open her lapels. Baby Chirin was so hungry that she was in a hurry to find a place to drink up her milk. This act of breastfeeding seems to briefly evoke a maternal glow within Bibidan. She looked at Chirin and reached out to caress it. Her son, I think, is dead. Ah, it was I who killed my son with my own hands. Bibidan murmured, suddenly remembering as if her son had been strangled by her own hands. Then as a precaution, she employed extremely stealthy means to throw him to the far north. If he suddenly comes to life in the far north, will he resent me? A struggle flashed through the depths of Bibidan's eyes. But he's just a baby, abandoned like this. Even if he hadn't been strangled by Bibidan, he would have just woken up freezing and starving to death in the freezing cold. A tiny baby boy. It seemed a little too pathetic compared to his sister, Chiron. However, the gentleness in Bibidan's eyes lasted only so long before it was immediately replaced by madness. Poor little baby boy? What about me? And I'm not pathetic? The only reason this daughter is alive is for Kong. The baby boy's death is Bibidan's revenge against Chihirokari. Ha 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 ha, somewhere you don't know. I've taken my first revenge on you, hateful Chihirakuchi. Bibidan's chest fluctuated with the violent ups and downs of her emotions. Wow, 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 wow. Not having enough to eat was Chirin's cry in Bibidan's arms. The sound made the madness in Bibidan's eyes fade briefly. She calmed down and resumed breastfeeding Chirin. Looking at Chirin Yuki's breastfeeding appearance, Bibidan's mind thought of Shui Tianyu's tender face. Even if he has Chihuahua's bloodline in his body, in the end, he is still his own son. Bibidan gave a bitter laugh. Regret? Maybe a little. But soon, Shui Tianyu's face was alienated in Bibidon's mind into the hideous face of Chihuahua when he raped himself. In this instant, Bibidon's sanity was once again filled with a mad, monstrous hatred. It was because of Chihiro's rape that she lost her soon-to-be happiness. Unforgivable. As long as it's about Chihuahua, it's unforgivable. She'll give everything to get revenge on Chihuahua. Hatred rolled inside his chest, and his sanity fell completely. No, this daughter Bibidon doesn't want to leave it to Chihiro disease either. She roughly placed Chirenji on the ground and put her hands around baby Chirenji's neck. With a little more force, Chiren's neck would have been broken by Bibidon. At that time, even if divine Dr. Douluo appeared, it would be impossible to save Qianren Shui. Bibidon knows that this is her real daughter, but at the same time, it's also Chihuahua's daughter. Dead. Anyone related to the Chihuahua disease must die. Whoa, 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 whoa. Qianren Shui was choked very hard by Bibidon and cried out in pain. Only her cries were not exchanged for a softening of Bibendum's heart, but, inviting 1,000 diseases. What the are you doing? 1,000 Seekers' disease struck quickly and saved Qianren Shui in this moment of great danger. He had some second thoughts that if he hadn't shown up a few moments later, his only daughter would have been killed by her own mother. Are you crazy? After Chihiro protected Qianren Shui and made sure that her life was not in danger, he turned around and pointed at Bibidon and shouted, "She's your own daughter. What kind of a mother are you? You crazy bastard." Ha ha, ha ha ha. Bibidon looked at how Chihiro was so precious to Qianren Shui, and thought about how he had killed his son, and his eyes were overflowing with insane hatred. Crazy? I've been crazy for a long time. From the moment you raped me, I've been crazy. Bibidon hissed. I want your Qian family to be cut off. Chisame looked coldly at the maddened Bibidon and backed away, escorting Chirenzu. This is my daughter. If you dare to harm her again, I'll immediately have someone remove Yu Xiaozhang's legs and give them to you. At the mention of Yu Xiaozhang, Bibidon's pupils shrunk violently. Don't you dare. She lunged at Chihuli Ji in a frenzy, but was suppressed by his soul power and fell to the ground. Now that she had just given birth, she was very weak. 1,000 Seekers' disease sneered. As long as you are honest, Jade Little won't be hurt just now. After saying that, he took his precious daughter and left, leaving Bibidon alone, kneeling on the ground and covering his face as he cried. Time passes. Shui Tianyu had been living in this Ice and Snow King's palace for 6 years. Little White the big white bear had become Shui Tianyu's little follower when he went out. This far north land, but there is a little bit of any kind of threat. It is Xiaobai a slap in the face to set things right. On this day, the Snow Emperor was sitting on the ice throne, and Shui Tianyu was just lying on his back in the Snow Emperor's arms. Even though he was already 6 years old, Shui Tianyu still had an unbreakable emotion towards the embrace of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. All 6 years old, a big boy, and still so fond of cuddling. The Ice Emperor stretched out her jade finger to hook Shui Tianyu's chin tone and laughed. No well, I'm still small, just like to hug ah. Shui Tianyu twisted around in Shui Emperor's arms, causing Shui Emperor couldn't help but hook up the corners of his mouth to reveal an ant's smile. Alright, don't talk about him, won't you hug him? The Snow Emperor glanced angrily at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor laughed. After all these years of hugging over, it's rather uncomfortable not to hug now. These 6 years, Shui Tianyu had grown up under the pampering of the two great soul beasts. It was quite a comfortable life. Those days, by the way, Tianyu is already 6 years old. According to human custom, he should be awakening his martial soul. The Snow Emperor stroked Shui Tianyu's head to look at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor smiled faintly and said with a wave of his hand, so are we going to grab someone to help him awaken? Don't worry, I've long been prepared. And for this little guy, I even went to learn how to guide it. The Snow Emperor shook his head and smiled bashfully. Then let's find a time to awaken him. An expectant look appeared on the Ice Emperor's face. I can feel it. Besides the spirit of ice and snow in his body, there should be a hidden martial soul. I wonder what it is. Just because the first martial soul is the spirit of ice and snow, I feel that the second one, for sure, can't be worse. The Snow Emperor laughed. Although the true martial soul had yet to be awakened, the aura of the spirit of ice and snow had already existed within Shui Tianyu's body for 6 years. So the first martial soul is definitely uncontroversial. Why don't we choose a day? Or we can awaken today. The Ice Emperor's curiosity was piqued, and now he couldn't hold it down any longer. The Snow Emperor was actually curious as well, as she fished Shui Tianyu out of her arms. Tianyu, why don't we just awaken you today? Well, Shui Tianyu didn't think it was anything. He was going to be awakened eventually anyway. Well then, we'll start the awakening now. The Snow Emperor brought Shui Tianyu and the Ice Emperor together to the open space outside the Ice and Snow King's palace. White followed suit, accompanied by Emperor Shui's guidance. Shui Tianyu stood in the middle of the guidance stone, his body radiating out a golden light. This light wrapped around Shui Tianyu. it then slowly entered his body. Warm. This was the first thing Shui Tianyu felt. These golden lights flowed through him. Suddenly, it was as if something had shattered within him, and the aura of Shui Tianyu's body changed. The golden light turned into a cold blue glow. A blue halo slowly emerged behind Shui Tianyu. It's true. The first martial soul that Tianyu awakened was the spirit of ice and snow. The spirit of ice and snow. The ultimate ice. At the same time, the entire far north surprisingly produced a slight tremor. The usual snow and wind with a more violent force more rampant. Above the sky, the original clouds slowly into ice crystals. A blue cloud of ice floated in the air. There was even a blue aurora borealis flashing high above the ice cloud. The heaven and earth visions are like celebrating the birth of the ice and snow emperor. The ice emperor's face was extremely excited. This spirit of ice and snow also seemed to be stronger than a normal divine grade martial soul, belonging to an enhanced version. Ho ho ho! Little White felt the power of Shui Tianyu and followed suit, excitedly patting his chest with his bare paw. After all, Shui Tianyu was also considered his little master. What followed was the second martial soul that all eyes and no one knew about. The Snow Emperor remains in a guided state, and the spirit of ice and snow behind Shui Tianyu slowly returned to him after his awakening was complete. Knock knock. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear Shui Tianyu's heartbeat. Suddenly, the faint blue halo that was originally around Shui Tianyu's body turned golden in the next second. The aurora in the sky instantly turned into an extremely dazzling beam of golden holy light hitting Shui Tianyu's body. This golden holy light carried an extremely strong fluctuation of divine power, causing the faces of the Ice Emperor and Little White, who were watching the awakening from the surroundings, to change slightly. They all felt the pressure from Shui Tianyu's body. At this moment, the Shui Emperor, who had already completed his awakening guidance, froze and looked behind Shui Tianyu. Even though it was only a shadow, she couldn't mistake the golden holy light plus the 12 languid wings. 12-winged angel. Shui Tianyu's second martial soul was unexpectedly an angel. Under this holy light, Emperor Shui couldn't help but take a step back. Both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were surprised. Such a pure angel. At this moment, along with the awakening of the second martial soul of Shui Tianyu, the entire land of the extreme north was shrouded in holy light. The holy light of heaven shines on the earth. However, although this heaven and earth anomaly in the extreme north was so shocking, almost no one on this side of the Douluo continent noticed it. After all, the far north was just too remote, and there were always winds and snows in the way. Even if someone with a heart wants to see it, they can't. Martial Soul City, Hall of Offerings. Chitaru was at that moment kneeling reverently in front of the angelic idol in worship. The original angelic idol was A. Suddenly, the holy light from the angelic idol rises up to the sky. This holy light even directly penetrated the Hall of Offerings and pierced the sky. The heir to the angelic throne has shown himself? Chitaru froze for a moment. Schwer hadn't performed the martial soul awakening ritual yet. How was that possible? Could there be a second angelic godhead? No, I haven't heard the angelic god mentioned in all these years. There must be only one angelic godhead. So what's this all about? At this moment, the holy light on this angelic idol was bright for a full quarter of an hour before it slowly dissipated. Chitaru took a deep breath. It was impossible for any other family to have the angelic godhead inheritance other than their Chien family's bloodline. It's all revealed to be bizarre. More importantly, now that the angel god statue had shown signs, could Chirin Yuki still become the successor to the angel god position after she held the awakening ceremony? Thinking of this, Chitaru's face changed slightly. If this mysterious inheritor snatched away the divine throne of the angel god, then his 1,000 family, wouldn't he be in great trouble? Chitaru immediately unfolded his own soul power, wanting to link up with the angel god statue, and then asked the angel god what exactly the holy light just meant. But the idol, which usually responded to him, was now as unresponsive as if it had disappeared. There was something bad in Chitaru's heart, and he immediately got up and left the Hall of Offerings. The Ice King's palace. Both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor surrounded Shui Tianyu to celebrate the successful awakening of his martial soul. The spirit of ice and snow as the first martial soul was already powerful enough to be considered the strongest existence in the ice and snow lineage of martial souls. This second martial spirit came with another 12-winged angel. I'm afraid that this natural dual martial soul configuration has already crowned the entire Douluo continent. On top of that, Emperor Shui also detected that Shui Tianyu's soul power was an innate full 20th level soul power. She once again remembered the day she picked up Shui Tianyu 6 years ago. In the far northern land is the edge. Such a strong qualification would be discarded. Has the human world gone mad now? But that's okay. If they don't love it, we can love it. Emperor Shui hugged Shui Tianyu. Good boy Tianyu. You can't afford to waste these tremendously strong talents in you. Ha ha, it's impossible to waste it. The Ice Emperor laughed. with such a powerful talent. As long as you cultivate hard, you will become a great man in the future. Then can I make a request? Shui Tianyu shamelessly smiled slightly. That look, anyone with eyes could tell it was playing a trick on them. But the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor didn't care. Say, whatever you want can be satisfied. Emperor Shui looked at Shui Tianyu in his arms, his eyes filled with love. After so many years of getting along, Emperor Shui's apparent high coldness had long been melted by Shui Tianyu. I want a kiss. Shui Tianyu pointed to his face. The Snow Emperor smiled faintly and kissed him directly with a mouthful of kisses. How big a deal is this? The Ice Emperor took a look and also immediately came over and picked up the other side of Shui Tianyu's face and kissed it. Hey, I want a kiss too. Happy laughter abounds in this palace of ice and snow. After a long time of fooling around, it was only then that the Snow Emperor suddenly raised a question. Tianyu is already 6 years old. In the human world, shouldn't he be going to school? The Ice Emperor sniffed and cocked his head in confusion. What? You want to send him to school? Shui Tianyu felt his martial soul. The first spirit of ice goes without saying, a sign-on bonus that saved his life as a baby. Without the spirit of ice and snow, he would have frozen to death at the edge of the far north by the cold winds and snow to begin with. And because of the ice spirit heart, the ice spirit already had the attribute of extreme ice. So it could be said that there was no one who could compare to him when it came to the ice attribute. Not to mention the fact that he had the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor by his side, the two kings of the ice world, cultivating in this land of the extreme north. The spirit of ice and snow martial spirit could receive a unique bonus. His cultivation speed would be quite a bit faster than normal. Apart from the first awakened spirit of ice and snow, it was the second martial soul that was awakened because of his bloodline. He was the son of Bibi Dong and Chihuahua, and naturally carried the bloodline of the Chihuahua family within his body. The 1,000 families, since ancient times, have carried the legacy of angelic blood, so there was no surprise that his second martial soul was the angelic martial soul. And it's a 12-winged angelic martial spirit. That's a lot more powerful than a 6-winged angel. Shui Tianyu could feel the extremely terrifying and pure angelic power from his own 12-winged angel martial spirit. This caused Shui Tianyu to secretly clench his hands. The ice spirit of extreme ice. Beyond the 6-winged angels are the 12-winged angels. These were the capital of his revenge on Bibi Dong. In the future, he would take back the martial spirit hall from Bibi Dong. At this point, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor just happened to mention sending him to school. But the human world is still somewhat foreign to these two kings of the far north. It's true that you should go to school. But where? Emperor Shui held his forehead with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Shui Tianyu. I've heard that there are a few pure elemental academies for humans that seem to enroll every year. The Ice Emperor originally didn't care at all about how the human world was like, but only after adopting Shui Tianyu, he felt that he should still learn about it. And so he purposely wandered to the human world a few times over the years. With her strength, as long as she didn't actively kill anyone, there really wasn't a human who could discover her true identity. It was also during these years that she learned some common sense about the human world. For example, several major elemental colleges. Pure elemental? The Snow Emperor pondered. Is there an academy with similar attributes to Tianyu's? The attributes are not right. Not to mention whether the academy accepts it or not. Shui Tianyu is not comfortable staying. Tianshui Academy? The Ice Emperor hesitantly uttered the name of an academy. This academy only accepts students with the water attribute and ice attribute, which is a good match for Tianyu's attribute. Just what? The Snow Emperor heard the Ice Emperor's concern. It's just that this academy only accepts female students. The Ice Emperor sighed. And the other academies? There are no more suitable ones. Then it will be Tianshui Academy. Shui Di was certain. Our Tianyu wants to enroll in school. Nothing can stop it. I'll give that college president a reason he can't refuse. Looking at the Snow Emperor's face like frost, the Ice Emperor also got excited. Then go to Tianshui, Tennessee College. Today is recruiting day. Many parents around the area brought their daughters who had just turned 6 years old and had awakened their water or ice attribute martial souls to form a long line at the entrance of the academy. Shui Tianyu was also brought by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. As the two kings of the far north, the temperature around them was dropping drastically even though they both still deliberately hid their cultivation. So much so that quite a few water attribute girls who wanted to show off their good figure were frozen to the point that their faces paled and their legs trembled. At this time, a woman in a noble Chonsan realized that the Snow and Ice two emperors were bringing Shui Tianyu as a boy, and immediately said with a look of watching the show, "Why are you still bringing boys here? Don't you know that our Tianshui Academy only accepts girls?" The two emperors of ice and snow simultaneously glanced at the woman, and just that one glance made her entire body stiffen as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It's true that Tianshui only accepts female students, but today, I'll have the principal make an exception. The Ice Emperor spoke back. She responded, "Not because of that woman, but to help Shui Tianyu establish her authority. To let everyone know that Shui Tianyu was covered by someone. The Snow Emperor had a lofty expression on his face, not putting that woman in his eyes at all. The surrounding women sensed the aura on the Ice Emperor and wisely shut their mouths. Even Mr. Skywater, the teacher in charge of the audit, was intimidated. Our academy does have a clear rule against admitting boys. Let your dean decide what you can't. The Snow Emperor calmly said. The Ice and Snow two emperors had been in high positions for a long time, and that aura completely made this Tianshui teacher not dare to refute, and only had to hurry to invite the dean over. The dean originally thought that someone was causing trouble, and once he came to the scene and saw the blandly colored Tao Ice and Snow two emperors, his heart jumped. I'm afraid these two are two great Buddhas. So immediately, he brought the Ice and Snow two emperors as well as Shui Tianyu to the principal's office. It's just that this not accepting male students is the founding principle of the Tianshui Academy, and this rule can't be changed. Gentlemen, it's not that I don't want your son, but that's really the rule. Dean Tensui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue. We really don't take boys. I can recommend for you if you need it. The Ice Emperor raised his hand to interrupt Dean Tianshui's next words, then hooked his hand at Shui Tianyu. Come on, show. Shui Tianyu stood in front of Dean Tianshui, and the martial spirit behind him slowly emerged. The spirit of ice and snow, the ultimate ice. Dean Tianshui violently stood up from his chair, staring blankly at the martial soul behind Shui Tianyu. After so many years, no one had ever been able to awaken the spirit of ice and snow martial soul. This martial soul is an ice and snow martial soul hall ceiling, a martial soul that had never appeared since the establishment of the entire Tianshui Academy. Not even the most talented person could have the attribute of such extreme ice. It could be said that someone with this kind of martial soul would be the brightest star no matter where they were. The fact that he was able to come to Tianshui Academy was purely to give Tianshui face. Still want to refuse? The Ice Emperor asked with a smile when he saw Dean Tianshui's jaws, which had already closed in shock. Dean Tensui doesn't know what he should do. On one side, there was the son of a genius with an unrivaled talent, and on the other side, there was the rule that the Tianshui Academy had adhered to for countless years. Shui Tianyu knew that this was the time to give her the final blow. With that, Shui Tianyu closed his eyes and his entire body's soul power fluctuations spread out. Hiss! Dean Tensui's eyes widened. Born with full soul power. Level 20. Now she knew how to choose. After a brief moment of disorientation, she immediately propped her eyes on the bridge of her nose and looked sincerely at the Ice and Snow two emperors and Shui Tianyu. Welcome little friend Shui Tianyu to our Tianshui Academy. Don't want the rules? The Ice Emperor snickered. Dean Tianshui said with a straight face, rules are meant to be broken. Just like that, Shui Tianyu smoothly enrolled in Tianshui Academy, become the only male student at TSW. Every year since then, parents take a chance and bring their boys to TSU, but without exception, they are shamed back. This made Shui Tianyu the most unique existence in Tianshui Academy. Well, our family's Tianyu is going to school the Ice Emperor said with a smile as he pinched Shui Tianyu's little face. Then his face was slightly lost. It'll be several months before we see each other. Originally, the Ice Emperor, being a soul beast, did not feel anything even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but now that he had raised Shui Tianyu for just a few years, he had already built up a deep bond. Now, at the thought of parting with Shui Tianyu for a short time, the Ice Emperor felt a bad taste in his heart, although she also knew that this separation was only for a few months, and that they would still be able to see each other soon. The Ice Empress realized why the human world sometimes described a day's absence as being like 3 years. This one's called unshedding. The Snow Emperor looked at the Ice Emperor's face and smiled bashfully. Her insides were also uncomfortable, but Shui Tianyu was going to grow up, and they were bound to experience separation. Can only hug more now. Emperor Shui hugged Shui Tianyu into his arms, letting him bury his head into his chest. Oh, Auntie Snow gently. I can't breathe. Although Shui's arms were soft and fragrant, this blocked the air on all fronts. And while it was true that it was comfortable, it was also true that he couldn't breathe. Shui Tianyu was able to tilt his head out of Shui Emperor's arms to take a breath of fresh air, and before he could slow down he was mumbled in the face again by Shui Emperor. Stop it don't you play our Tianyu badly. The Ice Emperor watched from the side, anxious to help Shui Tianyu break free from the Shui Emperor's arms. Poor Shui Tianyu was straight up giddy with a drunken milk look. The Snow Emperor didn't blush or gasp. Since we won't be able to see Tianyu for a few months, let's do the cuddling and kissing for the next few months together. Ice Emperor was dumbfounded. There was such an operation? Like, right on. Immediately afterward, as if she had opened the door to a new world, she immediately hugged Shui Tianyu. Poor Snow Skyfeather experienced the Snow Emperor's embrace and then forced to join the Ice Emperor as the embrace. Then came the school day. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor personally handed Shui Tianyu over to Dean Tianshui before leaving. At this moment, Shui Tianyu was a precious lump in the eyes of Dean Tianshui. From then on, Shui Tianyu started his study life in Tianshui Academy. Snow Sky Feathers system requires signing in to receive rewards. Ding! The host has been detected coming to a new location. Do you choose to sign in? Sign. Shui Tianyu knew that the rewards were the best when signing in at each new place. Tianshui Academy signed in successfully. Reward the host's artifact, the Ice God Gun. Ice God Gun. As soon as Shui Tianyu summoned this Ice God Gun, it was a gun with a snow-white body, and when Shui Tianyu held it in his hand, whatever the tip of the gun touched would be frozen. Shui Tianyu was satisfied that this freeze could also be used in combination with his Ice Burst technique. Right now, despite his great talent, it wasn't easy for him to catch up with Bibi Dong. After all these years, I'm afraid that Bibi Dong has long since reached the level of a sealed Douluo. He couldn't afford to slack off. He had to keep getting stronger. Everything is in preparation for revenge. That's why he worked harder than all the students at the academy. The surrounding female students never looked at Shui Tianyu with nothing but admiration in their eyes. People are more talented than you, and they also work harder than you, so there's no way they can catch up with him. So watching Shui Tianyu become stronger. These girls' hearts had long been occupied by Shui Tianyu, so as long as Shui Tianyu left the dormitory, he was bound to be followed by a whole bunch of beautiful students. This was quite convenient for Shui Tianyu. He has a sign-in system that can sign people in. It doesn't matter who gets the reward, but if it was someone who ranked high on the continent, the reward would be even more generous. But a mosquito leg is still meat. If it's all about getting stronger, then that little bit of cultivation growth is okay to want. What's more, sometimes the sign-up bonus isn't just about growing your cultivation. So Shui Tianyu directly signed up to Dean Tianshui while having tea with him after cultivation and gained a large amount of soul power boost. And then he started with the Dean, signing up for the Vice Dean, rewarding physical fitness. Check in with veteran faculty members of the college to reward increased physical strength. Sign up for a new teacher at the academy and reward the body with an increase in toxin resistance. Signing up the woman in the next class rewards perceptual improvement. Shui Tianyu knew it. He had a signing system that allowed him to become stronger just by signing in. So he's pretty much signed in all the women he knows one by one here. Originally, when he thought it had been some mosquito leg enhancement, he met two little girls who happened to come to the school to play. Neither of them were old enough to go to school, but they were pre-admitted to the academy due to their outstanding martial souls. He signed in as usual, signed Water Ice Child successfully, rewarded with a significant increase in physical mental strength. Signing up for Mizukier was successful, rewarded with a significant increase in healing ability. Only then did he notice that these two beautiful embryos turned out to be the two sisters, Water Ice Child. In the blink of an eye, another few years passed. Shui Tianyu just turned 12. Through cultivation plus finding people to sign in, his cultivation level had come to Soul Emperor. A 12-year-old Soul Emperor was a unique existence in the entire continent. In the square, Shui Tianyu felt the power within his body and was in a good mood, directly summoning the Ice God Gun to prepare to perform a gun dance. His stance pranced across the square, and his handsome gallantry attracted countless beautiful women to stop and watch. Two of the little girls who had just started school were jumping and clapping with excitement on their faces. Brother Tianyu is so handsome. Wow. Brother Tianyu is so handsome. At only 6 years old, Waterbinger and Wateryuer's eyes were filled with little stars. Although they had only just enrolled in school, they had already known Shui Tianyu for a few years. Shui Tianyu heard the excited screams of Shuibinger and Shuiyuer, and a touch of gentleness appeared on his face. He purposely stopped his gun dance and came to the side of Shuibinger and Shuiyuer. This year you guys are also considered officially enrolled. We are also considered alumni. So practice hard yo. When Shuibinger and Shuiyuer saw that Shui Tianyu had actually come specifically to their side, the two little girls jumped into Shui Tianyu's arms like successful star chasers. Wheelchair. Shui Tianyu smiled bashfully as he wrapped his arms around the two little girls. Good girl. Time flies, and before you know it, another summer vacation is upon us. The Ice Emperor had pressed on early and was waiting for Shui Tianyu at the entrance of the school. Watching Shui Tianyu come out, she directly hugged Shui Tianyu, who was already almost as tall as her, and pressed his head into her arms. The brat has grown taller again. Shui Tianyu's body and mind were comfortable as he smelled the unique fragrance of the Ice Emperor. Anti-ice. Still so flat. Snap. The Ice Emperor slapped Shui Tianyu on the head. Bastard. Haven't seen you for so long. You've learned to undermine me, haven't you? Shui Tianyu hemmed and hawed. It's only 4 or 5 months. The Ice Emperor froze. 4 or 5 months? I thought 4 or 5 years had passed. No. Shui Tianyu smiled and shook his head. Humph. Go. It's summer vacation. Let's go back to the far north to escape the summer heat. The Ice Emperor lived in the far north all year round, and was extremely annoyed by the human world's summers. If it weren't for the fact that it was in anticipation of Shui Tianyu's vacation, she wouldn't want to stay here for a second. Shui Tianyu also wanted to go back to see Aunt Shui, the far north. The Snow Emperor stood in front of the Ice and Snow King's palace and looked forward to it. Soon, Shui Tianyu and the Ice Emperor appeared in sight and such. Anti-Snow. Shui Tianyu directly jumped into Emperor Shui's arms. Emperor Shui was nonchalant and directly pushed Shui Tianyu's head down. Well, no, Anti-Shui. Can't breathe Shui Tianyu was confused. This meets a wash that allows him to relive the fragrant experience of not being able to breathe. Sure enough, it's still Anti-Snow. Shui Tianyu struggled for half a day before breaking his head free from Shui's attack, but the body was still being held by the Snow Emperor. At this moment, the Snow Emperor looked at Shui Tianyu with a faint smile on his face and lowered his head to kiss him on the forehead. Shui Tianyu looked at Shui Di and said seriously, Auntie-Shui, I realize that there is no one I see right now that is more beautiful than you and Auntie Bing. Emperor Shui laughed and bounced Shui Tianyu's head. It seems like you haven't grown much in skill over the years, but your words are getting more playful. Although the mouth said this down, single Shui heart is still very happy. No way. It's true, Shui Tianyu said with a beak. Emperor Shui's heart softened as she looked at Shui Tianyu's appearance. After so many years, Shui Tianyu was truly like her own son. Now your own son is growing up. Okay. Have you guys had enough hugs? It's my turn. The Ice Emperor gripped Shui Tianyu out of the Snow Emperor's arms and then hugged himself. Well, it still has to feel like that. The Ice Emperor chuckled. It's nostalgic. Shui Tianyu was helpless. He experienced the scene at hand every time he came home from vacation. However, he knew that this was the way that both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor expressed their thoughts. That's why he never says no. In his opinion, it was the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor who brought him a second life after being abandoned by Bibi Dong himself. If he had any relatives, his relatives could only be the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Right. Now that Tianyu is 12 years old, isn't it time to think about the future? The Snow Emperor looked at the Ice Emperor, who had also been hugging him for quite a while, so he chose to digress. The future? The Ice Emperor released Shui Tianyu, then pointed at himself and laughed. That's simple. Wouldn't it be fine to inherit the position of our far north overlord? That's true. The Shui Emperor thought about it. They had all come this way, so it was only logical that the Shui Tianyu they had raised would become the overlord of the extreme north. However, Shui Tianyu shook his head. He took the hands of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor and placed them together. Aunt Snow, Aunt Ice, my goal is simple. I want to help you break through the bottleneck and reach immortality. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor froze. The two of them had been thinking about Shui Tianyu's future, not realizing that he was thinking of ways to help them. It's so grown up. Brat, you really know how to trick girls. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor had tears in their eyes. Both of them were warmed in their hearts by Shui Tianyu's words. Without saying anything, the two of them directly embraced Shui Tianyu together. The three just hugged each other in front of the Ice King's palace. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were moved, and Shui Tianyu didn't dare to move, because he's giving milk again and can't breathe. The Temple of the Martial Soul. Chiren is back. Passing through the Great Hall, she met Bibi Dan. Still thinking of coming back? You sinful bastard. You haven't accomplished what was given to you, and you still have the face to come back? Qian Rinxue froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and tried to talk back. I've been working hard. Effort? Ha ha, joke. Bibidan's eyes were cold and his mouth contained a poison arrow. If you try hard, you shouldn't be here. Waste is waste. Mom, Chiron was frightened by Bibidan's eyes, and could only defend herself in a sticky, low voice. However, Bibi Dan wouldn't even listen to him. Don't call me mom. I'm not your mom. Bibidan's shrill voice sounded like he'd heard some forbidden word. Qian Rinxue was in extreme pain inside. But I don't have a mom besides you. I don't have a daughter like you. You're just sinful. You don't deserve to call me mom. Obviously in Martial Soul City, the look in Kobe Bidong's eyes made Qian Rinxue feel like she was in the extreme north of 1,000 miles of ice. Bibidan's words, on the other hand, were like countless sharp, pointed knives piercing his heart. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and bean-sized tears fought their way out of her eyes. Not wanting to cry in front of Bibi Dan, Chirenji could only run away from her with his hands covering his face. She hid back in her room alone before she dared to let out a sob. Why? One has tried so hard just to want Bibidan's love. Even herself, no matter how much aggression she suffered, she endured through it. She just hoped that Bibi Dan could look at herself squarely. Obviously I'm your daughter. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? Shouldn't I have been born? Shouldn't I have lived? The more Qian Rinxue cried, the more sad she became. and the pillow was wet with a large portion of her tears. She didn't understand why she was born if she didn't like herself. At this moment, Chen Renshue's head thought of the only person who had loved her for so many years, Grandpa Chitaru. It was as if, right now, Chidori Ryu was the only one of her relatives. Martial Spirit City's Hall of Offerings. Chitaru frowned, his fingers constantly pinching points to project. After all these years, he's been seeking an answer, but no matter how much he asked, the angelic idol just gave him negative answers. Strange. Chitaru slowly opened his eyes after finishing this projection. Angel's bearer, not share. Even though the angel god statue hadn't moved since that mutation 12 years ago, he could feel his connection to the angel god weakening. This means that the angelic god already has an inheritor. But, he had been inventorying for so many years that he had been able to determine that the angelic bloodline, only his 1000 family. Chitaru had a headache. Angelic divine power should never be left aside. But he couldn't really figure out what was going on right now. By all rights, Yuki should definitely be an angelic inheritor. Unless, before her, the 1000 family had bloodlines that had awakened their martial souls, and it was recognized by the angelic god as a legacy. This guess gave Chitaru a feeling of clarity. After all these years, is it possible that the Chien family really has another descendant? Time passes. Tendu Imperial City, Old Tavern. This is a favorite tavern for the common people of the Imperial City. Chen Renshue returned here after a night of grieving in Martial Soul City. At this time, she wasn't dressed as Xue Qinghe. It was just a task she was trying to perform to please Bibi Dan. In the role of Yuki Kyoha, she can't have any other emotions involved. That's not her. Now she just wanted to be herself for a while. So the first thing she did when she returned to the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City was to put on her beloved powdered swarm, paint on a beautiful rouge, and then come to this old tavern to open a ring and drink. She really needed this moment of release or she would go crazy. At this moment, she was not Xue Qinghe, not Qian Renshue, but just a little girl who was about to be tortured mad by her mother. What should have been a happy age, she had to endure pain that she didn't deserve. Did she do something wrong? Shouldn't she exist? Qian Renshue drank another cup of wine, and when her feelings came to a sad place, she cried out violently and painfully. The other drinkers in the old tavern, seeing that such a pretty little girl like Qian Renshue was actually drinking alone while crying bitterly, all of their faces appeared heartbroken. Shouldn't be another sad girl in love? Ugh. The bartender at the tavern wiped his glass and shook his head. At this time, in another remote place of the tavern quietly sipping wine cups of Xue Tian, you watched Qian Renshue crying so sadly. The heart is quite not a taste. He knew the reason why Qiren was so sad. Xue Tian you thought for a long time and picked up his own wineglass to come and sit in front of Qian Renshue. How meaningless to drink alone. I'll accompany you. Xue Tian you looked at Qian Renshue as she poured another cup and raised her hand to clink glasses with her. Drinking. Qian Renshue raised her slightly drunken eyes, unexpectedly feeling that the teenager in front of her was quite compatible with her eyes. You like to drink too? Xue Tian you drained his own cup of wine and smiled faintly. A little bit. Your voice. It sounds inexplicably kind. Qian Renshue's eyebrows lowered. Maybe you're a relative I've never met. Ha ha. Qiren followed suit, muffling the wine in his glass in one gulp. But it can't be. I'd really like to have a relative like you. Her eyes were red, and she raised her eyes to look at Xue Tianyu, suddenly reaching out to touch his face. Are you interested in hearing my story? I really have some things that I've been holding in my heart for too many years. Xue Tianyu was a bit distressed by Qian Renshue, and raised his hand to gently pinch her hand. You say it, I'll listen. For the first time in years, someone was willing to listen to her. This caused Qiren to freeze a bit. Originally, there was still some hesitation, but thinking that the person in front of him was just a stranger, under the effect of alcohol, Qian Renshue's boldness was much greater. She smiled miserably and then narrated what had happened to her. They say that a tiger can't kill its own child, but can you believe that there are people out there who actually loathe, even hate, their own children? You heard me right. Not hated, not bored, but hated. And the only thing this child did wrong was probably the fact that she was born and survived. In order to please his parents, this child is trying in his own way, but no matter how well she does, she just doesn't get recognized, but instead is disliked even more. What's the point of a life of being disliked like this? You say? Qian Renshue didn't name names or reveal details, but every word was like her own blood and tears, and as she spoke, her eyes couldn't pocket the water. All of the wine that I drank went out of my eyes. Onlookers might not be able to understand the connotations of what Qian Renshue was telling them, but Xue Tianyu did know. Even, he felt deeply about being disliked by Bibi Dan. At this point he was rather glad to be left alone. Otherwise, why wouldn't the current Xue Tianyu be another Qian Renshue? It could even be worse. I don't know why, but even though it's the first time I've seen you, you give me a feeling of closeness. I'm making you look funny. Chiron spat for a long time, and she felt slightly better. Everyone has such unsatisfactory experiences. Shui Tianyu comfortingly patted Qian Rinshui's shoulder. Inside, however, the idea grew stronger. Avenge by bend him with your own hands and give it all back. Shui Tianyu looked at Qian Rinshui, who was crying like a pear, and secretly made up his mind. Don't worry, I'll help you and take back what's ours. Sister. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu inwardly murmured. Signing in. Sign in for 1,000 refuges. The familiar system voice sounded again. The rewards given this time were far beyond Shui Tianyu's expectations. 12-winged angel. Million-year-old right arm bone. This reward is even close to what signing up for the Ice 2 Emperor gives. In an instant, the detailed descriptions of the 4 skills appeared in his mind. Angelic barrier, which denies all damage for a short period of time. Sacred light with an extremely strong suppressive effect. Holy sword of light. A lightsaber can be summoned to assist in battle. The last one, an angelic light blade that can be released instantly. Shui Tianyu hadn't expected that he would get a piece of angel soul bone so easily. Maybe it's a sign from heaven. At this moment, Shui Tianyu had just finished feeling the skills of the angel's million-year soul bone when he heard a few smashing punks come in at the entrance of the old tavern. Shui Tianyu opened his eyes and swept them. 3 punks with iron bars in their hands swept at the empty glasses on the table as soon as they entered. Bartender, last time the protection fee you have not yet paid. Today, said SH. Yo, there are beautiful women. A gangster looked at the beautiful and moving Qian Rinshui who had tears in the corner of her eyes, and immediately greeted 3 gangsters and surrounded them. Beauty, what are you drinking with this little kid? Drink with the 3 of us and go have a good time together afterward. Hey, look at you dressed so sexy. You're here to hook up with a guy too. The 3 of us are awesome, yo. Listening to the filthy words coming out of the 3 punks' mouths, Shui Tianyu and Qian Rinshui frowned almost simultaneously. However, Qian Rinshui didn't say anything and just ignored the 3 punks. When the punk saw that he was actually being ignored, he had a sense of damaged pride and couldn't keep his face up. I'm talking to you, little master. Didn't you hear me? The punks didn't even look at Shui Tianyu. What harm could a little kid do to them? The 3 of them extended their hands to Qian Rinshui almost simultaneously. The surrounding drinking guests all dared to speak out in anger as they watched the scene, thinking that these punks had been wreaking havoc in this part of the street for a long time. Shui Tianyu's brows furrowed. These few punks even wanted to get their hands on his sister? Bang! 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 Shui Tianyu expressionlessly picked up his wineglass and slammed the hands of the 3 punks onto the table. Ka-ching! The sound of bones cracking silenced the entire tavern. Ah! 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 The 3 punks wailed shrilly at the same time in an extremely miserable manner. That comical look made Qian Rinshui couldn't help but chuckle. The redness of the wine on her face made her whole person look even more gorgeous. How dare you hit us? You ask around. Who's the father on this street? The punk looked at Shui Tianyu and bared his teeth, his eyes fierce and threatening. Ugh, still doesn't seem to be hitting hard enough. Shui Tianyu raised his hand and waved it. Before the 3 punks could even see his movements, their hands were all broken. No matter who is the father, you can't be protected. Shui Tianyu's face was like frost. His voice carried a touch of coldness from beneath the 9 specters. If you don't want to die, get out. These 3 punks usually meant that they bullied the city with weapons in their hands, the kind that had to directly kneel down when they encountered ordinary soul masters, and now that they felt the terror of Shui Tianyu, they immediately fled out with pale faces. At this, the whole tavern resounded with loud applause. Can't tell. You're quite strong. Qian Rinshui smiled faintly, her heart having a high favorability rating for the little guy in front of her. It's just the average punk. You're fine with it. Shui Tianyu responded with a smile. The more Qian Rinshui looked at the teenager in front of her, the more agreeable she felt. Having just been messed with by these punks, the wine had sobered up quite a bit. It's amazing that there are times when you can't help but find someone to talk to. Thinking about this, Qian Rinshui was able to control her body even though she was still drunk. She put down a Martial Soul Hall's 1000-character token, got up, and said, make a friend, and in the future, you can come to the Martial Soul Hall to look for me. Shui Tianyu nodded as he received the token. Qian Rinshui smiled faintly and left with drunken steps, feeling that Qian Rinshui was already far away. Shui Tianyu's heart let out a sigh of relief. For a moment he thought he was recognized by Chiron. It's a good thing Bibi Dan shouldn't have said she also had a son. After meeting Qian Rinshui here, Shui Tianyu's heart became even more determined. He's going to work hard on his training and then get revenge on Bibi Dan. The most important thing now was that one needed to at least reach the level of a sealed Douluo. This is what will take Bibi Dan and make her regret all the wrong things she did in the past. Doesn't she like you, Xiaozhang? Then let Jade Xiaozhang die in front of her. And there was nothing she could do about it. Not the kind of thing she could save with all her might. It was a sin she should pay for by abandoning herself and being born and not raised for both him and sister Qian Rinxue. Oh yeah, and her sin of strangling herself. BB Don. Wait. Shui Tianyu left the tavern and followed the scent to find the 3 punks from before and then cleanly disposed of them. Leave no stone unturned. Early morning. Qian Rinxue woke up in the Heavenly Dipper Palace. Yesterday's drunkenness is now fully sober. She remembered the teenager she had met yesterday in the old tavern. So kind. She needs to know who this person is. So she immediately disguised herself as Yuki Qinghe and ordered to find out the identity of the teenager. It must be said that Shui Qinghe stepped in and was indeed very efficient. And in less than half a day, Qian Rinxue got the identity information of yesterday's teenager. Surprisingly, it's the only male student at Tianshui Academy. Qian Rinxue was slightly surprised as she looked at the information in front of her. This was the first time she had ever known that there were still boys in this Tianshui Academy. Thinking about the closeness the teenager brought to her, she restrained the urge to see him again. After all, she'd never felt this way about anyone else, but she knew very well that she absolutely could not let this teenager perceive her Shui Qinghe's disguise. This is a major event for the Martial Soul Temple, and it cannot be missed. After thinking about it, Chirenji decided to remove his disguise often and wait for him at the old tavern in Chirenji's daughter's body. Of course, she wasn't waiting for nothing. After all, she still had the identity of Shui Qinghe to play. It wouldn't be good if people found out that Emperor Tendu always disappeared inexplicably. That's why she's all about sending the news that she's going to be at the tavern to the Skywater Academy ahead of time. After receiving the message, Shui Tianyu would basically head to the old tavern to meet with Qian Rinxue. He also wanted to spend more time with his sister, who had lacked love while growing up. So the two became much more intertwined, and the tavern became a mecca for the two to interact. Over time, the two became friends. The two used to open the ring in the old tavern and talk about the world. Feelings are heating up quickly. It was just that although he had become friends with Qian Rinxue, Shui Tianyu had never picked out his identity. After all, Bibi Dong wasn't stupid, and once he saw that something was wrong with Qian Rinxue, he would definitely associate it with him. He won't give Bibi Dong any chance to turn the tables until he gets his revenge. Time passes year after year. Shui Tianyu kept finding people to sign in and going to new places to sign in. Strength is enhanced as far as the eye can see. His mental strength, speed, agility, muscle strength and even various attribute resistances had all been greatly improved. His soul power, on the other hand, was the fastest growing of all the attributes. That year, Shui Tianyu turned 20. In the far north, outside the Ice King's palace, the adult Snow Skyfeather stood in the icy sky with her eyes closed. As he slowly raised one hand, ice crystals in the air condensed in his hand. A dark blue ice crystal longsword appeared. Subsequently, the entire wind and snow of the extreme north surrounded Shui Tianyu as if they were paying homage to their king. The Snow Emperor's 3 greats. Shui Tianyu muttered lowly under his breath. Circle after circle of pressure caused the surrounding wind and snow to be instantly suppressed, and the entire snowy land trembled. His aura climbed crazily until the moment it was at its peak. Brush. Emperor's Sword Ice Extreme Matchless. A blue crescent that contained an incomparable cold aura was chopped out by Shui Tianyu, and the distant majestic snowy mountain was split in half in an instant. Terrifying might swept out. All the wind and snow were swept up into the sky forming a snow tornado centered on Shui Tianyu. Knowing this, Shui Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Sealed Douluo. And it was a 96th ranked sealed Douluo. Feeling the Snow Emperor's 3 strikes, which the Snow Emperor had personally taught, Shui Tianyu was satisfied with the power of this. He dispersed the dark blue ice sword in his hand and turned around to walk into the Ice King's palace. At this time, with his 96 level soul power and 2 topmost martial souls, he would not have any problem challenging a stronger sealed Douluo even if he crossed over. The scariest part was that he was only a mere 20 years old. Back? How do you feel? Emperor Shui smiled as he looked towards Shui Tianyu who walked in. Powerful. Shui Tianyu gave an extremely high rating to the Snow Emperor's 3 extremities. It's good that it's helpful to you. Emperor Shui beckoned for Shui Tianyu to come to her side. However, at this moment, the Ice Emperor scurried out from the side and hugged Shui Tianyu. Let me hug first. Shui Tianyu was already taller than the Ice Emperor, and he somewhat helplessly turned around and hugged the Ice Emperor before bringing her along to the Shui Emperor. Looking at the Ice Emperor who was picked up by Shui Tianyu, the Shui Emperor couldn't help but laugh out. Can't you see that people are petite? The Ice Emperor glared at the Snow Emperor. At this moment, Emperor Shui smiled, then embraced Shui Tianyu and Emperor Ice into his chest together. Together with the Ice Emperor, Shui Tianyu received the benefits from the Shui Emperor. Tianyu, now that you've reached the level of a sealed Douluo as humans say, is there anything you want to do? Emperor Shui was sitting on top of the throne while Shui Tianyu was nestled in her arms. The soft touch behind that blue muslin, with that unique reminiscence in Emperor Shui's arms made Shui Tianyu linger. Compared to the Ice Emperor's one horse, Shui Tianyu still preferred the Shui Emperor's horizontal view of the forest. The Ice Emperor asked this Shui Tianyu as he sat boredly on the armrest side of the throne. Even though Shui Tianyu had grown up, in the hearts of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, he was still just a child. Yes, it's time to relax after all these years you've been practicing moment by moment. The Snow Emperor stroked Shui Tianyu's cheeks with a gentle expression. Shui Tianyu sighed lightly. He knew this could not be hidden forever. After all, the two emperors of ice and snow had raised him for so many years, and were entitled to know the truth. He took a deep breath and burrowed out of the Snow Emperor's arms. Anti-snow, anti-ice, there's something I want to tell you. Why are you suddenly so serious? The Ice Emperor jumped off the throne armrests to probe his head and carefully circled around Shui Tianyu, then asked with his brows furrowed in some concern. Are you alright? Shui Tianyu shook his head. I'm fine. Just thought it was something I couldn't keep from you guys. Emperor Shui could see that what Shui Tianyu wanted to say was important, so he also straightened his body, his brows flowing as his gaze coalesced on his face. Say, what is it? Shui Tianyu coughed lightly, his eyes darting back and forth between the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. I know my origins. I know who abandoned me. A flash of dismay appeared on the faces of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor at the same time. They never looked back on his birth during those years, so in their perspective, Shui Tianyu was always aware that he was abandoned by humans in the far north. That was why he had also clearly told the two Ice and Snow Emperors that he only had 3 relatives, them plus Xiao Bai. So the Ice and Snow 2 Emperors just naturally assumed that this matter had already passed. I didn't expect Shui Tianyu to suddenly mention it at this time. Immediately after, Shui Tianyu told the story of how Bibi Dong gave birth to himself, but used special means to conceal his existence and then abandoned. Of course, he only told the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow that this was the result of his investigation in the Tianshui Academy and the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City. After listening to all this, the Ice Emperor silently came to Shui Tianyu's side, hands grabbed Shui Tianyu's clothes, softly whispered, "You understand so clearly. Will not be to leave us, right? Is it possible, not to leave?" After so many years together, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor already had a deep bond with Shui Tianyu. Now that Shui Tianyu suddenly had the possibility of leaving, the Ice Emperor was extremely unwilling to part with his heart. Shui Tianyu knew that the Ice Emperor would have the wrong idea. With a pull of his hand, he took the Ice Emperor into his arms. No, it won't. The only family I have is you guys in white. That's why I'm not leaving. Absolutely not. Emperor Shui looked at Shui Tianyu with some melancholy and sorrow in his expression, and with some heartache, he got up and hugged him. Then why do you care about your origins? Shui Tianyu's head leaned against Shui's fragrant shoulder, his eyes looking at the frozen throne with slight hatred as he responded. If it wasn't for you guys, I would have been frozen to death in this icy sky and snow. I will take revenge on Bibi Dong. Silly boy. What can you do after revenge? The Snow Emperor gently comforted him. After revenge, I can be with anti-ice and anti-snow forever. Shui Tianyu was all tenderness whenever he mentioned the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. A happy smile appeared on the faces of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor at the same time as they listened to such heartfelt words from Shui Tianyu. They didn't raise this child in vain. With that, the 2 women hugged Shui Tianyu even tighter. After a long time, Shui Tianyu suddenly mentioned, after a while, the continent's Soul Master competition is about to open, and I'm going to be competing in it as well. Anyway, Ant-Ice and Ant-Snow, you guys are bored in the far north. Why don't you all go to the human world together and have some fun? Could be. Both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor couldn't raise half a hair's worth of interest in the human world if they didn't have Shui Tianyu. However, since this competition was to be participated in by Shui Tianyu, they could still take a look at it. In fact, Shui Tianyu had been waiting for this match for many years. It's the stage he's setting for his revenge. He knew that at this Soul Master competition, there would be the so-called golden generation of the Palace of Martial Souls that Bibi Dong had personally cultivated. Those 3 were the pride of Bibendum. Oh. Then cut down Bibendum's pride with their own hands and use their blood to kick off this revenge. Tennessee College. Shui Tianyu returned with the 2 emperors of Ice and Snow. At this time, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who had received the news from somewhere, had already been waiting for him at the school entrance. Brother Tianyu, the 2 sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, had been Shui Tianyu's little fans ever since they came to attend Tianshui Academy. From the time they enrolled at the age of 6 until now, after so many years, as long as Shui Tianyu was in the academy, then the 2 of them would definitely be Shui Tianyu's followers. At this moment, when they saw that Shui Tianyu, who they hadn't seen for several months, had returned, the 2 of them pounced on them at the first opportunity. In front of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, the 2 girls hugged Shui Tianyu left and right. When I wasn't around, Did you two practice seriously? Shui Tianyu backhandedly wrapped his arm around the two's delicate waist and asked with a smile. Of course I have. Ask Snow Dance if you don't believe me. Shui Binger smiled cheekily before pointing at the group of stunning girls from Tianshui Academy that came out after the two of them. Of course, the movements of these girls weren't as bold as Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Just one by one, they all circled around Shui Tianyu. After all, Shui Tianyu was handsome and had a high cultivation level. Who wouldn't like it? However, this caused the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who had been left out to dry, to freeze. This one beauty surrounded by Tianyu in this Tianshui college life is also too. It's too moisturizing, isn't it? At this time, knowing that Shui Tianyu had returned to school, Dean Tianshui also came out. When they saw the dean coming, the girls had to tighten up a bit. She came to Shui Tianyu. Tianyu, in a short while, the continent-wide Senior Soul Master competition will begin. You, Shui Tianyu knew what she was going to say and directly nodded his head in agreement. Don't worry, I'll lead the team out. Rather, he came back for this contest. Yay! Shui Binger was originally booked to compete. Seeing that their Tianshui was actually led by Shui Tianyu, she jumped up with joy. With brother Tianyu leading the team, this is sure to be a sure thing. Shui Tianyu tenderly rubbed Shui Binger's little head, thinking in his heart, this time in the competition, perhaps we'll meet that Shrek battle team led by Tang-san? I wonder what kind of rewards you'll get if you sign up for Tang-san. Of course, all of this was secondary to his core goal, which remained revenge. Brother Tianyu, what level have you reached now? Can you tell me? Shui Tianyu was still pondering over the details of his revenge, so he didn't react for a while as he listened to Shui Binger's words. To him, even if he met Tang-san and the others, he didn't have the time to take care of them. He only wanted revenge. Nothing else mattered. Brother Tianyu? Seeing that Shui Tianyu didn't respond, Shui Binger immediately hugged Shui Tianyu's arm with both hands and shook it. Shui Tianyu now looked down at Shui Binger. It had to be said that the already developed Shui Binger still looked like she had some good looks. The soft touch protruding from his arm also made Shui Tianyu very comfortable. I want to know how strong brother Tianyu is. Shui Binger obediently repeated her request. Shui Tianyu smiled. He didn't mind showing off his cultivation. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from within him. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer stared wide-eyed. The Shui Tianyu who displayed his cultivation aura was like an abyss of soul power that was deep and invisible in their eyes, and they weren't really clear on what this represented. It was just a vague feeling that Shui Tianyu was much stronger than them. However, this strong does not have the concept of one person materializing. It wasn't until they heard Dean Tianshui beside them exclaim with a trembling voice that they had any understanding of Shui Tianyu's power. Seal? Seal the Douluo? Almost all of the girls who had come together at the entrance of the school to greet Shui Tianyu were shocked by this awe from their own dean. Shui Tianyu had even reached the level of a sealed Douluo? If someone else had said it, they might not have believed it. But this man is their dean. So, that's not a random championship we're winning? Immediately, some girls thought that this Soul Master competition was just a competition for the outstanding students of the major academies. But besides Shui Tianyu, it shouldn't be possible for a 20-year-old sealed Douluo to appear again, right? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were even more shocked. They had already tried their best to cultivate in order to be qualified to stand by Shui Tianyu's side. Although they didn't cultivate every hour of the day like Shui Tianyu's cultivation maniac, they had very little time to rest already. But unexpectedly, they were still getting farther and farther away from Shui Tianyu. If the talent of heavenly indulgence is visualized, it must be the appearance of Shui Tianyu. At this moment, Dean Tianshui also reacted to the fact that with a sealed Douluo level contestant like Shui Tianyu, the champion could almost be said to be a foregone conclusion. It's been a long time since TSU has had a good result in a key competition like this. Shu, we have to keep a low profile. Dean Tianshui immediately told the other students around him. Before the match, we can't let our opponents know about Tianyu's strength. Shui Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. Is it because you're afraid that our opponents will abstain? Ha ha. Shui Yuer's words made all the girls present laugh. Night. Iceman went to bed early. Seeing the arrival of the two Ice and Snow Emperors, the dean of the academy specially added 2 beds to Shui Tianyu's dormitory. Originally, Shui Tianyu was living in a separate room by himself, so this wouldn't affect the others. Can't sleep? Emperor Shui watched as Shui Tianyu stood alone in front of the window looking at the moonlight outside and also sat up from his bed. Well, think of something. Shui Tianyu didn't turn around. Shui Di could see that Shui Tianyu was harboring some hidden worries about the uncertainty of the future within his heart. She slowly got up and came to Shui Tianyu's side to hold up his hand and place it on her chest. Shui Tianyu knew that Shui Di was comforting him in her own way, so he turned his body sideways and directly hugged Shui Di. For Shui Di, in addition to the grace of saving his life when he was a baby and the grace of raising him in these 20 years, Now that he had grown up, he gradually had some different feelings. When his heart was in turmoil, he stayed by the Snow Emperor's side to make himself feel at peace for a moment. Perhaps he did depend on the Snow Emperor. Just holding the Shuedi like this made him feel comfortable. And no matter how much his emotions churned up before, he calmed down at the moment. Emperor Shui backhanded Shui Tianyu and gently patted his back. Tianyu, don't worry, now you have me and the Ice Emperor on your side. The Snow Emperor smiled gently. If there are people here that would threaten you, I will step in. One of the 10 ferocious beasts, the Snow Emperor, as long as he made a move, it would definitely set off a storm no less than the ultimate Douluo. Well, Shui Tianyu knew that both she and the Ice Emperor were his most solid backing. The heart feels secure. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu breathed a long sigh of relief and hugged the Shui Emperor in his arms tighter. Time passed, and the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition was about to begin. Shui Tianyu brought the crowd of the Tianshui battle team to the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City. There were still a few days to go before the competition, so he brought the Tianshui beauties to stay in the hotel, and then he told the girls not to wander around if they had nothing to do. For the next competition, they needed to hurry up and practice. As the vice-captain, Shui Binger naturally accepted Shui Tianyu's orders wholeheartedly, and she immediately led Tianshui's beauties to start cultivating. As for Shui Tianyu, he leisurely arrived at the old tavern that he had frequented for the past few years. As expected, the female-clad Chiron is also here. Why are you here so early today? Qianren Shui looked at Shui Tianyu curiously. She did make an appointment with Shui Tianyu, but usually, Shui Tianyu would arrive quite late. After all, it took time for the information to reach the Tianshui Academy itself. Isn't the Soul Master competition about to begin? Shui Tianyu sat down and greeted the bartender. I'm here to participate in the competition on behalf of Tianshui Academy, and will be staying in the Imperial City for the last few days. Over the years, Shui Tianyu and the bartender of this old tavern were already familiar with each other, so the bartender didn't even need to ask to know what Shui Tianyu wanted to drink. This glass of wine is on me. It's a way to wish you a flagrant victory. The bartender smiled faintly and gave Shui Tianyu an extra cup. Thanks. Shui Tianyu was also not polite. After all, they were all considered old friends. When the bartender left, Qian Renshua nodded in understanding and teased. With your strength, you'll definitely have no problem winning the championship. She had once gone with Shui Tianyu to hunt soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest and knew exactly what strength he was. She had a vivid memory of that day, so to speak, that terrifying pressure, as well as that ice attribute soul skill that froze everything, all made Qian Renshua feel that it was impossible for anyone to be stronger than him in the ice attribute. Compared to him, the others in this competition were like babies in swaddling clothes. Looking at Qian Renshua, whose eyes were filled with smiles, Shui Tianyu wanted to guard her smile. She's his own sister. At this time, slightly drunk is Qian Renshua. The hair at the temples is a little messy, and the collar is not neat. Shui Tianyu directly reached out and smoothed her hair behind her ear, then smoothly helped her straighten her lapel. With such an intimate gesture, Qian Renshua just smiled and didn't refuse. You've got a bit of a mess here. I've organized it for you. Although Qian Renshua didn't refuse, Shui Tianyu still felt that he should explain. Thanks, Qian Renshua said in the same tone that Shui Tianyu had just said to the bartender boy. This exquisite imitation made Shui Tianyu burst out laughing at once. Looking at Shui Tianyu's smile, Qian Renshua also felt as if she had been healed. Ever since she was a little girl, she felt unconsciously awkward when she saw other people's smiles. She hadn't felt happy herself, so she didn't understand why anyone would like to laugh. Isn't laughter a means of camouflaging one's emotions? This pretense is exhausting. However, it wasn't until she met Shui Tianyu that she realized for the first time that a smile could also be very genuine. It was also in front of Shui Tianyu that Qian Renshua learned to laugh happily. It was also the first time she was really happy. Only by Shui Tianyu's side did she have a family-like feeling. It's cozy and relaxing. So as long as she had built up unhappiness in her heart, she would be the first to want to see Shui Tianyu. It was as if Shui Tianyu was the divine medicine that cured her heart disease. As for Shui Tianyu, no matter what she did, as long as she stayed by her side, she would be satisfied. Qian Renshua didn't know why it was like this, but she gradually became attached to the feeling. I'm leading the team this time to win the championship. Shui Tianyu raised his wine glass. The next time I drink, I should have to wait until I win the championship. If you meet the Martial Spirit Halls team, there's no need to hold back. Fight as you should. Qian Renshua and Shui Tianyu clinked glasses before tilting their heads and drinking. When you win the championship, we'll drink heavily for 3 days and nights to celebrate you. Shui Tianyu similarly drank it all. Definitely. Qian Renshua rolled her slightly drunken and mesmerized eyes, and she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. This time, The team competing for the Martial Spirit Hall was the golden generation that Bibi Dong had personally raised and carried all of her pride. Chen Rinxue was looking forward to how that woman's proud golden generation would look when she was hung up and beaten by Xue Tianyu. How will she feel when her pride is trampled before her? Thinking of this, Chen Rinxue was in a good mood and directly beckoned and shook the bartender. Here, refill us up to 10 more glasses. The bartender approached in tears. What's so delightful? What's the point of wasting words? I have to cherish the days of drinking with Tianyu. Chen Rinxue didn't hide her happiness. Xue Tianyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. It's fine. You just serve the wine. Since his own sister was in high spirits, he could only properly accompany her for a few more drinks. Night. Martial Seoul City. The Pope's bedchamber. Bibi Don has fallen asleep. Although his eyes were tightly closed, his eyebrows looked like they had been pulled up and his face was covered in disbelief. No way. You're dead. In her dreams, she dreamed of the son he had strangled at birth. Is it because the grudge is so deep that it's turned into a spirit to claim its life? In Bibidon's dream, she was originally holding a baby boy in her arms, but in the blink of an eye, the baby boy's neck snapped and frost began to turn up all over his body. She was so scared that she just threw the baby boy far away. Yet no matter how far she threw it, the baby boy would always instantly move behind her, crying and grabbing at the skirt of her dress. Then he watched as Bibendum's eyes sunk in and dark blood spurted from them. Yada yada yada. Mom! At first, the baby boy would make normal noises, but as the black water appeared, his voice became extremely horrible and abhorrent. Mom! Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me? Murder pays. Take your life. Bibi Don in the dream world seemed to be bound to something, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of the resentful baby. You're dead. Leave me alone. Bibi Don hissed and slammed his palm at the lunging baby covered in black blood. Bang! The sound of ceramic breaking sobered Bibi Don. Another nightmare? Hissing. Bibi Don sat up, her palms touching all the cold sweat she'd shed in her nightmare. These cold sweats soaked her covers and made her whole body feel a little chilly. The slap she'd just given had shattered the decorative china pot next to the bed. Everything about the dream was so real, so much so that Bibi Don is now sober and still in a state of shock. Never. He's dead. I strangled him myself. Bibi Don gasped as he kept napping to himself. It had been a long time since she'd been poked that she'd had these heart palpitations. In the beginning, would it have been possible to leave that son alive? Thinking back on her choice, Bibi Don vaguely felt a thorn in his heart. Regret? Maybe a little. After all, that's meat that fell off your body too. If only time could be turned back and everything could be done over again. Bibi Don touched his heartbeat and took a deep breath. Even if she had to do it again, she would still strangle him. So what if you regret it? Only the death of his son would be considered revenge against him. Bibidon's eyes grew firm at the thought. Yes, she hadn't done wrong in the first place. The fact that I still have these nightmares now is just a matter of my own conscience. She'd lost Kong, and that heart should have died a long time ago. It's still late at night, and since I can't sleep, I don't have to. She got up with cold eyes and changed into her papal robes and left the chambers. Martial Seoul City, Hall of Offerings. Chitaru was saying his last prayer of the day to the angelic idol. However, when he had just put his hands together, the angel idol lit up with a faint golden shimmer. This layer of shimmering light would shine on Chitaru's body, granting him a warm feeling. What's going on? Chitaru frowned. He hadn't established a connection with the angelic deity wanting to connect, and normally the angelic idol wouldn't react to a prayer that he was just routinely praying. Today this angelic idol is lit up. That can only mean that the angelic god has something for him. Thinking of this, Chidori Ryu hurriedly and reverently knelt down to the angelic idol. God, what are the instructions for your devout followers? Sure enough, after he asked the question, the familiar voice of the angelic god slowly emerged in his mind. Found. Angelic successor to the divine throne. As soon as possible. Chitaru froze. The angelic godseat successor had never been one of their 1,000 families, and in previous years, there had been no need to look for it at all. They've all been passed down from generation to generation. But now in the generation that was supposed to be inherited by Qian Rinxue there was a problem. Someone cut off the heir to the angelic throne of God. It's just that after all these years of searching, Chitaru still doesn't know who this person really is. Chitaru was puzzled. After all these years of checking, other than the 1,000 families, no one else exists in the angel line. And Qian Rinxue is the only descendant of the Qian family. Even he himself had checked to see if any of his ancestors had been displaced by 1,000 family predecessors, or recalled if he had had an inadvertent night back in the day. For 12 whole years, in order to investigate these things, he had given countless hours and energy, but had always come up empty-handed. Beyond that, he was indebted to Qian Rinxue. The other party's life was too tumultuous, but his purpose was also to pave the way for Qian Rinxue to inherit the angel god Sida. It was just that after so many years, Chitaro had a trace of guilt inside. He failed to find out who the new heir to the angelic throne was. Alas, now the angelic god wants me to find the successor. How am I going to find it? Chitaro let out a long sigh. He's been looking for 12 years. No news at all. He was all convinced that it should have been the angelic idol that was mistaken. But it seems that the angelic god was right. And it was himself who was wrong. But since there was no one else in the angel god lineage, then Qianren Shui must be the successor. Because his son, Thousand Diseases, has only one woman, Bibi Don. But now that Chiren is not the successor, what is the problem? Could it be that Bibi Dong was not the only one who gave birth to Chirenio that year? Chidori Ryu shuddered as he remembered that when Bibi Don gave birth to Chirenai, it was a requested solo labor. Then there's a lot of room for manipulation here. Thinking of this, Chitaro took a deep breath. He had to find out if Chirenai was the only one that Bibi Don had given birth to back then. Time passes quickly. Tendu Imperial City, where the Soul Master competition would hold its grand opening. As the grandest competition in the Soul Master world, it attracted far more than just Soul Masters. From the Tendu royal family, nobles, and even commoners, all of them treated this competition as a feast for their revelry. As early as a month before this opening ceremony today, all the tickets have been sold out. For the sake of this competition, the Snowy Night Emperor had put in his blood. In addition to retaining the VIP seats in the Soul Fighting Arena, the entire competition venue had been expanded and modified to accommodate 100,000 people to watch the competition at the same time. Early in the morning, the Soul Master competition's playing field was already filled with a huge number of spectators before the doors even opened. Of course you can't enter this early in the morning, but these spectators didn't care. What they wanted to see were the young Soul Masters who were participating in the competition. After all, the entire continent's Soul Masters added up to no more than 6 digits. And this kind of Soul Master competition was the place where Soul Masters could be brought together the most. These audiences were filled with wistful teenage girls hoping they could capture the hearts of the most male Soul Masters with the least amount of fabric. Being able to marry a Soul Master was the happiest thing an ordinary girl in the entire continent could think of. On top of that, there were quite a few middle-aged Soul Masters who had come to reminisce about their student days. The Soul Master competition was something that any Soul Master under the age of 25 could sign up for. Naturally, the eyes of the world will be focused. Even those nobles were hoping to find Soul Masters that they could use for themselves in the future in this match. So many people. Shui Binger couldn't help but cry out in shock. It was the first time she had ever seen such a large crowd of people. This place can be said to be the center of the entire Soul Master world right now. So of course it's crowded. Shui Dance laughed, puffing out her chest as she walked through the passageway that the Heavenly Dipper Empire had specially prepared for the participating teams. There were special guards on both sides of this passage separating the crowd. In the Tianshui battle team, except for Shui Tianyu, all of them were big beauties. In addition to Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Shui Dance, there were also several beauties that Shui Tianyu had personally selected. Shui Tianyu had been training with this one Tianshui battle team for a long time. It could be said that the current Tianshui Academy battle team, even without Shui Tianyu, was not weak in terms of combat power. Soon, they passed through the gates of the competition venue and entered the exclusive rest area of the Tianshui Academy. The Heavenly Dipper Imperial family had specially constructed this vast and huge rest area in order to allow the teams of the participating academies to get sufficient rest and maintain the best possible condition for the competition. There are thousands of locations here, and they are also divided into zones according to colleges. This way all participating colleges can rest well without disturbing each other. This Shui Tianyu was waiting for the opening ceremony in the rest area with the Tianshui crowd of beauties. The draw for the first round will be held in a few moments, and whether we play today or not, there's one thing I need to make clear to you first. Shui Tianyu had now become the absolute core of Tianshui Academy. So when he spoke, all the girls consciously stopped their hand movements to look at him. Although this is a competition, it's also a kind of training for you guys. Shui Tianyu's eyes swept across the face of every Tianshui girl. I won't step in under unusual circumstances. You need to take care of it yourselves. Am I clear? The women nodded. They also knew that Shui Tianyu's strike was an absolute kill, and that this absolute shock would best come after entering the finals. That's why they've been training hard, just so they can hide Shui Tianyu until the end. At this point, the announcement at the tournament site told all the participating colleges to enter for the opening ceremony. The atmosphere was high with the live MC mobilizing the crowd. At this moment, in the final segment, the MC on the side of the VIP stage said aloud, "Now, please invite His Majesty, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, to announce the start of this competition." The room applauded. Dressed in a red golden robe, the Snowy Night Emperor slowly stood up, his eyes looking towards the center of the competition venue, his sword brows and starry eyes looking unruffled. This emperor, Snowy Night. On behalf of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, which is hosting this competition, I declare that the competition has officially begun. The applause thundered again and the cheers rose from the floor. After the Snowy Night Emperor sat down, the Master of Ceremonies immediately announced in a loud voice, "The first round of drawing lots will now begin." Soon, the results of the draw came out. Shui Tianyu didn't expect them to have a match on the first day. Tianshui Academy versus Blazing Fire Academy. Seems like good luck. Shui Tianyu let out a faint smile. The ice and water-oriented Tianshui Academy was not afraid of the Blazing Fire Academy. This first round should be solid. The first day of the tournament went quickly. It didn't take long before it was the turn of Tianshui Academy and Blazing Fire Academy. Please welcome both sides of the match to the stage. With the referee's order, the members of the Blazing Fire Academy's battle team were the first to take the stage. The vice captain of the Blazing Fire Academy, Fire Dance, walked at the front. She was extremely good-looking and was supposed to be the brightest beauty on the field. Unfortunately, her opponent was Tianshui. As Team Tianshui took the stage, the male audience let out cheer after cheer. The Tianshui beauty troupe lives up to its name. However, there was soon a gasp of disbelief from a sharp-eyed spectator. No, how come there's even a boy in the group of Tianshui beauties? At this time, there were also 7 people. In the Tianshui Academy, Shui Tianyu pressed on, and Shui Dance did not take the field. Facing the Blazing Flame Academy led by Fire Dance and Fire Wuxuan, only Waterbinger and Wateryuer from the Tianshui Academy took the shot with the other 4 beauties. Shui Tianyu would only watch from the edge of the field. He wouldn't even move unless Water Ice Child and the girls couldn't win the fight. This guy is so happy that he can be so close to the beautiful group of Tianshui Academy. You don't have to say. Looking at the way these beautiful women of Tianshui Academy treat men, it seems like this man is the leader. Yeah, I can see that too. They all seem to listen to men. The crowd in the stands was curious. Tianshui Academy, which had always been known for its beautiful women, was now being led by a male. At this moment, both Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who had ascended to the competition ground, were all confident. This was because during this period of time, in addition to giving them special training, Shui Tianyu had also given them quite a few immortal herbs that contained abundant soul power. The cultivation level of the entire Tianshui battle team's beauties had soared with the help of Shui Tianyu. So the district Blazing Fire Academy they didn't even put in their eyes. Shui Tianyu's body was standing against the very edge at this moment. In order to strengthen all the Tianshui battle team girls in a short period of time, he took the time to secretly go to the Sunset Forest and glean the Ice and Fire Twin Eyes. He also knew that this Eye of Ice and Fire was a place of seclusion that Takubo had prepared for himself in order to suppress the toxins in his body. However, now that the situation was special, firstly to intercept Tang San's chance, and secondly the strength of the members of the Tianshui Academy's battle team needed to rely on these immortal herbs to improve. He had requisitioned them in advance. Shui Tianyu felt that he would take the initiative to find Takubo to help him remove the toxin in the future as compensation. Now relying on these immortal herbs, along with the rewards given by the Snow Sky Feather signing system, the strength of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer grew rapidly. Other than that, in Shui Tianyu's opinion, it was at least several times stronger than normal cultivation. This first battle was just the right time to test whether what Shui Tianyu had done some time ago had any effect. There are only 6 of you out there? The Fire Dance of the Blazing Fire Academy swept a glance at Shui Tianyu, who was standing at the edge of the field with the captain's mark in an old-fashioned manner, and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. As the most beautiful beauty of Blazing Fire Academy, Fire Dance also had her own pride. Now that they saw that Tianshui Academy actually only had 6 people fighting, they immediately felt that the other party was looking down on their academy. The 6 of us are enough. Shui Yuer playfully hooked her hand, exuding unrivaled confidence. Come on, you guys don't have to save your hands. The captain of the Blazing Fire Academy, Fire Wuxuan, had his brows tightly furrowed together. The district Tianshui Academy can be so arrogant now? Those who don't know would think that you guys are the Imperial Fighting Battle Team. All along, the Blazing Fire Academy and the Tianshui Academy had been neck and neck, so they didn't think that the Tianshui Battle Team's combat power would be much stronger than theirs either. There's really nothing wrong with that idea. The premise was that there was no Shui Tianyu to give them special training. At this time the Water Ice Child with other 5 girls came out to the blaze fire before the study of Bland Road smiled. More to say no good. In the end there is no gap in the strength of the fight to know. Have that captain of yours come over as well? Fire Wuxuan showed off his captain's armband. I don't want you guys to pretend to be pitiful when you lose at that time, saying that we are bullying the few with the many. Let's wait until you beat us first. Shui Binger looked at Fire Wuxuan proudly. When the time comes and the 7 of you can't even beat the 6 of us, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? You! Fire Wuxuan just wanted to show that he was not taking advantage of the situation. but he did not expect the other party to be so confident. It's fine, brother, just break all their confidence. Fire Dance didn't believe that his siblings, being the proud sons of the Blazing Fire Academy, would be much worse than the Tianshui Academy. Then let's have a quick battle. Fire Wushwang nodded his head while holding back his anger. With that, the game began for both sides. Fire Dance attached herself directly to Fire Shadow, and the temperature of the scene lifted instantly. Unicorn Firebolt Dragon. Possessed. Seeing that Fire Dance was already on fire, Fire Wushwang did not hold back and directly unfolded his martial spirit possession. The superimposition of the two flame martial spirits ignited the entire competition venue. The rest of the Blazing Fire Academy's battle team followed the two siblings as they rushed towards the 6 beauties from Tianshui Academy. A mysterious smile surfaced on Shui Binger's face. Young man, don't be so impatient. On her body, there was a flash of blue light, and a sharp phoenix cry resounded through the scene. Immediately afterward, like a sudden snowfall, the temperature of the scene surprisingly turned sharply downward after experiencing a double fire lift. The silhouette of the ice crystal phoenix violently opened its wings behind Shui Binger. The storm fell straight down. The flames on Fire Dance and Fire Wushwang were instantly suppressed. The remaining members of the Blazing Fire Academy couldn't even open their martial souls under the shroud of this blizzard. No way. Fire Wushwang's eyes widened with shock. A single martial spirit had actually suppressed their entire team. Nothing is impossible. This is the gap between us now. Behind Shui Yuer, her martial spirit Ing Dolphin also surfaced. A wave of water stirred, completely incapacitating the members of the Blazing Fire Academy. The audience at the scene all quieted down at one moment. Seconds now? I was expecting this to be an even and sound match, but the gap is so wide. At this moment, everyone then looked at Shui Tianyu, who stood to the side without even moving a bit, with a different meaning on his face. To be able to lead such a strong Tianshui Academy, it must not be simple either. This Blazing Fire Academy was indeed not enough for him to make a move. Why have you become so strong? Fire Dance unwillingly collapsed to the ground to cover her face and cried bitterly. She had obviously investigated. Water Ice Child was similar to her awe. I'm sorry, because we have a good captainate. Because of Brother Tianyu's help. The strength of all of us is incomparable. Shui Binger laughed. Fire Dance looked enviously at Shui Tianyu. If only he could help me improve my strength too. The first game ended without incident. The crowd returned to the hotel where they were staying. At this time, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor had already returned early. Congratulations to our Tianyu for winning his first match flagrantly. The Ice Emperor pulled Shui Tianyu's hand and celebrated with a smile. It was the girls who made the effort. I didn't put up a fight. Shui Tianyu smiled bashfully. They are also considered to be the ones you brought out. Just as much a victory for you. The Snow Emperor shook his head and blandly said. Shui Tianyu smiled. I wonder if my next opponent will be able to make me fight. The goal of this competition must be to win the championship, right? Shui Di patted Shui Tianyu's shoulder. I'm waiting for you to stand on the podium. Yo, Auntie Shui, don't worry, Shui Tianyu said with certainty. It's just the champion. It's simply a handful for me. Soon, the first round of matches were all over. The opponents for the second round of the tournament are also out. Shrek Academy? Although it had been anticipated that he would likely encounter Tang San and the others, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. However, Shui Tianyu's aim was the championship, so no matter who he met it would be the same for him. All he needed to do was win, and the rest was all for his opponents to think about. In this match, Shui Tianyu still chose to press the lineup, but in order to achieve the purpose of exercising, there were changes to the other players on the Tianshui Academy team. Shui Yuer rested under the field, while Shui Binger and Shui Dance followed Shui Tianyu onto the field with a few other beauties. It wasn't that Shui Tianyu looked down on Shrek Academy. Many times, the experience of being on stage for a game is different than watching it from the lounge area. You can't go wrong with either of these if you want to get a long way. Now was the time when the intensity of the entire Soul Master competition was at its lowest, which was just the right time to use it for rotation, so that every member of the team could have a chance to fight in real life, and the other members of the team could have a chance to summarize their performances on the field of play. At this moment, only after Tianshui Academy's side had all taken the field did Shrek Academy's people manage to arrive. At the beginning of the tournament, Shrek Academy didn't go on the full lineup either. Tang San, Xiaomai and Dai Mubai, a few people, brought 2 substitutes onto the field. Ning Rongrong and Oscar watched the race from the stage, but this did count as lifting up the 5 people with the strongest combat power of the Shrek 7 monsters. The 2 auxiliaries that weren't on Ning Rongrong and Oscar were just trying to test where the Shrek 7 monsters' lower limits were. As for whether or not you'll let yourself lose the game because of this, Tang San was confident. Losing is impossible. He had already learned about Tianshui battle teams last round in advance. So what if Shui Tianyu hadn't been able to make a move? Shui Tianyu was hiding his means. So he didn't have any hidden means? At least with his means, it was enough to ensure that he could kill Shui Tianyu. Besides, in a normal encounter, he might not be without a way to win against Tianshui. Everyone now knew that Tianshui was strong, and that was just the right opportunity to build a reputation for Shrek Academy. Shui Tianyu looked at the several pairs of eyes staring straight at himself as soon as the opposite Shrek Academy took the field. It is no longer self-evident what is going on in the minds of these people. If you wanted to get the victory, even if you knocked the 6 people from Tianshui Academy unconscious, you had to beat Shui Tianyu. Game on. Dai Mubai was directly possessed by a white tiger, and his entire body swelled up as if he was puffed up. He took the lead, trying to take one first by virtue of his strength advantage, and on his side, Xu Zhuqing followed like a cat sinking into the shadows with a glance, waiting for an opportunity to match Dai Mubai's actions. Tang San and Xiaomai were facing the 2 replacements from Tianshui Academy from the other direction. Persimmons, of course, start with the soft ones. At this moment, Snowdance watched as the Shrek crowd rushed over, and she immediately cast her martial spirit fiber dance Snow Satin. Soul Technique. Dark Cloud. Snowdance's martial spirit has the ability to manipulate the weather. As she danced, an extremely large enough dark cloud to block out the sun appeared over the ring. Fancy. Tang San ignored Snowdance. After all, he didn't go on the field in the last match. Tang San didn't care at all. What they need to defend against is another beauty. Waterbinger also saw that the opposite side didn't seem to put Snowdance in her eyes. She smiled with a frown. Tang San would pay for this arrogance. Immediately afterward, a phoenix sound came out from behind Shu Weibinger. Top Ice Martial Soul. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. Here it comes. In his analysis, all that was needed was to limit this phoenix and they would win the game. So this task was given to Ma Hongjun, who also possessed a top-notch martial soul. The same phoenix chirp sounded. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was unleashed. The evil fire phoenix. Also a phoenix. Could you still be much stronger than me? Ma Hongjun laughed coldly as the evil fire phoenix rushed towards the ice crystal phoenix with a bizarre flame. However, in the next second, rain suddenly fell from the sky. Snowdance's second soul skill, Rainfall, bean-sized raindrops descended from the dark clouds, turning into a large curtain of water pouring down in an instant. These drops of water condensed by soul power did not fall on themselves or their teammates, while the enemy would be drenched. If it's just getting wet, it's acceptable. But that's getting wet under the influence of the ice crystal phoenix. When Tang San realized the problem, it was already too late. With a flap of water, Ice Child's ice crystal phoenix's wings, large swathes of frost blew, instantly freezing all those who were wet by the rain. Terrifying might swept out. Wow! All the spectators did not expect that Shrek Academy, which had performed well in the first round, would still be crushed by Tianshui Academy. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix folded before it could even power up because Ma Hongjun himself was frozen. The entire ring in this split second of effort was left with only Tang San and Xiao Dance still fighting. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were the most frozen from meeting the wind and snow head-on. Not this. Tang San's face was extremely ugly. How could he not expect that the Shrek Academy he led would be crushed unilaterally? At this time, Xiao Dance's heart ached for the dark-faced Tang San, and with hateful eyes she skimmed over the old-fashioned Shui Tianyu, deciding to sneak up on him to gain back Tang San's face. Little Dance's feet glared and her body almost turned into a stump in the blind spot of the viewpoint Shui Tianyu killed. Shui Tianyu grabbed one hand in the void, and dark blue ice crystals condensed in his hand to form the Emperor Sword. He then made a simple wave towards Mai. Countless ice spikes rose up from the ground, and Xiao Dance was pierced through her shoulder by these sudden ice spikes from several meters away. Blood flowed instantly, staining the icicles red. This little Dance was even seriously injured by Shui Tianyu before he even got close. It was only at this time that all of them, including Tang San, realized afterward that this Tianshui Academy's captain was so strong. Surprisingly, he was able to directly second Dance. Seeing Xiao Dance injured, Tang San instantly became furious inside. How dare he hurt my Xiao Dance? But Tang San also knew that now was not the time to blindly vent his anger. Xiao Dance was seriously injured and needed treatment. He had to force himself to calm down. As for the grudge of hurting Xiao Dance, one could slowly find the opportunity to take revenge in the future. Although this Shui Tianyu in front of him looked quite powerful, Tang San felt that it was just a special ability. After all, the entire field was now filled with cold air and rain, and it was too easy for him to create ice spikes. His true strength may not be that strong. Still want to continue fighting? Shui Tianyu looked at Tang San's eyes and knew that he didn't have good things in mind. Tang San snorted coldly. We admit defeat. After saying that, he flew close to Xiao Dance, and seeing the piercing wounds on Xiao Dance's body and pale cheeks, he couldn't help but point at Shui Tianyu's nose and shout. Why did you hit so hard? She's just a girl. Heavy? Shui Tianyu was happy. You've all killed people already. And you have the nerve to accuse me of being heavy-handed? She's just a cute girl. Are you still not a man? Tang San was furious and hugged Xiao My Duty Snow Sky Feather. Against the day. Joke. Shui Tianyu shook his head. His eyes cold as he looked at Tang San. If I'm weak and she succeeds in her sneak attack, then what will happen to me? If I had been the one seriously injured, would you have accused her of being heavy-handed as well? Tang San breathed in. He knew it was impossible. Even if little Dance could seriously injure Shui Tianyu, then he couldn't even be too happy. After all, Mai's 8-drop was strong. As long as you can get in close. Shui Tianyu knew what Tang San was thinking and directly spat. Hypocrite, get lost. In fact, he didn't care that Dance was close. An 8-step drop? Oh, he just didn't want his clothes to get messed up by the rabbits. As for Tang San, he didn't put it in his eyes. Wanting to beat him, the current Tang San could only kneel down. Looking at Shui Tianyu's look of looking down on himself, Tang San forced down the maddening rage within him. His fists clenched tightly together. His nails deeply embedded in his flesh. Humph. You'll pay for your attitude. Tang San picked up Little Dance and turned to leave. Right now, treating Mai was more important. At this point, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were both going crazy with worry off stage. Oscar had prepared a large amount of sausage long ago. It was taken out when Tang San and the others came down. These sausages were helpful for Dai Mubai Zhu Zhuqing's injuries, but Xiao Dance was too badly injured and they had to return to the hotel as soon as possible. Soon, Shrek Academy returned to where they had landed. Lu Erlong was still waiting for them to bring back the happy news, but in the end, he saw Tang San carrying Xiao Dai, who was pale and very weak because of her serious injuries, walk in a hurry. What's going on? Lu Erlong and the Grandmaster almost simultaneously came to Tang San's side to check Little Dance's injuries. Tell me who it is. Looking at Xiao Dance in this miserable state, Lu Erlong was furious. I'm gonna him up. She was already protective of her people, and now that she saw that her people were actually hurt like this, she couldn't stand it right away. It was Yu Xiaojiang who barely stopped her. Aragon, don't be impulsive. Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang sighed. It can't be helped if your skills are inferior. If we go out on a limb, we'll fall short instead. Tang San knew that Grandmaster Yes' words made sense, but in his place how could he not swallow this breath? How dare you hurt Mai? This is absolutely not acceptable. He wants revenge. Vengeance with a vengeance. Mai can hurt people all she wants, but someone who wants to hurt Mai? No way. They were never the only ones who could bully others, and no one else can resist or it's their fault. Obviously, he only needed to obediently let Mai bully this matter and it would be over. But as a result, he even dared to rebel. It was really treasonous. Tang San was calculating in his heart. During this competition, he must find a chance to make that Shui Tianyu pay. At the very least all of them want him to kneel before them and apologize. Ahem. At this moment, Xiao Dance coughed twice, pulling Tang San's thoughts back. Mai, how are you? I'm fine, Mai said, in a much better state than before on stage. Xiao Dance, get well, I'll definitely take revenge for you. Tang San touched Xiao Dance's face tenderly, but soon, he looked up at the rest of Shrek Academy. For the next period of time, let's go and collect information on that Shui Tianyu, and don't actively provoke him for the time being. That's right, we know too little about this Shui Tianyu now, Ning Rongrong said, but regardless of that, messing with us was the most wrong thing he's ever done. Dai Mubai was also upset in his heart. He and Zhu Zhuqing still had a lot of skills they hadn't shown yet. Ma Hongjun also had a resigned look on his face. The information we know is still too little. Oscar patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Don't worry, next time, Brother's Sausage will give you enough to eat. We'll get him together. Aside from them, the Shrek 7 monsters, the rest of the Academy replacements were also filled with defiance. After all, they hadn't even had time to show their strength before they were frozen by the various inexplicable skills used by the other party. They also wanted to teach Tianshui Academy a good lesson. Zhu Zhuqing watched as everyone was quite resentful about losing to Tianshui Academy this time, so she reminded, I think we need to learn more about each other so that we can avoid being bound by unexpected moves next time because we don't understand each other. That's right, Dai Mubai immediately agreed. Don't worry, Ning Rongrong said confidently. Next time, with a top-tier auxiliary martial soul like my 7 treasure glazed pagoda in place, there'll be nothing more than dregs in front of me, no matter what strange moves they have. A long discussion ensued among several people. Finally, Tang San summarized, I feel that this person isn't simple. We have to plan well before we act. Is that clear? The crowd nodded. Clear, but everyone failed to notice that Dance's eyebrows lowered and her eyes twinkled. Thinking back to the scene in the ring, she felt that it was Shui Tianyu who had the advantage of the field and then also sneak attacked her. That look of Shui Tianyu's was clearly a case of not being able to fight in close combat, so he needed a long-range sneak attack. If he was given the opportunity to get close to him, Xiao Ma believed that if he used the 8-degree slam, he would be able to beat him so much that he would be unable to urinate and take care of himself on the spot. She's a 100,000-year-old soul beast. To be bullied by a 20-year-old kid? There was nothing she could say that would make her swallow. As for the words Tang San had said, Xiao Dai had long since put them behind her. The injuries on her body looked quite heavy, but for a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it wouldn't take long to recover. When the time comes, she will take revenge with her own hands, dropping this human called Shui Tianyu to his death. As the game progressed, TSU won game after game in crushing fashion. That night, Shui Tianyu sat in his room. The Snow Emperor walked in. Geez, our Tianyu is getting closer and closer to getting the title. A gentle smile appeared on Shui Tianyu's face. Auntie Shui. He greeted the Snow Emperor and hugged him. The fresh scent of the Snow Emperor's body made him feel very comfortable. No matter how irritated he was inside, he could instantly clear all his worries by asking for the flavor of the Snow Emperor. Good boy. You've grown up in the blink of an eye, and you still like hugs so much? Emperor Shui backhanded Shui Tianyu and reached out to stroke his head. Auntie Shui's embrace. How can I not stay long enough? Shui Tianyu responded with a light smile. So do you like me? The Snow Emperor teased. Like, Shui Tianyu nodded. It's that very special kind of like. A very special favorite? Shui Di froze for a moment. Tianyu. Shui Tianyu took this opportunity to grab Shui Di's hand, his eyes looking deeply at Shui Di. I really do like you. This was the first time that Shui Tianyu had confessed so seriously. After all, there wasn't much blood between them in the first place, and in all these years together, Shui Tianyu had long since developed a special emotion towards Shui Di. The atmosphere had just reached this point, and Shui Tianyu smoothly confessed to Shui Di. However, the Snow Emperor was disoriented by this moment. Tianyu. It's too fast. The Snow Emperor had gone numb inside. So quick to confess. She wasn't even prepared. This is also too exciting, isn't it? A blush spread across the Snow Emperor's face. What? Can't you do? Shui Tianyu looked at Shui Di and asked in a deep voice. Looking at Shui Tianyu, who didn't look like he was joking, Shui Di also knew that she couldn't gloss over this matter. She cupped Shui Tianyu's face with both hands and smiled faintly. Tianyu, this matter, let's talk about it after your revenge is complete. Is that okay? Why can't we talk now? Shui Tianyu pursued. I need a little time. The Snow Emperor was honest, not purposely avoiding the question. For this, Shui Tianyu also understood. This is something they both need time for. However, since he had already singled out his heart, Shui Tianyu no longer cared as he swept Shui Di into his arms. Shui Di was like a little girl at this moment, leaning on Shui Tianyu's shoulder, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, her eyes slightly mesmerized. After the two of them warmed up for a while, Shui Di left. Shui Tianyu thought about the next match and felt that it was time to take stock of the rewards he had gotten during this time. From the first day when he encountered Blazing Flame Academy's fire dance as well as fire warshuang, the reason why Shui Tianyu had to be on the field for every match, aside from pressing the lineup in case of a change, there was another, and that was to sign in. Signing up for fire dance rewarded a fiery apricot Jousparse. Signing up for fire matchless just enhances the fire resistance a bit. As for the other few members of the Blazing Fire Academy's battle team who didn't even know their names, Shui Tianyu didn't even bother signing in. If I had to say the biggest reward of the period, it would probably be signing up for Tang San. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu took out a collar that was pitch black. This is one of the two rewards given by signing up to Tang San. Artifacts, psychedelic collars. This collar is able to be used for captive soul beasts. No matter how strong a soul beast was, as long as it was put on this collar, it would be completely controlled by Shui Tianyu. Any word of Shui Tianyu's was like a holy decree that had to be obeyed for the soul beasts that were put on this collar. It's a control that comes from deep within the soul. A controlled soul beast cannot be betrayed, and all actions are completely controlled. And the size of this artifact was free to change with the size of the soul beast. That is to say, even if it encounters a giant dragon, it can still latch on. That's why when he first signed up for Tang San and got this contraption, Shui Tianyu was still very happy. But he's hardly ever taken it out at the moment, because this artifact psychedelic collar was good everywhere. There was just one fatal problem. It's just that the shape is a little. The look of series. Shui Tianyu can be surrounded by beautiful women. If they see this thing, I'm afraid that they will have to die on the spot. Aside from the rewards of this collar, the second reward of Shui Tianyu signing up for Tang San was a bit ordinary. Soul boost. It's just that this psionic boost isn't small. Right now, Shui Tianyu's soul power had reached level 97. As for the rewards given by signing in other people, They were all a bit insufficient here in Shui Tianyu right now. Like those pulled full of pennywort rewards, Shui Tianyu had all emptied the ice and fire eyes, and there was no shortage of immortal herbs. But it's better than nothing. The hotel where the Shrek Academy battle team was staying. Maya's recuperating in this hotel. A long time has passed since she was injured. With the recovery ability of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, she was now healed. While Tang San and the others were out and away from the hotel, Xiao Dai began to calculate her plan. She only needed to find the hotel where Tianshui Academy was staying and find Shui Tianyu. And with her own overwhelming beauty and enchanting and exquisite body, she would definitely be able to get close to him. To put it bluntly, it was using color to seduce Shui Tianyu. He was just a boy. Surely he couldn't resist his own colorful seduction. Just give her a chance to get close enough to use out 8 falls. All it took was one 8-part fall and she could get her revenge. As this set went on, Shui Tianyu was so absolutely miserable that he couldn't take care of himself. It's like dealing with Douluo in the first place. Thinking of this, Mai instantly put on her sexiest, most flesh-revealing, least fabric and sexiest pink erotic lingerie. This was originally worn when she planned to conquer Tang San. I didn't realize that the first time I wore it was to seduce Shui Tianyu, but for the sake of revenge, she couldn't care less. After she was dressed, she put a cape over this erotic lingerie before heading out the door. After all, she didn't want to be whored out by men on the street. However, she didn't expect to meet Tang San as soon as she left the house. Tang San recognized Xiao Dance from afar. Mai, where are you going? Tang San asked with concern. Healed? Little Dance was a bit speechless. She had counted the time to go out. She didn't expect Tang San to come back so fast. Now she couldn't let Tang San see that she was wearing underwear that specialized in seducing others, so she chose to prevaricate. Well, the injury is pretty much healed. Then where are you going? Tang San was a little unsure. Looking at Mai like this, wanted to move closer to hug Mai. Don't. I'm a little uncomfortable right now and don't want anyone else touching me. Mai twisted to avoid it. Tang San didn't doubt it. After all, people did not quite want to be touched by others when they were sick. After all, it's so hard on yourself. But then he thought about how Mai's injuries were almost healed, so he should be able to return to competition soon. He's happy. When the time comes, it will be the strongest complete version of Shrek Academy. Then you have to get well and don't run around. Tang San said with concern. We still need you for the competition. I know it. Mai panicked a little and had no choice but to lie. I haven't gotten my money from the Martial Spirit Hall this month. I'm going to go get it and be back soon. Tang San nodded. This reason was normal, so he admonished with all his heart. Well then, go and return quickly, and get back into the game early. Aha! Mai rushed off after saying that. Seeing that Tang San had already gone back to the hotel, Xiao Dai immediately reversed her direction and headed straight for the hotel where Tianshui Academy was staying. In her thoughts, she was just going to seek revenge on Shui Tianyu, and this process, if it went smoothly, would even be faster than going to the Palace of Martial Souls to receive money. Along the way, Xiao Dance was still calculating where else she was going to spend her time after completely nullifying Shui Tianyu in a while. Unbeknownst to her, she is destined to never return. Night. Ever since picking a fight with Shui Tianyu could clearly feel that Shui Di's attitude towards himself was different. In the past, he might have even spoken to himself in the tone of a predecessor or elder. But lately, Shui Tianyu increasingly felt that Emperor Shui's attitude was communicating with Shui Tianyu as an equal. This change made Shui Tianyu very happy. This at least showed that Emperor Shui's heart was willing to accept Shui Tianyu. Just wait until after your own revenge. Shui Tianyu was in a good mood. At this moment, all the students of the Tianshui Academy were working overtime to cultivate. Shui Tianyu didn't have anything to cultivate. So in order not to interfere with the cultivation of Tianshui beauties such as Shui Binger, he chose to go out and stroll around alone. With no games scheduled for the last few days at Tianshui Academy, he was getting a little bored staying within the hotel itself. Just the thing to go out at night and get some air. Hey, what a coincidence. You're out shopping too? The soft female voice appeared, and Shui Tianyu didn't hear who it was for a moment, because this female voice is a clip. This clip tone is all but making the original sound distorted. Shui Tianyu looked around and saw Xiao Dai, who was only poking out a small head on the street corner. Are you healed? Shui Tianyu lowered his eyebrows. How did you have the pleasure of wandering into my place? Shui Tianyu's heart was like a clear mirror. This Xiao Dai finding him here was definitely nothing good. After all, she'd been injured for so long that she was sure to come straight over now as soon as she was healed. A trace of adoration appeared on Xiao Dance's face as she waved at Shui Tianyu, signaling him to go over. I'm also just about injured, and I was bored in the hotel, so I came out to get some fresh air. Shui Tianyu laughed coldly inwardly. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this little dance was going to pull. Soon, he understood. On the street corner was Mai. wearing nothing more than an extremely seductive pink top and pink shorts. There was so little fabric on that body that Shui Tianyu almost thought she wasn't wearing it on the first day. You come out dressed like this and aren't afraid that your loved brother will be jealous? Shui Tianyu laughed inwardly. This little dance was obviously trying to use her poise to lure in a wave of color first, and then find a chance to make a move on him. But so far, it seems, she's masking her emotions well. Not afraid. Little Dance saw that Shui Tianyu had really come with her to the street corner where there was no one else, and her heart was instantly delighted. That first step has worked. The next step was to get closer to Shui Tianyu by virtue of his looks and figure. Would anyone not want a beauty of her caliber actively hitting on and throwing herself at them? Dry rice and thrashing were the most fundamental human needs, and Mai didn't believe that anyone could deny herself. As long as Shui Tianyu couldn't resist, then she could find the perfect time to directly teach Shui Tianyu to be a new person with an 8-part fall. Look, even though we lost the match, I know that you're better than those of them. Little Dance falsely complimented Shui Tianyu. We women are attracted to stronger men, and you're so much better than them that I'm a little bit attracted to you. When she said this, Mai was turning inside out, but in order to keep this drama going, she held back her nausea while her eyes were frantically winking. Like me? Acting. Keep acting. Shui Tianyu could tell at a glance, but he had to say that this Little Dance was still a bit of a sellout. If Tang San knew that his Little Dance was now scratching her head in front of Shui Tianyu, he didn't know how he would feel. Well then, otherwise people wouldn't have come to see you in this state. Xiao danced through wings while slowly approaching towards Shui Tianyu. Her purpose was clear. She only needed to get close to Shui Tianyu's side, and then she could strike while she was unprepared. However, the prerequisite was that the distance had to be close enough and still not make Shui Tianyu suspicious. Not bad, quite eye-catching indeed. Shui Tianyu took a step back and swept Xiaoma's figure up and down. Right, Mai was going to explode inside. It was clear that he had just taken a big step closer, but as a result, Shui Tianyu had pulled the distance apart again with this backward step. But it was good to see that Shui Tianyu seemed to be mesmerized by her figure and abbreviated fabric. Then no matter how he acted, she had the basis for success. So Mai slowly approached again. Tianyu little brother. So, why don't I join you guys too? You're so good. You can definitely take me to the championship. Yeah, Shui Tianyu pretended that he was trapped, then watched Xiao Dai perform like a clown. Join? That's fine. Only the joining might not be the way Mai thought it would be. Little Dance saw that although Shui Tianyu was still a bit away from her, his eyes were already staring at himself with some gluttony, and in his heart, he felt that he was about to succeed. As sick as she was inside, she knew that the next step was a crucial one that would determine victory. With that, Xiao Dance ran her hands back and forth over her body, constantly outlining her curves. She winks her eyes like silk, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip. Extremely charming. Then, Tianyu little brother, do you want to touch the Little Dance or do you want Mai will satisfy little brother in every way. Yo, vomit. Mai herself almost threw up in disgust at her own words. However, looking at Shui Tianyu who seemed to be completely mesmerized by himself, he was still thrilled inside. She slowly stepped closer to Shui Tianyu. This time, Shui Tianyu did not continue to stay away. As she watched herself getting closer and closer to Shui Tianyu, Xiao Dai was already fantasizing inside about the image of herself giving Shui Tianyu a full set of complete 8 drops. Revenge. Cool. The corners of Mai's mouth were crooked with laughter. What are you laughing at? There were only 2 words inside Shui Tianyu. Sick. Looking at the approaching Xiao Mai, Shui Tianyu was just acting blindly in line with her performance. What a clown in his eyes. I'm happy just thinking about being able to do shy things with Tianyu little brother. Xiao Ma continued to charm Shui Tianyu before quietly adjusting her position. Seeing that Little Dance had reached the best position already, Shui Tianyu didn't want to pretend anymore and directly spat out. Stop smiling. You're ugly when you smile. Xiao Dance was furious inside, and this time, she didn't pretend anymore. Shui Tianyu, die for your aunt. Xiao Dance's body leapt, her legs twisted around Shui Tianyu's neck about to use her proudest 8-section fall. Exertion. Mai was confused. No matter how hard she pushed, Shui Tianyu did not move. Xiao Dance thought that Shui Tianyu was defenseless, but she didn't realize that she was already defeated from the start. Just as she was lost in thought, her white and tender rabbit jade foot was grabbed in Shui Tianyu's hand. An 8 drop, right? I can do that too. Shui Tianyu grabbed the jade foot and slammed it directly into the ground. Dang. Dang. Does it sound good? A good sound is a good head. Shui Tianyu fell a little to the left, a little to the right, and the more he fell, the more furious he became. This snow-style 8-part slam smashed Mai's head full of blood. It's only one 8-step fall and you can't take it anymore? Shui Tianyu grabbed the rabbit's leg and looked indifferently at Xiao Ma. A complete sentence that Dance couldn't get out of her mouth from the fall. Shui Tianyu also did not talk nonsense and continued to act like he was pumping a belt by grabbing Xiao Dai's leg again and swinging it in a beautiful pink semicircle in midair. Dang! 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 A mouthful of old blood spurted out of little Dance. The injuries that had only been just right were now showing signs of tearing. Don't fall. It hurts. Little Dance was honest this time, and begged miserably. People just want to get close and intimate. She was once again seriously injured after being brutally wrestled by Shui Tianyu grabbing the rabbit's leg like this. Although Shui Tianyu had not comprehended the essence of the 8-section slam, even if he had berserkly abused Xiao Dance so many times like this, the real damage was not as high as Xiao Dance's full set of 8-section slams against others. But Shui Tianyu can still keep falling on. Mai had absolutely no power to resist. This caused Mai a lot of pain. No, this is the wrong episode. Obviously. He should be the one to frantically wrestle this Shui Tianyu and then leave with a satisfied heart after directly scrapping him off. How did it come to this? Xiao Mai felt that she had clearly watched desire flash through Shui Tianyu's eyes. This should be impossible to fake. Can't you seduce him when you're this seductive? Did this Shui Tianyu is such a person? Like to be satisfied in this way? Who the hell would dare to be his woman? Feeing off a woman every night? The little dancing man is numb. You, don't be too brutal. Little Dance can't even serve you properly. Seeing that Shui Tianyu had stopped, Xiao Dai thought that she could finally put an end to this painful torture and immediately begged for mercy. Little Dance really just wants to be close to you. If you don't believe me, Little Dance can take it off now. Close? Shui Tianyu smiled, smiling coldly. His eyes looked at the extremely seductive pink color that Mai was wearing without any desire lingering. Is that just the way you want to get close to me and do a little set of charmed 8-drop moves? Do you really think people are purely stupid? Mai was dumbfounded. Turns out the clown was actually me. He was pretending to be hit in the first place. I can't believe I'm still excited about this. For the first time, Mai felt so stupid. Let me go, or I'll never let you go when I find an opportunity later. Since she had already torn her face off, Xiao Dance no longer pretended. However, the price for this was that Shui Tianyu once again swung the rabbit's leg and fell hard. Mai heard clearly that her bones shattered. Won't release me? Shui Tianyu looked like he had heard the funniest joke under the sky. Take a look at who's in control of the situation now. Obviously I should be the one who won't let you go. A flash of fear passed through Mai's eyes. Her throat was sweet and black blood spurted out. It's a bruise in the body. The fall caused Mai to receive her worst injury to date. At once, she was honest. Staying green is not a worry. She asked to be spared. I'm a student of Shrek Academy. You will be banned from the tournament for privately harming students from other participating academies during the tournament. Even if it's not for me, you have to think about Tianchuan Academy. Please, let me go and we'll pretend this never happened. Shui Tianyu listened to the soft voice of Xiao Dance. His heart had no ripples. What a private harm. But clearly you offended me first. What? Are you allowed to bully others and they are not allowed to fight back? It's not like that. Mai stared blankly. She couldn't find an excuse now. Looking at her like this, Shui Tianyu knew that he had already broken through the defense of her heart. The next step is to give her the final blow. Besides, you're a soul beast. You think people will believe your words? Mai was shocked. It's her biggest secret. Even Tang San didn't know the ultimate secret. What are you talking about? I'm human. Mai is still trying to weasel out of it. Shui Tianyu also did not talk nonsense, and the aura of a sealed Douluo instantly shook out. You actually are. Little Dance could never have imagined that the captain of the Tianchuan Academy's battle team would be a sealed Douluo. The fact that a sealed Douluo could see through himself was not a surprise to Xiao Dance. It's just that this sealed Douluo is too young. It's over. Mai instantly understood her current situation. It's so stupid. She was so stupid to try to seek revenge on a sealed Douluo. Now, it's completely over. What? Are you stupid now? Wasn't he quite capable just now? Shui Tianyu slapped Dance across the face. His purpose was simple. First capture Xiao Dance, then draw out Yu Xiaojiang and let Gangzi feel why the flowers are so red. Destroy what Bibidon cares about most. No, don't kill me. Inside Little Dance's heart, infinite fear was churning. For the first time, she felt so close to death that she couldn't help but cry out in pain and fear. A soul beast with a bad heart. Shui Tianyu did not have the slightest sympathy. It just so happened that the other day signed to Tang San rewarded the Black Thurible's collar. He directly took it out and set it on Xiao Dance's neck. The most terrifying thing was that the behavior under the control of this collar was remembered by Mai, and no matter how much she resisted inside, she could only watch as her body fulfilled the commands. The sky is falling. Little Dance clearly felt that her every move was under the control of the other party. Even if it was any abnormal order, she would follow it. It cannot be violated. It cannot be resisted. as if Shui Tianyu was his own master. It's a feeling that I'm afraid anyone else would have trouble adjusting to. In particular, Little Dance was a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformation, but now she had been reduced to such a state, so it was even more difficult to accept. No, you can't do this. I was wrong. Will you let me go? Please, I'll promise you anything. Please let me go. However, in the face of Little Dance's words begging for forgiveness, Shui Tianyu only looked on flatly and did not show any indication. Seeing this scene, Mai bit her own lip and took a deep breath. It was clear to her that she would not be able to break away anytime soon. As long as she could see Sango, there was a chance she could get out of her clutches. Mai clasped her hands around herself, keeping her head down as she kept psyching herself up. Mai, you must endure the humiliation and live to see Sango. She was tempted to beat herself to death several hours ago. Why did he have to make a fool of himself to find Snow Tianyu to seek revenge? Now that's a good way to get yourself into such a humiliating situation. At this moment, Xiao Dance's intestines were green with remorse. Shui Tianyu brought Xiao Dance back to his hotel room. There's no one to see. After all, Xiao Dance's erotic lingerie was a bit hard to explain. Shui Tianyu looked at his room, and there didn't seem to be any other place for Xiao Ma to stay. There's no way out. You'll have to stay in this bathroom. As soon as Shui Tianyu threw Xiao Dai into the bathroom, he then ordered at her, no leaving the bathroom. Dance was just about to resist when the black collar around her neck flashed with a ghostly light. Then the defiance in the depths of Odori's pupils was instantly suppressed. She couldn't even think of resisting. At this time, Xiao Dance finally realized the terror of the collar that Shui Tianyu had brought her. She's a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. If Shui Tianyu had other collars, wouldn't it be true that Deming Erming would also be controlled? And, with this collar, her life and death were firmly in his hands. Mai panicked. Puff. Mai fell to her knees. She had felt the fear of death hanging over her head. No, don't kill me. Please, let me go back. Hearing Little Dance finally soften her attitude, Shui Tianyu shook his head with a light laugh. Who wouldn't be tempted to send a 100,000-year-old soul ring to the door? Shui Tianyu's words were purely to scare Xiao Ma, because he wouldn't have been mindful of it himself. However, he couldn't see Little Dance's 100,000-year soul ring, but it would be a good gift for his sister, Qian Ren Shui, but that will have to wait until afterward. Shui Tianyu remembered at this time that he hadn't signed up for Xiao Dance yet. Little Dance was a noble heroine, and the benefits of signing on wouldn't be any lower class than Tang San's. Sign in. Mai. Shui Tianyu mumbled inwardly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing up for Little Dance successfully. Reward the host with 1,000,000 years of soul bone. Shui Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, another 1,000,000-year-old soul bone. Moreover, the soul bone rewarded by the system was based on Shui Tianyu's own attributes. This would be very much in line with Shui Tianyu's own needs. At this moment, the introduction of the 4 skills of the 1,000,000-year soul bone surfaced in Shui Tianyu's mind. First skill, Ice Heart Technique. Shui Tianyu could utilize his cold ice soul power to wrap himself in cold ice for 5 seconds, during which time he could leave this state at any time. However, it is immune to all forms of attack during the execution of the Ice Heart Technique. It's a comfortable skill, pure invincibility. It's just that if it meets a fire attribute attack with a similar attribute, will it also have an effect? This requires testing. The second skill, Cold Ice Flying Shadow. A blue cloak formed by the power of ice and cold will appear on your body. At this point, Shui Tianyu could instantly sprint a longer distance in a specified direction. The sprint leaves a chilling path. Everything in the path is completely frozen. This skill was somewhat similar to the pursuit skill for Shui Tianyu. If the opponent saw that Shui Tianyu was too strong and wanted to escape, this was a good skill. The third skill and the fourth skill are a bit underwhelming in comparison. Of course, this was because Shui Tianyu had already obtained stronger ice and snow skills before. So it appeared that the third and fourth skills brought by this piece of 1,000,000-year-old soul bone were not too strong. The third skill, Cold Ice Palm, could enchant Shui Tianyu's hands, causing anything he touched to freeze in an instant. The fourth skill, Ice Cage, then 10 icicles would appear to freeze the opponent. Shui Tianyu compared them, and it was still the first 2 skills that were a bit better. But all in all, this was after all a skill given by a 1,000,000-year-old soul bone. So maybe it would work wonders sometime? Shui Tianyu looked at Xiao Dai, who was crouching in the corner of the bathroom shivering, and calculated in his heart that since the first signing reward was so good, the second signing reward shouldn't be too weak either. His check-in system is not a one-time thing. His own previous practice had duplicated the signing of several people. It's just that with repeated check-ins, the subsequent rewards will be much diminished. Anyone else would have been fine. The rewards after diminishing wouldn't even look good to a dog. But Mai was different. Checking in on her is definitely a lot. even if the rewards are cut in half. If you repeat the check-in a few more times, it adds up to a pretty big reward. If that's the case, then why not drain her hard? Shui Tianyu was looking forward to what rewards Xiao Ma, who carried the aura of a heroine, would have after being signed in several times in a row. As for her soul ring, he would consider giving it to Qian Rinxue when his sign-on rewards became almost useless. It was just that even though it was a 100,000-year soul ring, it didn't fit well with Qian Rinxue's angelic attribute. When the time comes and there is no suitable one available for her to use. At this moment, Xiao Dance watched as Shui Tianyu's gaze went back and forth over her body several times, thinking that it was her beauty and erotic lingerie that had finally aroused Shui Tianyu's interest. It was her only chance to escape. Mai hurriedly let her voice clip. She'd heard it said that it aroused desire and pity in men. Ni ini I. Brother Shui Tianyu, if you want Xiao Mai, you can do it anytime yo. As long as you can release Xiao Mai guarantees that she will be at your beck and call, and will always only be at your brother's service. Mai fiddled with her sash as she clamped down on her voice. That hidden beautiful scenery and career line, in her opinion, are her lifeline. She believed that no one in the world could resist her seductive body and seductive voice. Unfortunately, she met Shui Tianyu. Shui Tianyu had grown up beside the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. There is an almost natural resistance to beautiful women. Don't clip it, it's hard to hear. Shui Tianyu's words were like a blow to the head, hitting little Dance so hard that she couldn't even speak. No, you. Mai was so aggravated that tears came out of her eyes. Who said the clip tone was a killer way to catch a man? You come out. I promise I won't kill you. Looking at the clear-eyed Shui Tianyu, Xiao Dai knew that she couldn't seduce him. She could only change her strategy. They say sincerity is the key to success. And the tears in Mai's eyes fell in large drops onto the floor. Can you not kill me? I came to this human world for revenge. My mother died at the hands of Pope Bibidan. I just want to seek revenge on Bibidan. You let me go. As long as I can get my revenge. After that, let me be a dog. As a cow or a horse is fine. Mai's voice was soft, as if she was truly bent on nothing more than revenge. However, these words of hers caused Shui Tianyu to frown. The mentioned Bibidong. Shui Tianyu himself was very angry. As a fellow avenger, Xiao Dance's behavior was even more despised by Shui Tianyu. That's a nice way to put it. Shui Tianyu laughed coldly, his eyes burning as he looked at Xiao Dance questioningly. How much of your mind has been devoted to revenge since you came to the human world? Mai froze. I didn't expect Shui Tianyu to directly expose her. I'm afraid, all you think about every day is how to fall in love with Tang San, right? Eat, drink, play. You're good at everything, but you've done none of the things you must do to truly want revenge. That's it, and you call it wanting revenge? Shui Tianyu grabbed Mai's ponytail with a slap. As far as you're concerned, your mom would probably want to do up out of her coffin and hunt you down if she saw you. A loser who can't avenge her, and an incompetent guy who is so weak-minded that he has no choice but to run away. Shui Tianyu's words were like a steel needle poking straight into Xiao Dance's lung tubes. No, that's not it. Xiao Dance felt that she was having trouble breathing. Her brain went straight down, and a look of extreme pain spread across her face. She tried to explain, but realized that she felt like she was making excuses no matter what she said, because it seemed like she did forget about revenge after seeing Tang San, just as Shui Tianyu had said. Obviously, he has an unholy grudge against humans, but as a result, he is now bent on falling in love with them. This kind of behavior is really sorry for your mother. All words at this point pale in comparison. Mai was silent. Knock knock. Just at this time, a knock sounded on the door of Shui Tianyu's room. Shui Tianyu glanced at Xiao Ma and got up to unlock the bathroom door before going to open it. Anti-ice. What brings you here? Shui Tianyu looked at the Ice Emperor standing in the doorway in his pajamas and subconsciously tried to press his body against the gap in the doorway. Yet what dexterity the Ice Emperor had. She walked straight into Shui Tianyu's room with a flash. Shui Tianyu had no choice but to close the door to his room. The Ice Emperor stretched after entering the room, then twisted his head to gather Shui Tianyu into his arms. Shui Tianyu pressed himself into the Ice Emperor's arms, and that light, fresh aroma that he had smelled for more than 10 years made him feel very comfortable. Sleep with anti-ice tonight. The Ice Emperor smiled and touched Shui Tianyu's head. It just so happens that I have some insomnia tonight. Shui Tianyu glanced at the bathroom. It's not good, right? In fact, Shui Tianyu most of all felt that the timing was not good right now. After all, there was a less than elegantly dressed Dance hiding in the bathroom. The Ice Emperor didn't know about this, and instead felt that Shui Tianyu had grown up and wasn't willing to be close to himself. She then immediately frowned and reached out to pinch Shui Tianyu's face. What? I used to hug you to sleep when you were little. Now that you've grown up, you don't want to sleep with anti-ice? TSK, rock. The way the Ice Emperor smacked his lips while shaking his head made Shui Tianyu cry and laugh. Then, well, he was helpless, but it didn't matter much as long as the Ice Emperor couldn't find out. It was also at this time that the sound of a woman crying came from the bathroom. Someone in the bathroom? Ice Emperor's ears were so sharp that he heard my sobs even through the thick door. No one. Shui Tianyu didn't really want the Ice Emperor to see Xiao dance. Only now the unnatural look on his face betrayed his thoughts. Impossible. The voice in this bathroom is clearly a woman's. The Ice Emperor looked at Shui Tianyu's eyes with a smirk. We, Tianyu, have also learned to hide a woman in a golden house? Looking at the dodge in Shui Tianyu's eyes, the Ice Emperor was even more convinced of his suspicions and immediately threw Shui Tianyu away and headed for the bathroom. Shui Tianyu lightly stroked his forehead with one hand. Done. Forgot to give Dance an order to not make any noise. Clunk. Iceman opened the bathroom. To the eye, there are big pink waves. Then, Ice Emperor saw Dance's collar and the erotic clothes that only covered 3 points. Air. Shui Tianyu hurriedly drew closer wanting to explain. Anti-ice. Don't make noise. I'm thinking. The Ice Emperor decisively interrupted Shui Tianyu. She approached Xiao Dance, and the ferocious beast aura of her body suppressed Xiao Dance so much that she didn't dare to speak at all. Of course she couldn't talk if she wanted to, but she was tangled and bound with nylon ropes. This bundle is quite focused, combined with the erotic lingerie that Mai herself is wearing. It's a Thursday. The Ice Emperor was a bit messed up. This. She twisted her head to take a closer look at Shui Tianyu. Good Tianyu. You. The Ice Emperor sighed. I didn't realize you played so fancy in private. No. Listen to my sophistry. No. Explain. Well, I'll listen to your sophistry. Iceman closed the bathroom door and came to sit on the edge of the bed. It's not what you think. Shui Tianyu was sweating profusely and made up several reasons in a row before finally muddling through. The Ice Emperor herself didn't care. It was just that she didn't expect to accidentally discover another side of Shui Tianyu. Okay, I believe you. The Ice Emperor yawned, then lay down on his bed. Time for bed. Shui Tianyu could only obediently cooperate with the Ice Emperor to follow him to the bed. Sleep with me in your arms. The Ice Emperor saw that Shui Tianyu was just sticking on, and immediately grabbed his hand and wrapped it around his waist. The current Shui Tianyu's stature was quite a bit stouter compared to the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor was like a little bird in his arms. Shui Tianyu's heart was refreshed as he smelled the faint fragrance of the Ice Emperor's body. Tonight would have been perfect if Dance hadn't been interfered with by the Ice Emperor finding out about this. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu placed an intimate kiss on the Ice Emperor's white and tender neck. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were his most important relatives in this world. Under the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, Shui Tianyu's aesthetics were stretched to the limit. He didn't think any woman could be more beautiful than the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor until now. Feeling the temperature of the Ice Emperor in his arms, Shui Tianyu's eyes gradually closed. Drowsiness sets in. An even breathing sound was heard. He fell asleep with his arm around the Ice Emperor. Shui Tianyu and the Ice Emperor fell asleep. But the bathroom was little Dance was doomed to not be able to sleep tonight. She was bound and chained to the corner. The mind is in turmoil and the heart is in extreme panic. Sango will definitely come to save me. Little Dance thought of Tang San's heroic appearance as he came to argue with Shui Tianyu, and her heart softened a little. However, she suddenly thought about how she felt when she met the Ice Emperor. The heart instantly went cold. No, the feeling she gave Little Dance had long since left the oppression of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I'm afraid that even the Great Ming and the Two Ming combined would be directly annihilated in an instant by that soul beast that was covered in a frigid aura, right? With such a powerful booster by his side, if Third Brother got into a conflict with this Shui Tianyu, wouldn't he be hung up and beaten? After all, even without this terrifying soul beast, it seemed like Third Brother wouldn't be able to beat Shui Tianyu. No, I can't drag Sango into this. I should take the blame for my own mistakes. She knew that the only way now was to make Tang San think that she had moved on and then die to her. Only then can Sango survive. Xiaomai was in extreme pain inside. I did it all for Third Brother. And at this time, Tang San was already in a hurry. My Little Dance. Negative. Just as Xiao Dance was feeling sorry for herself in Snow Skyfeather's bathroom, wanting to have a cut-off with Tang San in order to protect him, Tang San finally realized that Xiao Dance had disappeared. Originally, he thought that Little Dance would at most be delayed for a while on the road, and that he would soon be able to return from the Palace of Martial Souls. After all, for so many years, he'd let Mai get paid on her own, never had a problem with it, but now it seems to be a big problem. Even if he walked slowly, counting from the time he met Xiao Dance in the morning, by now he would have been able to walk 7 or 8 round trips between the hotel and the Martial Soul Hall branch. But Dance hasn't come back until now. It's not scientific. Then there's only one reason. Mai is missing. This time Tang San couldn't sit still. He immediately knocked everyone from Shrek Academy in the hotel off their beds. Mubai, have you guys seen Mai during the afternoon? Tang San's eager eyes burned at Dai Mubai. This was the first time this look had been seen in Tang San's eyes. Dai Mubai was also confused at this point. Ha? Mai? Shouldn't she be resting in her room? Tang San let out a bitter smile. If she was in the room, would I still need to call you all up? At this moment, Ning Rongrong realized that Little Dance had disappeared. No, wasn't it fine this morning? I encountered it when I came back during the day. Tang San hurriedly transmitted his words. Met? Shu Xuqing came to Tang San with her chin in her hand. So where did she say she was going? Shu Xuqing went out during the day, so she was not seeing Dance all day. At this time, when he heard that Xiao Dance had disappeared, Shu Xuqing was anxious inside. She said that she went to the Palace of Martial Souls to collect the money. Tang San sighed. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. This receiving money can still lead people out? Oscar cautiously offered his thoughts at this point. Did none of you guys go look in Mai's room? Maybe there's a clue there? I've been there. Tang San shook his head. Little Dance's room hasn't changed at all, and it doesn't look like she's going to be gone for a long time. That would be strange. Ma Hongjun frowned. At this time, Tang San still had one worry within his heart that he hadn't voiced. Although Xiao Dance told him that his injuries were almost healed, but there was still no one quasi-believing exactly how it was. Did Mai accidentally relapse with her injuries? At this moment, Grandmaster Yu Xiaozhang, who had been contacted by Tang San, brought Lu Erlong along to the hotel's lobby. What's the situation? As soon as Lu Erlong arrived, he tore his voice to look at Tang San. Xiao San, you left a message saying that Xiao Dance is missing. What's the situation? It's literally. Tang San shrugged. Little Dance went out during the day and hasn't returned until now. Maybe it's just a case of greed, or seeing something tasty and not being able to hold back? At this point Oscar once again offered his thoughts. However, when Oscar said this, he was immediately disliked by Ning Rongrong. You can't stay there and eat all the time, can you? You're not coming back when you're full? Where's your brain? Oscar was so disliked by Ning Rongrong's 3 series of questions that he couldn't refute them. At this time, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were also discussing it in a 7-word conversation. The whole hall was a bit noisy. Yu Xiaozhang frowned and coughed hard. Okay, be quiet. The master's words still work. Everyone stopped to look at Yu Xiaozhang. Tang San, tell us, what exactly is the situation now? Yu Xiaozhang looked at Tang San with a solemn expression. Tang San nodded, then told him all about what he'd been doing this day regarding Little Dance. I was returning to the hotel from outside during the day when I happened to meet Mai out and about. She said she's going to the Palace of Martial Souls to collect this month's money. It won't be long before she's back. And then Mai disappeared? Yu Xiaozhang asked. Right. Tang San nodded heavily. And I even went to that branch hall to look for it. But the other party said they hadn't seen Little Dance going to collect the money at all. Speaking of this, Tang San's heart suddenly had a tremor. Could it be that Little Dance was captured by the Martial Spirit Hall? After all, Little Dance was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and if her identity was recognized, she would probably be imprisoned by the Martial Soul Palace. With this in mind, Tang San immediately spoke his guest to Yu Xiaozhang. It's very likely that the Martial Soul Palace moved. Little Dance might be in the Martial Soul Palace. Tang San was in a hurry. The Martial Soul Hall has always been salivating over 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and now that there is a chance to catch one, it will not be tortured to death. Yu Xiaozhang could see Tang San's mood, and he was a bit torn himself, but for the sake of this disciple of his, he sighed. On the side of the Martial Soul Hall, I have a solution. Teacher, is there a way to save Little Dance from the Martial Spirit Hall? Tang San was very excited and grabbed up Jade Xiaozhang's hands. Yu Xiaozhang nodded, then coughed lightly. You guys keep this matter to yourselves. I'll show my cards. He purposely glanced around and found that no one was eavesdropping before continuing. I'm an honorary elder of the Martial Spirit Hall, and with the authority of an elder, as long as Little Dance is really in that branch hall, then I can definitely get her back. Honorary elder of the Palace of Martial Spirit. Tang San was shocked. It was the first time he knew that his teacher actually had this identity. Not only him, the other Shrek 5 monsters were similarly stunned with their mouths wide open. Especially Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun. They knew the Grandmaster earlier than Tang San and Xiao Dance and the others, but the Grandmaster had never revealed his identity. Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were looking at Yu Xiaozhang with a face of adoration. No wonder Ning Rongrong wasn't worried about her at all after she came to Shrek Academy. Ning Fingji. Ning Rongrong understood what her father was thinking. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaozhang, who was surrounded in the center by all the people and was as dazzling as the stars. His eyes were all filled with little stars. That's the man she loves. At this moment, Yu Xiaozhang barked at Tang San and the others. I'll go to that Martial Soul Hall branch. You guys stay here and don't move around. Just wait for my good news. Aha! Tang-san hurriedly nodded gratefully. With the identity of the Grandmaster, a key honorary elder, Little Dance would definitely be fine if she was in the martial spirit hall. However, Tang-san suddenly thought of a problem after watching the Grandmaster leave. In case Little Dance is not in the martial soul hall, but is in distress elsewhere, wouldn't they be waiting here in vain, wasting the golden hour of rescue? Tang-san thought so much that his own head was about to split open, and couldn't even figure out what kind of danger Little Dance would actually encounter. Suddenly, a flash of light went through his mind. There seemed to be someone who could indeed threaten Xiao Dance, and this person also had a grudge against Xiao Dance. Of course, to be precise, it was Mai who had a grudge against this person. But it had to be said that according to Mai's rather vindictive personality, it wasn't unlikely that she would go looking for this person, the leader of the Tianshui battle team. Shui Tianyu, did Mai really go to seek revenge on him? After all, at that time, Xiao Dance had suffered an extremely heavy injury at the hands of Shui Tianyu, causing her to only be able to recuperate in the hotel. This was a huge grudge for Mai, who liked to play around. Now that she's recovered from her injuries, she might go and sneak a chance for revenge. Thinking of this, Tang-san hurriedly waved to Dai Mubai and the others. Do you guys remember that match we had with Tianshui Academy? Tang-san knew that this was a breakthrough of sorts, and they had to make sure that nothing was left out. You mean, the match where Little Dance was injured? Xu Zhuqing remembered very clearly that after that one match Xiao Dance had been recuperating from her injuries in the hotel. That's right. I suspect that Little Dance went to seek revenge on their leader, Snow Sky Feather. Thinking about the performance of Tianshui Academy led by Shui Tianyu in the tournament, Dai Mubai and Oscar's faces sank as they did so. If Mai went alone, there was indeed a possibility that she would be caught outright. Then, let us go together to find Shui Tianyu. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath and suggested. After all, that was where the Tianshui Academy's battle team was located. And if they went alone, it was likely that they would be turned away by the rest of the Tianshui Academy without even seeing Shui Tianyu himself. That is indeed a possibility. Lu Erlong also nodded in agreement. After all, it fit the logic of Mai's behavior. But beyond that, there is a very innocent possibility. Is it possible that Little Dance simply got lost or just lost track of time from playing outside? Lu Erlong said. Think about it. In case neither the Martial Spirit Palace nor the Tianshui Academy has any trace of Little Dance, then where should we go to look for her? In that case, Tang-san bowed to Lu Erlong. Senior Mother, could you please join Dean and go out to look for Little Dance? Let's split up into 3 ways. There's always one way to find Little Dance. Tang-san took a deep breath and said. Lu Erlong's heart was blown away by Tang-san's shouting of this master's wife, and he immediately agreed. No problem. I'll go find Flanders. He'll look for it from the air. I'll look for it on the ground, and find the entire Heavenly Dipper Imperial City in one go. Looking at the route that had already been divided, Ning Rongrong raised her hand at this time. Everyone looked at her. Glory, do you have any ideas? Tang-san asked Ning Rongrong in a gentle voice. This cry of Rongrong made Ning Rongrong feel a little happy inside. She deliberately came over to Tang-san's side and quietly hooked Tang-san with her delicate jade hand. I can write a letter to my father. In case this Shui Tianyu's background is not ordinary, we should be able to deal with it. Shui Tianyu could possess such a mysterious and unpredictable ability at a mere 20 years old, and I'm afraid no one would believe it if he said he didn't have a background. Tang-san had also considered this problem, but didn't say it outright in the way of face. Now that Ning Rongrong had taken the initiative to propose borrowing the 7 treasure glazed sex power, it made Tang-san feel a little touched inwardly. He grabbed Ning Rongrong's hands and moodily said, Thank you, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong blushed slightly and nodded shyly. Third brother, this is what I should do. With the power of my 7 treasures glazed sect, I will definitely help you take down that Shui Tianyu. Ning Rongrong was deliberately approaching Tang-san. In fact, she had fallen in love with Tang-san from the first day she arrived at Shrek Academy, but at that time, Tang-san had always stayed with Xiao Dance. In order to understand Tang-san better, Ning Rongrong even took the initiative to share a dormitory with Xiao Dance. Just like that, listening to the information about Tang-san that she had extracted from Little Dance, Ning Rongrong liked Tang-san even more. But the more she liked it, the more she worried that if she couldn't compete with Xiao Dance, then she wouldn't even be friends with Tang-san. So she kept the feeling buried in her heart. In the face of Oscar's fierce pursuit, Ning Rongrong only treats him as nothing more than a spare tire. If there wasn't Little Dance, third brother would be mine. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang-san, who was close at hand, and her eyes were on the verge of overflowing with tenderness. That backup lickspittle. Oscar, hang on to it, and as soon as you get Sango, you can just throw it away. Ning Rongrong made up her mind that she would take this opportunity to occupy Tang-san. Of course, it doesn't matter if it fails, with Oscar the lickspittle in the pocket. At this time, Oscar wasn't a cutie either. Seeing Ning Rongrong deliberately getting close to Tang San, and also taking the initiative to help Tang San share his worries, his heart was hard. But he's just a lickspittle. What's wrong with a goddess? Nothing wrong with that. The wrong one is Donnie. Oscar was jealous in his heart. And in his heart, he was very upset with Tang San for eating little dance like this, and having to get so close to his goddess Ning Rongrong. He knew that his relationship with Tang San already had a huge crack in his heart. A friend's wife is not to be bullied. You're looking for death if you're so close to my goddess. On the surface, though, Oscar was not displeased. Soon, the crowd split into two and left the hotel. Shui Tianyu was hugging the Ice Emperor as he seemed to be sleeping when there was a sudden ringing from downstairs. The Ice Emperor had good ears and was awakened at once. As soon as her petite body moved, Shui Tianyu woke up. What's the situation? The Ice Emperor frowned. If she were in the far north right now, the group of people who were disturbing her sleep would be dead. Shui Tianyu to feel it out. The visitors were the 7 Shrek monsters. Of course, Dance was in the bathroom and there were only 6 monsters outside. But these people are sick, aren't they? Staying up this late? Shui Tianyu reached out and stroked the Ice Emperor, calming her down. Anti-Ice, you rest, I'll just go and take a look. The Ice Emperor nodded. She didn't need to worry about Shui Tianyu's strength. Most of all, she did get lazy too. Afterwards, the Ice Emperor continued to sleep, and Shui Tianyu put on his clothes and walked out. What the hell are you guys doing? In the middle of the night, do you want people to sleep? Shui Tianyu walked out with a folded yawn. When Tang San saw Shui Tianyu, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Have you seen my little dance?" At this moment, the Shrek 6 monsters all looked at Shui Tianyu with straight eyes, hoping to see clues from his face. However, Shui Tianyu's expression was flawless. No. Tang San didn't know why, but there had been a feeling in his heart. My intuition tells me that little dance is right here with you. Intuition? Shui Tianyu laughed. Did you smell or see? And intuition. If I say it's not here, then it's not here. Tang San looked at Shui Tianyu's appearance. He was really angry. Originally he had been a bit skeptical of his judgment, but now he had grown firm within himself. You're lying. Tang San's eyes turned cold. The concealed weapon under his sleeve was ready to be released. Honestly, did little dance come to your place? Ha ha. Shui Tianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud at Tang San's look like he was on the verge of an attack. Never mind. I won't tease you. Are you looking for the little Cersei girl in the erotic lingerie who offered to rub herself in my arms? Shui Tianyu licked his lips as if reminiscing, his expression revealing enjoyment. Your little dance is beautiful and cozy. When Shui Tianyu said the last 2 words, he had an enjoyable expression on his face, and the shape of his mouth was quite standard. What did you say? Tang San's cerebellum shriveled when he heard that word run. His whole body resisted understanding the meaning of the word run. I said. A faint smile floated on Shui Tianyu's face. Very moist. You've got some ing nerve. Tang San hissed, unable to resist the urge to pounce on Shui Tianyu. He would never allow anyone to dare insult his mai so much, not even just over the top. Not only do I dare to say it, I also dare to do it. The smile on Shui Tianyu's face intensified as he looked at Tang San in this urgent manner. I have to say, it's really quite vapid. I'll kill you. Tang San couldn't bear it anymore. Yet the moment he was about to strike, a broad arm stopped him. Junior, calm down. Dai Mubai stood out. He stopped in the middle of Tang San and Shui Tianyu, preventing Tang San from being irrational and taking the initiative. He's obviously trying to provoke you on purpose. Don't fall for it. Dai Mubai's words caused a flash of clarity to appear in Tang San's eyes. Yeah, the opposite side of the snow sky feather has not yet made a move now is because the Academy battle team shall not fight privately with each other. However, if it is a counterattack it is not bound. Tang San guessed that this Shui Tianyu was most likely trying to make himself lose his mind and strike first. Then he could logically strike. When the time came to be held accountable, it would only be Shrek Academy that would be affected. What a poisonous scheme. Tang San took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. However, his mind still kept circling around those 2 words of Shui Tianyu. Very moist. His whole body went numb. Moreover, looking at Shui Tianyu, it didn't seem like he hadn't seen little dance before. Speak up. What did you do with my? Tang San was already very tolerant. After all, he felt that he couldn't bring shame to the entire Shrek Academy because of his own selfishness. I originally didn't mean that to your little dance. Shui Tianyu laughed. But that little dance of yours? Ah. Wearing an erotic lingerie that can only cover 3 points at night to find me. Shui Tianyu smiled coyly, as if he was talking about something innocent. I can't help it. I'm just a normal person, so I can only accept it reluctantly. Speaking of this, Shui Tianyu couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips as if he was immersed in sweet memories, then nodded involuntarily. Really moist. No way. You're lying. Tang San instantly red-warmed. That anger rose up and made his face turn crimson. As far as he could remember, Mai had never worn any erotic clothes, let alone specifically for the man in front of him whom they had only seen a handful of times. Even if there really was that kind of clothing, Mai would definitely be the first to wear it for herself. So Tang San didn't believe it at all. But even though he thought inwardly that it wasn't true, hearing someone else describe Xiao Dai as such a Thai woman in front of him, Tang San couldn't accept it. I lied? Shui Tianyu sneered and looked at Tang San. You don't take a piss and look at yourself either. Do I have to lie to you? Tang San's fists clenched tightly. His teeth clenched. My. So pure. Could never wear erotic clothes. This must be Shui Tianyu lying. He couldn't believe it. Oof. Shui Tianyu looked at Tang San Hongwen. His heart was pleasant. Believe it or not, Mai is still whispering to me in my ear, saying she'd do anything for me. You. Tang San kept telling himself inwardly to be calm. To be calm. However, hearing Shui Tianyu refer to Xiao Ma as such a person, his heart was completely numb. I want to meet Mai. Tang San looked at Shui Tianyu's eyes and said, Tisk. Shui Tianyu didn't deny it this time, but a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid she doesn't have the strength to see you now. Just now in my bed, tired from trying so hard to please me. No strength? Tang San was completely numb. You. He immediately moved to charge at Shui Tianyu. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar both pulled Tang San to death. Don't be impulsive. Impulsivity is the devil. Oscar yelled with his eyes closed. Actually, it wasn't just Tang San. Dai Mubai and the others were also numb. If all these words that Shui Tianyu said were true, I can't imagine what Tang San would do. Oscar and Ma Hongjun both looked at Tang San worriedly. They were terrified that Tang San was going to go crazy in the next second. After all, the incident had hit him too hard. Even if he already had a problem with Tang San inside, Oscar now kind of pitied Tang San. Shu Zhuqing on the other hand was lightly biting her lips. She was just like Tang San. How she didn't want the little prom to do such a thing. Of all the Shrek Academy people, only Ning Rongrong was the happiest. Of course, on the surface she looked as angry as everyone else, but in reality she's snickering so hard inside she's going crazy with laughter. She was now spending a great deal of effort trying to keep from laughing out loud. Originally, when Dance was around, she had always thought she didn't stand a chance. After all, seeing Tang San and Xiao dance so close, she was very jealous. In order not to be seen in Tang San's mind, Ning Rongrong only occasionally hit on Oscar. After all, what she loved in her heart had always been Tang San. Ning Rongrong didn't expect that her silent waiting like this would actually result in a turnaround. Little Dance actually betrayed Tang San. Since her biggest obstacle right now, Little Dance, was gone, then Tang San was hers. With this fantastic opportunity, Oscar, the backup, can be kicked off. So while everyone else in Shrek was worrying about Tang San, Ning Rongrong was instead the most comfortable one. The last thing she wanted, right now, was for Dance to return. Of course, on the surface she still had to unite with the Shrek 7 monsters. I want to see her. Tang San's eyes were filled with blood, both fists tightly squeezed in front of his chest. Let me see her. There was absolutely no way in his heart that he believed that the little prom was that kind of person. He felt that it was all Shui Tianyu's side of the story. If he could get to see Mai, he could find out if she was being coerced. If you want to see me and let you see me, that's quite a beautiful thought. Shui Tianyu clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at the angry Tang San with a faint smile. Besides, who do you think you are? Why should I let you see it? You. Tang San tried to rush up and hit Snow Tianyu again, but he was pulled back by the others. What exactly do you want to do to let us see Xiao Mai? Ma Hongjun immediately said. The most pressing thing for them right now was the need to see Mai and determine the truth of the matter. Shui Tianyu looked at them and suddenly thought of someone. By the way, isn't there a Yu Xiaojiang in your academy? Shui Tianyu blandly said. Have him come over to see me, or you'll never see Little Dance. Shui Tianyu knew that this Yu Xiaojiang was the person Bibi Dong had his heart set on. Bibi Dong had given Shui Tianyu and Qianren Shui so much pain, and Shui Tianyu wanted to release that pain with Jade Xiaojiang. Master? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what Shui Tianyu was looking for in a master. It was only logical that the master and he should not have had any interactions. Exactly. Shui Tianyu nodded. This now made the Shrek 7 monsters feel a bit puzzled. They couldn't see what exactly Shui Tianyu was up to. Not only are they detaining Mai, but now they want to see the master. However, Tang San couldn't care less. He only wanted to see Xiao Mai at this moment to ask for clarification. He doesn't believe the Little Dance betrayed him. Right now, just thinking about Shui Tianyu's words made him extremely angry inside. Alas, at this moment, Dai Mubai, who had stopped in front of Tang San, finally stepped forward. We originally wanted to find my through peaceful means, but now since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, don't blame us for going. Daimubai was at least the boss of the entire Shrek Academy battle team. Since he had become the boss of the Shrek 7 monsters, he had to deter this Xue Tianyu head-on. Otherwise, he would have continued to let Shrek's 7 monsters break his defense. This is absolutely not okay. Now, what with the off-field rules of the match, Daimubai no longer wanted to think about it. The most important thing now was that their Shrek Academy had to get back at this person. Xue Tianyu looked at Daimubai, who had a great deal of momentum, and the corner of his mouth raised in a smile. He was looking forward to what kind of waves this Daimubai would make next. Roar! Daimubai's eyes were filled with fiery battle intent, and his entire body glowed with a faint white light. White tiger, possessed. As Daimubai's words fell, the white light became extremely intense. His arms were braced, his chest puffed out, and the skeletal muscles throughout his body crackled. Soon, all the muscles expanded rapidly. Daimubai's body was instantly taller. As the boss of the Shrek 7 monsters, Daimubai was positively powerful. He was confident that he could suppress Xue Tianyu on the opposite side. After all, this period of time in the tournament had also allowed him to grow in strength. Tang San saw that Daimubai had already used his martial soul, and was calculating in his heart that if Daimubai couldn't beat him alone, he would subdue Xue Tianyu even if he had all of the 7 monsters together. Who made him so arrogant? We'll go back to retrieve Xiao Dai after we clean up the Xue Tianyu. In the hotel, both the Ice and Snow Emperors were also awakened by the noise outside. The two converged. What's Tianyu doing? The Snow Emperor asked the Ice Emperor with some curiosity. The Ice Emperor shrugged. Seems like a bunch of trouble seekers. Not important. Well, just leave it to Tianyu. The Snow Emperor nodded. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were not worried at all that Xue Tianyu would suffer. With his current strength, I'm afraid not many people in the entire human world could threaten him. And the two of them were still there once the person who threatened to get Xue Tianyu got close. So the Ice Emperor was more concerned about another matter than the person who came looking for trouble. She mysteriously came to the side of the Snow Emperor. I'll give you. Tianyu learns all learn to bathroom hiding, but also wear erotic clothes. The Snow Emperor's pretty face blushed. She herself had never been exposed to such things, and wondered where Xue Tianyu had learned all this. TSK, 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 said Ice Emperor, still thinking back to the girl he had seen in the bathroom. Xue Di hurriedly changed the subject. Looking at the identities of these people, they don't seem to be simple. Is it important? The Ice Emperor smiled faintly. The Snow Emperor nodded. Simple or not, it does not matter. Even if a sealed Douluo appeared. So what? They were the far north overlords. As long as these sealed Douluo dared to venture out and make a move against Tianyu, the two of them would be able to directly lift the skulls of these sealed Douluo. The Ice Emperor raised his head arrogantly. Even if the strongest of the humans come out, we're not afraid. Our 2 martial soul fusion techniques are enough for them to drink a pot. Then let's see. The Snow Emperor's mouth smiled faintly. Let's see who dares to come looking for trouble. In the hotel bathroom, my move to press herself against the bathroom door just seemed to hear Sango's voice, but San seems to have been suppressed by Xue Tianyu. This damnable Xue Tianyu. Mai was scared inside. She knew how terrifying Xue Tianyu was, and she also knew how terrifying the people around Xue Tianyu were. Sango. Sorry. Little Dance had no choice. The only way to protect Tang San now was to pretend to betray him. Otherwise, Tang San would really have to step in to save her, but instead would let Shrek Academy directly annihilate her. This was something that Mai could never afford. I just need to betray third brother for the time being, and then I'll have a chance to explain myself in the future. Little Dance's tears wet her white skin. Third brother will definitely understand me, and if I don't do this, something big will happen to me. Mai clasped her hands to her chest and bowed her head in prayer. Third brother, I hope you can understand my good intentions. I didn't mean to let him toy with me. I was just so weak that I had to pretend to be his pet. For us all to live safely. Sango, you must wait for me. I'll get out of his grip and come to you. Roar! Learn the master's fierce tiger down. Daimobai's confidence increased greatly after using the white tiger possession, and that tall body was like a big mountain in front of Xue Tianyu. With that, Daimobai pounced on Xue Tianyu with a flash. He thought that as long as he subdued Xue Tianyu first, everything else would be fine. However, pop! An unexpected crisp ringing sound confused everyone present except for Xue Tianyu. Daimobai, who was emitting white light all over his body a second ago, was slapped on the tiger's head by Xue Tianyu. The white tiger possession was instantly dispersed, and Daimobai fell to the ground with a face full of shock after spewing out a mouthful of blood. No! He slapped me and I was seriously injured? A flash of fear rose in Daimobai's heart. If it wasn't for the defense given by the white tiger possession just now, he would have died by now. Shui Tianyu looked at Dai Mubai coldly. Then a faint pressure radiated from his body. Dai Mubai's face was pale, and his already hunched body directly knelt on the ground. Ah! Dai Mubai tried to struggle to stand up, but the pressure made him completely unable to resist. I can't kneel. I'm the boss of the Shrek 7. Dai Mubai's eyes were crimson, and he had almost mobilized his entire body. Get up for me. Dai Mubai tried his best to resist the faint layer of pressure of Shui Tianyu's truth. At the very least, he's going to stand up. It was for his own dignity, as well as the dignity of Shrek Academy. Then, dang, he knelt more solidly. A feeling of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. Tang San felt a trace of incredulity. Can make Dai Mubai not even have a hint of resistance? Could it be sealed Douluo? At this time, in front of the hotel of Tianshui Academy, Dai Mubai was kneeling on the ground alone with a face full of redness, and no matter how much he resisted, there was absolutely no way for him to stand up. No, it can't be right? Tang San swallowed his saliva, his face pale. Sealed Douluo? The seal of honor? Hearing Tang San's judgment, all of the Shrek 7 monsters were dumbfounded. Ning Rongrong simply couldn't believe it. Such a young sealed Douluo? How is that possible? However, her heart knew very well that for Dai Mubai to have no resistance at all and look so glib, it was indeed possible that it was the strength of a sealed Douluo. At this moment, Xu Zhuqing looked at Shui Tianyu and was slightly shaken inwardly. If one had the strength of Shui Tianyu, I'm afraid that things in the family could be solved casually, right? She was envious. The woman who envied Shui Tianyu. If only she could too. With this much strength, you dare to take the initiative. Ha! Shui Tianyu snorted. Are you worthy? Garbage really should be put in the trash. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Facing Shui Tianyu's mocking-like tone, Dai Mubai's face went white. But it couldn't be helped. He didn't have the strength to fight against Shui Tianyu, so he could only endure this kind of bullying. And Shui Tianyu, this sentence is very obvious, and then say Shrek Academy is the garbage can that shelters garbage. Enough! Xu Zhuqing stopped in front of Dai Mubai, looking at Shui Tianyu with a complicated expression. Can you stop insulting him? He's already working very hard. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up with hope as he watched Xu Zhuqing actually start defending him. My Takakio, defending me. This scene made Dai Mubai feel that he had gained a lot from this visit to Little Dance. At this moment, Shui Tianyu was somewhat speechless as he looked towards Xu Zhuqing. The snow-white skin looked blown out and the long black hair fell over her shoulders. Her extremely voluptuous figure made her look more mature than her actual age. Her extremely beautiful face was now filled with a complex look. The well-proportioned and slender arms spread out, thus separating Shui Tianyu and Dai Mubai. Nice body, just not a brain. Shui Tianyu shook his head. That's pretty typical of A. Defecting from her family in order to retrieve her fiancé, but it turns out he's out spending his time while she dares to speak out. For a lousy guy who was screwing around, it was amazing that she still had to force herself to accept him just so she could fit in at Shrek Academy. Watching Dai Mubai walk into the hotel with the twins in his arms didn't even dare to step in and stop him, and now he's defending this scum. Shui Tianyu himself felt that he had no eyes, but after Xu Zhuqing's interruption, Tang San came to his senses. So what if he was a sealed Douluo? He didn't come here to fight today. I want to see Little Dance. You let me meet with Little Dance first. Tang San pleaded. Have you forgotten? Shui Tianyu shook his head indifferently. If you call Yu Xiaojiang over to see me, I'll let you see Xiao dance. Tang San instantly choked. The Grandmaster had already traveled to the Martial Spirit Hall branch and would definitely not be able to return for a while. Moreover, the Grandmaster didn't even know that they had come here to look for Shui Tianyu. Even if the Grandmaster came back from the Palace of Martial Souls, he would go straight back to the hotel they were in. This back and forth. Alas! Tang San let out a long sigh. Extremely helpless inside. Just then, Ma Hongjun reached out and patted Tang San's shoulder. I'll go find the master for you. Tang San immediately turned his head to look at Ma Hongjun gratefully. Thanks. I also hope that Little Dance can be saved faster. Ma Hongjun swept a glance at Dai Mubai, who was still kneeling on the ground, then immediately turned around and ran towards the Martial Soul Hall. Ma Hongjun, who originally still had a worried look on his face, could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth from rising the moment he turned to leave. Dai Mubai, you've had your day. Ma Hongjun had originally been extremely upset with Dai Mubai over the years. He himself looks for twin royals and even legit Lolitas every day, but never with Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai, that was to fulfill his desires, but Ma Hongjun was to save his life. Can it be the same? But Dai Mubai, this person, even likes to mock Ma Hongjun for looking for pheasants all the time. This makes Ma Hongjun unacceptable. You're so rich and handsome, then you take me flying. But Dai Mubai is so selfish that he won't even consider them. That's why Ma Hongjun has a strong grudge against Dai Mubai. Now that he saw Dai Mubai get defeated, Ma Hongjun couldn't tell you how happy he was inside. He now had to find a place where no one was around to release the maniacal laughter in his heart, or else he would have to suffocate his internal injuries. At this moment, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang arrived at the Martial Soul Hall branch hall in the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City. At the door, 2 guards stopped in front of Yu Xiaojiang. The Martial Soul Hall is closed today. Please come back tomorrow if you want to do something. They obviously treated Yu Xiaojiang as an ordinary person. Yu Xiaojiang would not explain anything with these low-ranked guards and directly pulled out his elder token. What? I can't enter too? Yu Xiaojiang was bossy and a bit condescending in his attitude. So it's Lord Elder? Yes, of course. After the guards saw the elder token, they performed a light speed face change and their attitude became extremely respectful. I wonder what the reason for Lord Elder's coming here so late in the night is. I have a disciple that went missing here. Yu Xiaojiang retrieved the token. I just wanted to ask. The 2 guards looked at each other. One of the guards looked embarrassed. We just switched to the evening shift as well, and we don't really know what's going on during the day. Yu Xiaojiang froze. Then who should I look for? There just happens to be a high-ranking person here right now. Would Lord Elder like to meet him? We can lead the way. Another guard hurriedly said. High level? Maybe this executives know some secrets. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Alright then, you guys lead the way. The 2 guards then very respectfully invited Yu Xiaojiang inside. This made Jade Xiaojiang very vapid. Outside he was just a scorned waste, but in the martial spirit hall, he was a noble elder lord. This token, it's really good. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was brought before the female-dressed Qian Rinxue by 2 guards. Elder Yu Xiaojiang? After hearing the introduction of the 2 guards, Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes. Jade Xiaojiang was a name she knew. It seemed like Xue Tianyu had mentioned this person when he was drinking with her. It's as if the guy is bad in his own right, but the theory sounds awesome. It just hasn't been completely realized until now. And it's rumored that this Yu Xiaojiang is also Pope Bibidon's love interest. That had to make Chirenji speculate. Perhaps one of the reasons Pope Bibidon treated her so poorly was this Yu Xiaojiang? She couldn't for the life of her figure out why Bibidon couldn't get enough of such a loser. But as long as Bibidon liked it, Chiron wanted to destroy it. Honorable Elder, come here, come closer. Seeing that the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Hall had told him to come closer, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang was thrilled. If Mai was really here, then looking at the attitude of this senior, it would be 100% possible to get it back off. Yu Xiaojiang was very happy. It seemed that his status as an honorary elder could still be popular in the Martial Soul Palace. It's thanks to Bibidon. Say, what's the matter at this late hour? The female-clad Qian Rinxue covered her face with a light veil, making it impossible for Yu Xiaojiang to see through the face. It's like this. I have a disciple who said he came here today to collect the monthly money for soul masters, but he didn't come back for a long time. Yu Xiaojiang's wording was careful, afraid that if he wasn't careful, the other party would find a reason to disrespect the Martial Soul Hall. Are you saying that you came here to find a disciple? Qian Rinxue smiled bashfully. You think it was the Martial Spirit Hall that captured your disciple? No. With such a large field as the Hall of Martial Souls, it's so possible to arrest my disciple. Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly laughed. I just want to ask and see if I can find that disciple's whereabouts. Qian Rinxue looked at this Yu Xiaojiang who looked like a waste of space, and thought that Bibidon was so spiteful and vicious towards herself because of this kind of person. Thinking about this, the more Qian Rinxue looked at Yu Xiaojiang, the more unhappy she became. Looking for a disciple? Find a hammer and tyrannize it. Here's your chance to get a little bit of revenge. So she smiled coldly and beckoned to Yu Xiaojiang. Come, let's discuss this in the long run. The master will be here soon, so let Mubai go. Will you? Xu Zhuqing still couldn't bear to see Dai Mubai would be here like this. He was the proud star Luo prince. Although the people here hardly knew his identity, how could the pride in the prince's bones be trampled on like that? Xu Zhuqing couldn't bear it in his heart. Why are you still thinking about him? Shui Tianyu wasn't going to stop. He looked at Xu Zhuqing and continued. Even if you came here and found out that he was spending his time outside, don't you have any hard feelings? No feelings at all? No, I didn't. Although Xu Zhuqing denied it with her mouth, the evasive eyes revealed her true thoughts. In the beginning, she had come to Shrek Academy even at the expense of defecting from her family in order to be with Dai Mubai, only to see the least heartbreaking scene for her. Dai Mubai unexpectedly wrapped his arms around the 2 little girls and strutted past her. At that time she wrapped herself up in black silk and a headscarf for Dai Mubai, just because she felt that only Dai Mubai could look at her body. At this moment, when she heard Shui Tianyu's words, her heart wanted to deny it, but her body was honest. When Shui Tianyu saw Xu Zhuqing's appearance, a smile appeared on his face. He was going to help this Xu Zhuqing completely wake up today. Not every scumbag is worth loving. Xu Zhuqing. Ah, You're forcing yourself to accept a lousy person who was screwing around outside for the sake of being able to integrate into Shrek Academy. Is that really good? Are you afraid of being isolated and ostracized at the academy? Or are you afraid that this lousy guy won't want you in the end? Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, and her open arms were retracted. It's not like that. I'm at fault too. What's wrong with you? To go far away for the love in your heart? This is brave. The one who made a mistake is never Dai Mubaya. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled. Every word from Shui Tianyu was like a sharp blade poking her lung tubes violently, making it hard for her to breathe. She just didn't want to admit that Shui Tianyu was right. What else was her self-sacrifice for so long? Don't say it. Mubai, he must have a bitter reason. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was a little choked. Why don't you say anything? Shui Tianyu was still not accustomed to it. Since he wanted to educate, he should be more naked. Zhu Zhuqing, are you stupid? Playing with twins and making merry in bed with lowly royals. That's what Dai Mubai is suffering from. Shui Tianyu laughed out coldly. He's really too bitter. This last sentence was like the last straw that killed the camel, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes finally dropped small pearls. No, it's not like that. Mubai, he's not. Not yet? Shui Tianyu interrupted Zhu Zhuqing's choked retort before continuing to drug her. Zhu Zhuqing, when did you become so weak? Playing with twins in different ways every day. Waking up every morning with a different woman in your arms from your hotel bed. That's your fiancé. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's face become more and more unsightly, Shui Tianyu knew that the next step was the final blow. Zhu Zhuqing, ask yourself, can you really accept such a Dai Mubai? TSK. Pathetic. Stop it. Zhu Zhuqing broke down. Every word of Shui Tianyu spoke on her pain points. At this point, Shui Tianyu continued to ride the wave of victory. And don't you think that while he was spending his time, you were trying to practice? While he was triple sleeping with the twins, you were trying to practice. He was applauding love all the time. And you, for him, were practicing all the time. Is this really worth it? You're working for a change. But what about him? A mere coward. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was trembling all over as she blocked herself, Dai Mubai became anxious. Enough. It's not what you said. Dai Mubai hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Zhuqing, don't listen to him. Pop. As soon as Dai Mubai opened his mouth, Shui Tianyu directly slapped him across the face. Don't interrupt when I'm talking. You coward. Shui Tianyu then continued to look at Zhu Zhuqing, who had already been silenced by his words. Zhu Zhuqing, you know better than me what the truth really is. You yourself put up with everything for this weak and incompetent man just to have your body played with by him? Is it worth it? Shui Tianyu sighed and only felt that Zhu Zhuqing was too cheap. Anti-ice and anti-snow are the ones who deserve it. Besides, how can you be sure that he really loves you? Boom! Dai Mubai's scalp tingled. It was hard for him to coax Zhu Zhuqing. In fact, he'd gotten tired of playing with twins and whatnot a long time ago. That's why he was all clean on the surface when it came to facing Zhu Zhuqing. For the sake of being able to trick Zhu Zhuqing into bed, obviously almost can get Zhu Zhuqing. Now by Shui Tianyu so 2 words Zhu Zhuqing again to his heart. Zhu Zhuqing is my goddess. At this rate, it must be all over. Dai Mubai was trembling, his eyes sickly red. Shui Tianyu, you are looking for death. At this moment, Dai Mubai had lost his mind. If he let Shui Tianyu talk any longer, he was going to lose everything. Dai Mubai violently stood up from the ground. I'll fight you. Dai Mubai's entire body was filled with blood, and the white tiger martial spirit was completely integrated into his body, enhancing his own strength. He was going to fight with Shui Tianyu. However, the moment he stood up and wanted to rush towards Shui Tianyu, the shadow in front of him shifted and a figure appeared behind him like a ghost. Before Dai Mubai had any time to react, his own body suddenly shortened and unexpectedly fell down again. That's when he heard 2 crunching sounds. Ka! Dai Mu whites are stupid. The whole thing had clearly stood up, and this time it fell back down. What's more, his knees, now, were completely unable to kneel on the ground. The legs are as crippled as they are senseless. It wasn't until he was completely paralyzed on the ground that a pain so intense that it was unbearable came from his legs. It hurts. Dai Mubai fell to the ground. His face twisted and his huge body instantly curled up. It was only at this point that the people around him came back from that look of horror. Shui Tianyu moved to Dai Mubai's back in almost the instant of a blink of an eye, and then flew in with 2 downward kicks to break Dai Mubai's legs. Dai Mubai fell down in an extremely twisted position. The moment those legs broke, everyone heard a crisp snap. Almost at the same time, that pain in the soul caused the others of the Shrek 7 monsters to tremble. My leg! My leg! It was only then that Dai Mubai felt the excruciating pain from his leg. He had no control over his legs, and could only limp on the ground and keep wailing to reduce the pain that was digging into his bones. This tragic situation is really sad to hear and tearful to see. Tang San looked at Dai Mubai in this miserable state and was inwardly terrified, and at the same time felt a wave of celebration. It was fortunate that the one who had just had his legs kicked off wasn't himself, or else he might have been ruined for life. As for Dai Mubai, he didn't know if he could still save it. However, this kind of injury, unless one became a sealed Douluo relying on their own power to repair it, even if they picked it up, they would definitely be a waste. For the rest of my life, I've had to catch my crutches to even walk. Tang San looked at the way Dai Mubai had stood up for himself and ended up with a double-leg disability, feeling a little guilty, but he couldn't stand up for him now. Right now the most important thing for him was to wait for the master to come back, and then meeting Mai was the key. Dai Mubai only broke his legs, but Xiao Dai is likely to be in someone else's bed. He had to find Mai and ask for clarification before he could do so. So, sorry about that, Boss Dai. Aside from Tang San who had a guilty conscience in his heart, Oscar had some secret pleasure in his heart when he saw Dai Mubai in this state of being completely abused. After all, Dai Mubai, a man who relied on his overdevelopment and a face that was more handsome than Oscar's, went around dabbling in flowers and playing with all kinds of beautiful women. This infuriated Oscar, who had never smelled much of a woman in his life. Dai Mubai also often teased him about his anxious looks. This is the least tolerable. How psychologically damaging those words of mockery were to a teenager who was only a teenager but had a full beard. So when he saw Dai Mubai's current appearance, the corners of Oscar's mouth almost didn't press down. In the hotel, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor heard Dai Mubai's miserable screams. The Ice Emperor hemmed and hawed and raised his head proudly to the Snow Emperor. There are a few moments of my style from back then. No, your current demeanor is the same. The Snow Emperor reached out and scraped the Ice Emperor's fine, straight nose. Tianyu has all been brought down after you. Which is not true. This is how we survive. The Ice Emperor was unconvinced. After all, that's how weak they were as soul beasts. Xue Di smiled slightly. She was just flirting. After all, soul beasts could be even more cruel to each other than this hit from Xue Tianyu. The strong eat all and the weak don't even have room to survive. Be vigilant. Tianyu being like this in the human world, I'm afraid it will draw out some humans hiding in the shadows. Emperor Xue looked in the direction of Xue Tianyu with a slight concern in his eyes. Yet the Ice Emperor felt no need to worry at all. Tianyu is now a sealed Douluo. Put your heart in a million pieces. It's stable. I'll step in when necessary. Don't forget, the two of us have fusion techniques. Xue Di gently nodded. We'll protect Tianyu and help him complete his revenge. In the hotel bathroom, Mai heard Dai Mubai's wail. It was a miserable sound. Mai's heart trembled. This is Boss Dai. In terms of strength, he should be the strongest among the Shrek 7 monsters. The result is now such a wail. He must be miserable. Odds are something broke off on it. Did the third leg break? Mai sighed. But it would be good if Dai Mubai's third leg was broken, so that he at least couldn't wreak havoc on the Zhuqing sisters. She thought of the scene where she and Tang San met Dai Mubai in the lobby of the Rose Hotel before she entered Shrek Academy at the very beginning. What a sight he was at that time. Even seeing that Xiao Dance and Tang San had to rob the hotel with them. That's why she didn't have a good feeling about Dai Mubai. Never mind. As long as San is okay. Xiao Dance thought of the twins that were being carried by Dai Mubai left and right, and a trace of revulsion arose in her heart. This Dai Mubai is not a good thing in itself. It doesn't matter if he dies or not, as long as Xue Tianyu doesn't hurt third brother. Ah, it hurts. Dai Mubai was still wailing on the ground. A big man, howling his voice to death, looking at Dai Mubai in such pain. The last trace of pity in Zhu Zhuqing's heart gradually disappeared, and the tears could not stop flowing out. Xue Tianyu's words gave her a big enough shock. Am I really that cheap? Zhu Zhuqing thought back to the images he saw when he came to Shrek Academy. Her heart, trembling. It seems, indeed, one is quite a. That pair of twins scratching their heads and pampering themselves in Dai Mubai's arms was something she would never forget in her life. Now that she thought about it, it was clear that this Dai Mubai had already made her feel so disgusted, but she actually still had an impulse within her to forgive him. Almost gave myself away for that. The tears couldn't stop falling in big drops. His own fiancée, clearly a coward who had fled, was still enjoying life at Shrek Academy. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes went cold. Even if this Dai Mubai wailed loudly in pain, her heart didn't seem to hurt that much. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally slowed down from the intense pain, and he bared his teeth as he looked up at Xue Tianyu. Since you know so many things, then you must know that my identity is that of the Star Luo Empire's crown prince. Oh, what about the prince? Xue Tianyu narrowed his eyes at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, trying to suppress all the pain for the time being. If you don't want to offend the Star Luo Empire, then you'll spare us and hand over little Dance. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth through the pain, but his eyes hid endless fear. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of the Star Luo Empire. Ha! Xue Tianyu smiled, and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? For some reason, Daimubai felt that this laugh of Xue Tianyu's caused him to be alarmed, but now he had to use his momentum, or else he would be suppressed by Xue Tianyu all the time. It's not working, since there's no way for a regular college to squash you. Let's come from the national level. Daimubai felt that no one would be foolish enough to offend a clan and an empire at the same time, right? That would make it hard to make a living on the main road. In the past, when Daimubai was in a state of uncertainty, he would always lift up the Star Luo Empire. The general vast majority of people would give the Star Luo Empire a face and stop pursuing the matter. However, Xue Tianyu was no ordinary person. Other people were afraid of a state apparatus like the Star Luo Empire, but he wasn't. Xue Tianyu clasped his hands in front of his chest and sneered at Daimubai, who was already lying on the ground still wailing in a low voice. Just you? A mere outcast of the Star Luo Empire. Daimubai's face was pale, and he had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, his premonition was fulfilled. Xue Tianyu looked at Daimubai's eyes and said word by word, "If I write to Davis now, he'll be happy to send someone to assassinate you, right?" Daimubai went numb. How does this man know so much about so many things? At this time, his eyes looking at Xue Tianyu had already taken on a hint of fear. The fear made him even briefly forget the pain of his shattered calf. He felt like he was completely naked in front of this Xue Tianyu. Soon, he had a sense of powerlessness in the face of Xue Tianyu. Daimubai regretted it. Originally they had come to look for Mai. This was Tang San's business. He shouldn't have been in such a hurry to get out of the way. Now it's good. The gun is out. And of all the people, he's the only one who's the worst off. He was trembling inside. He shouldn't have forced his way out like that. Xue Tianyu looked at Daimubai bashfully. Don't lie down. Get up and kneel for me. Daimubai was trembling. He didn't dare to disobey Xue Tianyu's words. He could only coyly endure the intense pain to climb up and kneel. Tang San looked at Daimubai being disliked by Xue Tianyu so much that he lost his voice of resistance, thinking that this was after all doing himself a favor. So he spoke out and said, "He's injured so badly. Don't let him kneel." Xue Tianyu tilted his head to look at Tang San. "What? You want company for one?" Tang San was silent. He had to save his strength now for the sake of Mai. This is not the time to let force the issue. Of course, only Tang San himself knew how much of a clear-cut meaning there was in this. Daimubai wasn't a cutie either. He looked toward Tang San with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Laozi rushed to the battlefield for the sake of Xiao Dai, and now I ended up in such a miserable end. But the result is that when I turn my head, you are behind the back as a shrunken head turtle. Is this really good? Is this my woman? Who was it that cried and begged us to help you find Mai? Now that people are almost considered found, you're starting to get impotent just because Mai put a green hat on you? Daimubai extremely despised Tang San in his heart. When it's true, you don't even want to pretend a little bit more. Hypocrite! Daimubai knew that the days when he had been hollowing out his heart and soul to his brother were gone. This Tang San was not worthy of being a brother to him. Daimubai, when he acted like this, the only thing Daimubai cared about now was Zhu Zhuqing. However, when Daimubai turned his head to look at Zhu Zhuqing, his heart was suddenly half-cooled. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes had gained a lot of clarity in the way she looked at him at this point. No, is not it? Is the goddess Zhu Zhuqing also leaving me? Daimubai really couldn't take the blow. He immediately faced Zhu Zhuqing and said in an almost supplicating manner, "Zhu Qing, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think." He had to explain, or this misunderstanding would only grow. However, Zhu Zhuqing acted as if she had completely seen him, her body directly moving a few points towards Xue Tianyu's side. A jump like a rift in the sky formed between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimubai. She wants to draw a line in the sand with Daimubai. Daimubai was hurting so much inside. This pain was even more unbearable than killing him, but there was no way around it. Zhu Zhuqing had already made his attitude clear. Seeing the goddess with such an attitude, Daimubai only felt his entire body pulling out of the cold. It's over. This attitude of Zhu Zhuqing made Daimubai feel like his sky had collapsed. It's gone. Everything's gone. Anger suddenly appeared in Daimubai's eyes. Blame it on dance. Nothing to find what Snow Tianyu revenge do not know their own a few kilograms? And, of course, blame Tang San. He even came to Xue Tianyu to be more arrogant. Damn Tang San. Why do I have to step in when it comes to him? Ma Hongjun has already gone to invite the masters. Soon the two of them will be back. Let me meet Xiao Mai first. Tang San knew that he couldn't rely on Daimubai. He had to take the initiative himself. Thinking of the upcoming Yu Xiaojiang, Xue Tianyu's mind instantly turned. How will we abuse it later? In short, the blood of Jade Xiaojiang was used first to pay back a portion of what Bibi Dong had done. Yes, since you want to see it so badly, and I'm not so unsympathetic, I'll let you see it. Xue Tianyu's words gave Tang San a glimmer of hope inside. Really? Xue Tianyu nodded. Of course, All that's needed is for you to kneel and kowtow to me 100 times, and I'll let you see it. But, what did you say? Tang San didn't hold back and almost cursed. This is clearly insulting. 100 heads. Even recognizing one's ancestors doesn't require so much kowtowing. That's a rather excessive request. Facing this kind of bullying, Tang San clenched his fists and looked at Shui Tianyu. He's hesitating. To kowtow, or not to kowtow. At this point, in the bathroom, Mai's whole body was pressed against the bathroom door. She wanted to hear Tang San's follow-up. Hearing Shui Tianyu request Tang San to kowtow in order to see himself, he immediately understood Shui Tianyu's intentions. Third brother, don't kowtow. Xiao Dance shouted as she excitedly slapped the door. Yet surely her voice could not have gotten out. She knew very well that this kind of insult could be fatal to a man. It's one man trampling on another man's dignity. But when she thought of this, it suddenly occurred to Xiao Mai that if Tang San himself didn't kowtow, wouldn't that show that Tang San's love for her was nothing more than that? Perhaps I don't have that high a place in his heart. Not worth him breaking the bottom line for? Thinking of this, Xiao Dance inwardly wished for Tang San to kowtow again. After all, it was the only way to really show that Tang San loved himself deeply. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared on Xiao Dance's face. Sango, you just kowtow and show me how much you love me. Somehow, Mai had a crazy and twisted thought inside her. Although Tang San's dignity was trampled on, at least it proved that Tang San loved himself to death. Prove to me, Sango, how deep your love is. Just the thought that Tang San was about to prove his love to himself through the thick walls and doors made Xiao Dance's whole body restless and breathless. Sango, hissing, Mai's almost sickly eyes had been tinted a shade of pink. She was on the wall like an octopus, hating the fact that she had ears growing all over her body. She wanted to hear for herself that Tang San was the answer. Knock it off, San, your little dance. Listen up, knock it off. Tang San's expression changed greatly. He looked at Shui Tianyu and couldn't say anything for half a day. 100? How is that possible? I'm Tang San. Is my really worth throwing away my dignity for? Tang San had remembered that Xiao Dance was still in Snow Skyfeather's bed. If Little Dance had simply been captured and detained by Shui Tianyu, there was still a sliver of a possibility that he would step in to save her. But in front of Shui Tianyu but clearly said that Xiao Mai wearing erotic lingerie took the initiative to get into his bed. If Xiao Dance really betrayed herself, then if she still gave up her dignity for Xiao Dance, wouldn't that be a big green wrong seed? This kind of thing, he, Tang San, could never do. Regardless of whether Little Dance had betrayed or not, it was a huge mistake for her to appear in Shui Tianyu's room without a word. She's a girl, alone in a room with a man. How can she say anything about the future? Nothing or not? Shui Tianyu yawned. If I don't kowtow, then I'll go back to sleep. Little Dance might have already woken up and is waiting for me to press her hair. The more cryptic Shui Tianyu spoke, the higher the flames of Tang San's eyes rose. They are all cultured people and they all listen. Revealing words fell short instead. Tang San was torn. He doesn't even want to kneel and kowtow? 100 more? Every bit of soul power in his entire body was in denial. Seeing Tang San's expression, Shui Tianyu felt that he had almost chosen to give up. So he turned around straight away. That's it then. Take your time and don't see me off. I'm going to continue looking for my rune. Slow down. Tang San extended his hand and shouted. Shui Tianyu turned back to look at Tang San with a lowered brow. Is there anything else you want? Don't interrupt my warm time with my. I promise. These 4 words were practically squeezed out from Tang San's teeth. Oh, this surprised Shui Tianyu. He himself didn't expect Tang San to actually be willing to kowtow. Little Dance in the bathroom heard Tang San's promise, inwardly thrilled. That ecstatic look crawling all over her entire pretty face. Sango, I knew you loved me. Mai wanted to get her voice out, but she also knew that it was impossible. At this time, outside the door, Tang San regretted it almost simultaneously after saying those 4 words. How can he say that his identity was also a name in his previous life? And now that he had crossed over to this continent, his talent was overwhelming. Even according to the master's words, his talent belonged to the once-in-a-century category in the entire continent. A genius like him had to kneel and kowtow to another man for a woman. What's more, this woman is still not sure if she has betrayed herself. Tang San felt that he was already a loser whether he kowtowed or not. So if that was the case, why did he have to abandon his dignity? Can't kneel. This kneeling down, even if the body was fine, the soul could not stand up. He looked at Shui Tianyu with difficulty. Can we change the conditions? Change the terms? Shui Tianyu wanted to look at the little cutie. Like looking at Tang San. Didn't I just say that? As long as you call Jade Xiaojiang over, everything is fine. Shui Tianyu approached Tang San with eyes that cared for children with cerebral palsy. Kneeling is already a condition that has been exchanged. And you want to exchange it for other conditions? A bit greedy little old me. Tang San opened his mouth, unable to say a word. He looked down at his legs. Is really taking a knee? Just as Tang San Ultimate was getting tangled up, Ning Rongrong stepped forward. She came to Tang San's side, deliberately coming close to Tang San's side and sticking out her head to murmur softly, "Sango, don't knock." Tang San suddenly felt like he had a backbone. Turning his head at once to look at Ning Rongrong who was close by. "Rongrong, do you have a solution?" At this point, he couldn't care less about taking care of Oscar's feelings. He'd do anything to help him break the ice. At this time, Ning Rongrong was closer to Tang San, looking at it from Oscar's perspective. It's just going to be hard on him. "Third brother, have you forgotten my origin?" Ning Rongrong felt that she had taken Tang San's needs, and immediately opened her mouth full of confidence. "Then please, Rongrong." Tang San instantly became excited. "As long as you help me get through this, whatever you want me to do is fine." Ning Rongrong nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Sango, just leave it to me." Ning Rongrong thought she was absolutely beautiful with a faint smile. She then looked at Xue Tianyu in a condescending manner as if she was changing her face in a Sichuan opera. "My father is Ning Fingji, and I come from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. If you don't want to offend our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, then release Little Dance. We can pretend this never happened." Ning Rongrong was confident. As one of the upper three clans, Seven Treasures' network of connections could be far too powerful than the other two, especially now that the Haotian sect had sealed the mountain. Even the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was far less influential than the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. When Ning Rongrong was in trouble, she only needed to announce herself, and the average person would have long since gotten off their ass. This was the confidence brought to her by the power of Seven Treasures. However, Ning Rongrong's words were directly ignored by Xue Tianyu. First of all, regardless of their own strength, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor are still in the back of the hotel, and the Sword and Bone will have to kneel when they come. What is Ning Rongrong? He looked past Ning Rongrong to Tang San. "Call you Xiao Jiang over earlier. I don't have time to ink with you here." Xue Tianyu was pondering. Ma Hongjun had left a while ago. No matter what, this Yu Xiao Jiang should come. How was he going to abuse Yu Xiao Jiang then? It's really something to look forward to. Let's break a hand first? Seeing that Xue Tianyu had dared to ignore herself as the princess of the Seven Treasures, Ning Rongrong was instantly furious. Normally, if she was being ignored like that, she would have spewed red warmth. She's the princess of Seven Treasures, who's she afraid of? But for Tang San's sake, she now yarded her temper to calm herself. "You come from a remote background, so you may not understand our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Let me tell you, our Seven Treasures has two major sealed Douluo protectors, and the wealth of the entire clan can even be compared to two major empires. Even the emperor of the Tiando Empire has to be careful and cautious in his offerings when facing my father." The more Ning Rongrong spoke, the more pride grew prevalent in her heart, and her tone was condescending. "Possessing unprecedented confidence in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Do you hear me? Now, immediately have my come out and meet my third brother." Ning Rongrong was arrogant and arrogant. "Otherwise, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect will let you know why the flowers are so red." San, you actually. Mai was no longer able to listen to the conversation that followed. The flood of disappointment had overwhelmed her ever since she had heard those four words with her own ears. It was amazing that her own place in Sango's heart was less important than her damn dignity. Although Mai could understand, she couldn't accept it. All hope was shattered in this moment. Now her heart felt as hard as if it had been lynched piece by piece with a knife. This mental anguish made her barely able to breathe. Ha ha ha. It is customary for people to laugh when they are sad to the core. Same with rabbits. Mai laughed while tears streamed down her face. So don't seem to be that important in Sango's heart. Having agreed so quickly at first, she thought Tang San's love for her was beyond everything, and she got a little excited. As a result, the next second, Tang San reversed himself. "Mai can't take it. Is it really that hard to kowtow for me? Can he really not do it? I'm really stupid." Little Dance participated in this competition but with the belief that she would be with Tang San even if she was recognized by the sealed Douluo. It's a very deadly thing, and if you're not paying attention, you can actually die. Mai suddenly felt unworthy. I could die for him. And I can't believe he can't even kowtow for me. The disappointment in her heart was like a black hole that consumed Xiao Ma's broken heart. Soon, Xiao Dance's eyes, which were originally flowing with light, gradually turned gray. Inside the room, the Ice Emperor was a bit curious as he listened to Ning Rongrong's arrogant remarks. What kind of power is this what's-her-name Seven Treasure Glazed Sect? So arrogant? The Snow Emperor shook his head. I haven't heard of it either. It's probably an unimportant sect. That's right. A smirk surfaced on the Ice Emperor's face. A small sect. It shouldn't be enough to fear. On this continent, There are only a handful of forces that can threaten us. This what's-her-name 7 treasure-glazed sect shouldn't be ranked. Emperor Shui looked out the window, his expression gradually cold. The only ones who could enjoy her tenderness were the Ice Emperor and Tianyu. This 7 treasures, if we can't figure it out, we'll just make a move to destroy it. Hey, it's like exterminating an annoying fly. The Ice Emperor nodded and laughed. Don't forget, we both have fusion techniques. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up when she saw that Shui Tianyu was finally looking at her. He should have wimped out. I'll have to step up for Sango. So Ning Rongrong reached out and pointed at Shui Tianyu's nose. Let us go right now and I can pretend that nothing happened. Or else we 7 treasures will come out and you'll have to suffer even if you're a sealed Douluo. You weigh yourself. After saying that, Ning Rongrong clasped her hands in front of her chest and raised her head to stare at Shui Tianyu. What a Thai little dance. Day after day. Netting Sango trouble and embarrassing her. Look how nice I am. Doing my best to solve Sango's problems. Sango should really be mine. Seeing Ning Rongrong so strong, Tang San's heart followed suit and came alive. He didn't point at Shui Tianyu's face, but his tone of voice was also high. Obviously, this was the confidence given to him by the 7 treasures glazed sect. Release little dance. Otherwise, the 7 treasure glazed sect will definitely skin you. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, but after all, this was what her beloved third brother said, so she couldn't refute it. So she followed behind Tang San and said, yes, release little dance. Both of them became arrogant in their attitudes. It seems to be emboldened by having a backstage. Shui Tianyu's brows furrowed slightly. He looked at Ning Rongrong, his tone cold. You're a bit too arrogant. This Ning Rongrong, relying on her family's somewhat strength to act as a dog for Tang San, biting people indiscriminately. Doesn't she know that she'll be beaten? You control me. Ning Rongrong obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, and remained in the posture of a great lady arriving and bystanders scattering. Ha! Shui Tianyu smiled. If you really want to compare backgrounds, who can compare to him in this Douluo continent? You can be so unscrupulous because of your family's favor? Didn't your father ever teach you that? Shui Tianyu folded his hands together and clicked between his knuckles. Without strength, if you go out, you have to keep a low profile and clamp your tail down. What can you do if I don't keep a low profile? At this moment, Ning Rongrong's little devil character was unmistakable. But now she was the one backing up Tang San. Tang San only felt that Ning Rongrong was very valiant. Valiant. Do you know, my father, Ning Fengji, the gold content of these 5 words? Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. In this heavenly fighting empire, no one dares to fight me, including the Tendu royal family. Arrogant. This was how Shui Tianyu felt about the current Ning Rongrong. He sighed. Favored. Indeed. Are emboldened. A feeling of sadness came over me. Shui Tianyu himself grew up in the love of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Since your father won't teach you, I will. Shui Tianyu took a step forward to approach Ning Rongrong. A soul exalt is just a soul exalt. It's a sin to even dare to look directly at a sealed Douluo head-on. What Shui Tianyu is most displeased with is these juniors who come out of the big families thinking they are so powerful. Ning Fengji can't educate his daughter. So I'll do it. Think you're invincible in the world? Think you can go around the world with one name? It's too much to think about. The district's 7 treasures glazed sect. Just an auxiliary sect. What qualifications and strength did it have to clamor like this? As for the 7 treasures glazed sect, humph, it could be too simple to pin down the 7 treasures. What do you want? Feeling the coldness of Shui Tianyu, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt panic in her heart. Behind her did stand the 7 treasures glazed sect, but she had forgotten that the one standing in front of her at this moment was an actual sealed Douluo. At this moment, every step that Shui Tianyu took closer to Ning Rongrong, it was like a trample on her heart. Tang San saw that Shui Tianyu moved at this time, and immediately came to him and hissed, release little dance, release boss die, we'll leave right now. Released? Shui Tianyu carried Tang San to the side like he was picking up a small chicken. Wouldn't it be humiliating for me to let go when you say so? Shui Tianyu glared at Tang San. Just like I said, either you kowtow 300 times, or let Yu Xiaojiang appear in front of me now, immediately, right away. What do you want to choose? Feeling the oppression of Shui Tianyu's aura, Tang San's face paled. No, didn't they say 100? Shui Tianyu smiled coldly. I've changed my mind. Tang San was suddenly speechless. Don't you dare bully my third brother. Seeing that Tang San seemed to be about to be rubbed and twisted by Shui Tianyu again, Ning Rongrong became anxious. Believe it or not, I'll have the 7 treasure glazed sect hunt you down and kill you all over the continent. Pop. Shui Tianyu turned around and slapped Ning Rongrong across the face. The force of the slap was so great that it caused Ning Rongrong to fly straight out before falling heavily to the ground. Ning Rongrong covered her red and swollen face and climbed up, her face full of confusion. Ning Rongrong was confused. In the 10 years or so since she was born, where had anyone dared to slap her in the face? Even if someone of the opposite sex came a little bit closer and made a hint of action that had the suspicion of ambiguity, they would be warned by Dusty Heart and Ancient Banyan's mighty pressure. She was the young princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. In the whole of Chippendale is the existence of 10,000 people who are pampered. No one had ever dared to subject her to a single indignity. Now someone has the nerve to slap himself? And so hard. Ning Rongrong's face was already red and swollen to the naked eye. She glared at Shui Tianyu, her heart extremely sad and angry. Don't you dare slap me. My father hasn't even slapped me. This revenge. She made a note in her heart. She must find her father to cry, and then find this Shui Tianyu to take revenge. Ning Rongrong was burning with rage inside. But now, in order to show that she was just a delicate and weak woman in front of Tang San, Ning Rongrong didn't continue to roar angrily and turned her head to look at Tang San with tearful eyes. Sango, look, he hit me. At this moment, Tang San hadn't made a move yet, but Oscar rushed over first to protect Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, how are you? Seeing the goddess of his heart being beaten, Oscar's heart ached. Seeing that Ning Rongrong didn't have any other injuries other than the redness and swelling on her face from the beating, he was slightly more relieved. But soon, he gathered around Ning Rongrong to ask if she was still in pain, and if she needed him to get ice for her face. Ning Rongrong was receptive to Oscar's mode of caring that centered on her. It was a privilege she had enjoyed for so many years. In her life, the world is supposed to revolve around her. Lick the dog. TSK. Shui Tianyu looked at Oscar's pure to the extreme dog-licking behavior and despised it in his heart. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. Did he not even see Ning Rongrong deliberately trying to get close to Tang San? People are so obvious and he still has to lick them. But since people's tongues are resistant to licking, let them be. His goal was to abuse Jade Xiaojiang and take revenge on BD Dong. If not for Little Dance coming to his door, lazy to take care of this group of people. However, most of the women in Douluo continent are quite abnormal. Little Dance is roguish and nasty. Ning Rongrong is a princess sick. Zhu Zhuqing is cowardly and loves to be a. Helena is a white-eyed wolf. And BB Dong is a crazy batch of white-eyed wolves. Shui Tianyu pondered in his mind. It's okay, one at a time. Yu Xiaojiang, Hu Lina, BB Dong, the scraps of the Soul Master World, the white-eyed wolves of the Palace of Martial Souls, all cleaned up as just that. As for himself, he was already happy with the favor of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. For the rest, there would be no regrets in protecting Qian Rinxue and having some fun in the God Realm. But the God Realm is also very hypocritical. Those with high positions disregard the rules, such as the Shura god descending to the realm for his legacy and begging to be resurrected. It's still strength that speaks in the end. Shui Tianyu secretly made up his mind. He had the backbone to ascend to the God Realm, and by constantly signing up for rewards, he would be able to overturn everything in the future. And at this point, Ning Rongrong's tears welled up even more. After all, with Oscar licking at her side, she was able to perform even better. But Oscar was always just a licking dog suitable for hanging in her heart. Her focus was still on Tang San. The current Tang San watched Ning Rongrong cry her eyes out, and her heart felt a little bad too. He had thought about trying to help Ning Rongrong seek justice countless times, yet now that Little Dance had yet to be seen, he didn't dare to act rashly. LOL. Tang San sighed inwardly as he wasted some effort to stabilize his mind again. He thought he'd better wait for the master. Can't you hurry up? Make me wait so long. What about my... Tang San was very anxious inside. Seeing Tang San like this, Ning Rongrong only felt that she hadn't performed well enough. She looked around at the crowd. Although it was already night, this was the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City, and people's nightlife was extremely rich. Humph. So what if you're great on your own? You're representing the entire Tianxue Academy now. I'm sure it would be hard if your behavior discredited Tianxue Academy, right? Ning Rongrong was now at an absolute disadvantage, and as she was a big, petite beauty, she could definitely garner more sympathy from more people. When the time comes, use the power of public opinion to crush you. Ning Rongrong quickly thought of this one. Come and see. There's been a beating. This man has taken on a little girl like me. Ning Rongrong shouted loudly, and in the process wiped some blood from the corner of her mouth onto her face. Even she messed up her hair. Live to create the scene of a weak woman being bullied by men in the street. Come on people. Comment ah. You man recklessly beat women ah. Ning Rongrong was the best at pretending to be soft. The baby that cries gets milk. Soon her cries drew a number of onlookers. Ouch. What a poor girl to be slapped. Yeah, look at her face. Such a big red mark. It hurts. Ugh. What a psychological toll that one big slap can take on a girl. The surrounding onlookers looked at Ning Rongrong sympathetically. Now, Ning Rongrong felt that the advantage was on her side, and she couldn't help but feel a little more empowered in her heart. She raised her hand and pointed at Shui Tianyu. Her voice was much louder. Quickly apologize to me. What gives you the right to hit someone? Ning Rongrong this way. I've seen those who bully others, but I've never seen those who demand an apology based on the sympathy of others. He looked at Ning Rongrong and gently shook his head. It seems that, you're still not clear on where exactly you went wrong. You're still justified in hitting people. Ning Rongrong was unforgiving. Everyone is watching. Quickly apologize to me. Ning Rongrong was happy in her heart as she talked back to Shui Tianyu. She thought that so many people are watching. You can't hit a woman in public, right? Shui Tianyu smiled coldly as his body's aura instantly erupted. The strong wind from the soul power fluctuations caused the corners of his coat to hunt. In an instant, everyone felt a tremor from their soul power. Sealed Douluo? The surrounding audience's expressions changed as they looked at Shui Tianyu. Oh my god, I'm actually commenting on a sealed Douluo? No, at his age, he can't be a sealed Douluo by any stretch of the imagination, right? Such a young sealed Douluo. What kind of beauty can't he find if he wants? It's not so bad that he has a heart for this girl. I think it's this little girl who wants to be a big spender. This is too strong. Seeing such a young sealed Douluo, the surrounding audience was shocked. This could be a history-breaking existence. Sure enough, it's the sealed Douluo. Although she had guessed, but really seeing it directly, Ning Rongrong was still shocked. This 20-year-old sealed Douluo, she breathed in sharply. With such a high level of talent, it would be one of the best in the entire Great Road, wouldn't it? And then look at Tang San, though he has a strong talent in him as well, but overall, it was still quite weak compared to Shui Tianyu. Since Shui Tianyu's talent was more powerful than even Tang San's, wasn't it possible to pull some strings? Ning Rongrong felt that with this young lady's stunning beauty, what man couldn't take it? Even if he was facing Tang San, that was just a little more of a hindrance because Tang San already had Xiao Mai. With a little bit of effort on your part, it's absolutely fine. 2. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong touched her face. It's like it doesn't hurt so much where it was hit. Ning Rongrong decided that if this Shui Tianyu could join their Seven Treasures glazed sect, then his sin of hitting himself could be written off. After all, it's kind of a playdate for one of our own. This lady can choose to be generous and forget about it. But what if he dares to refuse? It would be embarrassing. In the face of this opportunity to join the Seven Treasures glazed sect, this Shui Tianyu should be grateful. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong reached out and pulled her hair around her ears, looking towards Shui Tianyu with a sweet smile. This lady thinks you're very talented. Join the Seven Treasures. Ning Rongrong also didn't care what Shui Tianyu thought, and very generously stated, as long as you join our Seven Treasures glazed sect, then we'll write off the matter of you hitting me. And since you're so talented, maybe I'll like you. Did I say I wanted to join you Seven Treasures? Shui Tianyu's brows furrowed slightly, and in his heart, he felt how this Ning Rongrong was so abstract. After all, it is less poisoned by society. You don't have a choice. Ning Rongrong thought of how many people had fought over this opportunity to join the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and he had already thrown out the olive branch, so he should have obediently taken it instead of issuing a question. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong became even more confident, puffing out her chest and taking a step in Shui Tianyu's direction. I'm the princess of the Seven Treasures and I'm so beautiful. If you can marry me, not only will you have huge wealth, but you'll also have a beautiful woman as a companion. Think about it, this social status of yours can even be compared to the Tendu royal family. Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. Even though you just hit me, I can give you a chance. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath from the Seven Treasures. Looking at Ning Rongrong in this abstraction, Shui Tianyu only had 2 words in his heart. Against the day. This Ning Rongrong is probably suffering from princess disease. Is the whole world going to revolve around her? Perhaps in the Seven Treasures glazed sect, she was indeed the center of everyone's attention, but in front of Shui Tianyu, she would not be spoiled at all. He looked at Ning Rongrong with disgust in his eyes. Still want me to marry you? Look at yourself first, both in terms of stature and looks. It's a mediocre look. Ning Rongrong was stunned and instantly became unhappy. You're talking nonsense. This young lady is so beautiful. Where is she flat? Shui Tianyu blandly pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and said, other than that, you can't even compare to Zhu Zhuqing, and you still have the face to think you're pretty? Not to mention the 2 emperors of ice and snow. There is not the slightest comparison. The surrounding crowd who were watching immediately followed Shui Tianyu's finger to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at so many people looking at her somewhat shy pretty face flushed red. Hiss. Seems like this girl does have a prettier face. Not only is the face prettier, but the body is significantly better. Look at these arms and legs. TSK, 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 people's chests are also choppy. Compared to that, she's a bit of a princess of peace. Hearing the audience around her evaluate herself in such a manner, Ning Rongrong's face instantly paled. Surprisingly, they thought Zhu Zhuqing was much prettier than they were. Other people Zhu Zhuqing, no matter the body or appearance. And you compared to the all-round crushing. How do you have the nerve to think that you are beautiful? Shui Tianyu spread his hands out and looked at Ning Rongrong with a teasing expression. So much for blind confidence. You even used your own body as a bargaining chip. This kind of person, in ancient times, was called a chicken. Now it's called a whore. Get it? Boom. Ning Rongrong's already small brain capacity instantly exploded. Bitch? How dare he call me a? In an instant, Ning Rongrong felt like she was going to crack. Martial Spirit Hall Tiando Imperial City Branch Hall. Yu Xiaojiang held the honorary elder's token and felt that he had a big road to hoe. It was the confidence his relationship with Bibi Dan brought him. He was sure that if something happened to him, Bibi Dan would do everything in his power to help him. That's why he even felt that the Palace of Martial Souls was considered his second home. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Yu Xiaojiang's waist couldn't help but stiffen a bit. These young men are his juniors yet. You're the head of this branch of the temple? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze looked up and down at Qian Renxue in front of him. Quite young, he took his token out and waved it at Qian Renxue. I'm an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. This is the token. Qian Renxue took the token and looked at the word elder on it, which was familiar to her. This was indeed the Martial Spirit Hall elder token. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes. Only, truly, if there was an elder within the Martial Soul Hall, there was not a single person who did not recognize Qian Renxue. This Yu Xiaojiang didn't recognize himself now, so it was just the right time to give him a good rubdown. Good day, Elder Sama. Please forgive me for my absence. I'm the head of the Martial Spirit Hall's Heavenly Dipper Imperial City Branch. I wonder what the elder's business is with this visit. Qian Renxue pretended very well, completely treating herself as a subordinate of Yu Xiaojiang, the honorary elder. Yu Xiaojiang listened to Qian Renxue's mouthful of elder lords quite favorably. Unconsciously, he also thought of himself as the superior. Well, there's no harm in it. I have a task to set for you now. As long as you complete it carefully, this elder can forget about it. Jade Xiaojiang's attitude was endowed, so close to looking at Qian Renxue with her nostrils. I wonder what the mission is. Qian Renxue smiled indifferently. Now let you be arrogant for a while. After a while, she is going to get back all the grievances that she suffered in Bibidong all these years on you. Yu Xiaojiang was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He still had an arrogant attitude as he stated, "Come, my disciple has disappeared from your Martial Soul Hall branch. I need you to check if someone has lynched him. If not, then immediately send out all the people to help me find my disciples." After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, he put back his elder token. Elder Sama's order. Of course we will do our best to fulfill it. Qian Renxue smiled and took out a pen pretending to record, then pretended not to hold it, and the pen just rolled off. As it happened, it landed near Yu Xiaojiang's feet. Lord Elder, could you, please, pick it up for me? Qian Renxue nuzzled and pointed at the pen by Yu Xiaojiang's feet. Pick up a pen? Yu Xiaojiang glanced down and was a little upset. He's an elder. How can he do such a thing? This girl, it seems, is still too young to know any better. Doesn't she realize that she'll be chastised if this gets back to Bibidan? Please, Master Elder. Qian Renxue saw that Yu Xiaojiang was motionless, so she urged, let's hurry up and finish the record, so we can start helping you find disciples sooner yet. Yu Xiaojiang frowned. Right now after all, it was still him who had a request from the Martial Soul Hall. It wasn't quite appropriate to offend the head of the Martial Soul Hall's branch hall. Besides, this one happens to be right at your feet. It's just a matter of raising your hand. So Yu Xiaojiang yards of sex bent down to pick it up, but just as he bent down, he suddenly realized something was wrong. When he lifted his head, he saw Chiranai walking towards him. What's the hurry? Young man, didn't I pick it up right away? Yu Xiaojiang said with slight dissatisfaction. He thought the girl couldn't wait. He's clearly crouched down, and he can't wait just a few seconds? Young people are so fickle these days. There was absolutely no reserve of their older generation. Yu Xiaojiang felt that he must educate this young man in front of him. Yet the moment he reached out to pick up the pen, a foot came down hard. Ah! Yu Xiaojiang was in pain. What are you doing? With some vengeful pleasure in his expression, Qian Renxue ruthlessly crushed it hard a few times. Ah! Move over. It hurts. Ah! With his palms being trampled by Qian Renxue, Jade Xiaojiang was sweating profusely and let out a wail of pain from his mouth. Pain? Does it hurt as much as when I was tortured and abused by that woman when I was a child? Qian Renxue's eyes were cold. When she was little, Bibi Dan was cruel to her. As a mother, there didn't seem to be a bit of motherhood, not being able to give Chiring Yuki any love, but instead it was all endless insults. The untouchable species. Sins. You should never have come into this world. It was the most words Bibi Don had ever said. What? What could hurt more than that? Shiren's eyes were in a trance. See some readers react to the slow pace of the problem. The author will improve the follow-up. Cut into the Bibi Don plot. Cut into the protagonist's life. And even the protagonist's battle plot. And finally beg to follow the reading of the handsome men and women. Which is really important to the small author. Wish you all a day rich. At this time, in the hotel of Tianshui Academy, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were inside the room listening to Shui Tianyu educate Ning Rongrong outside. Shuidi's face was absolutely beautiful. Her white skin was like ice and snow, and her pair of white legs were straight and slender, which appeared round and flawless under the illumination of the light, so that people could not move their eyes a bit after taking a look at them. The Ice Emperor on the side was also absolutely beautiful, her watery eyes crystal clear, and a pair of delicate white jade feet floating on the ground, making people unable to resist wanting to play with them carefully. At the moment, that jade foot gently rocked, tracing a beautiful arc, welfare full, and the Ice Emperor's hand was resting on the Snow Emperor's petite body, rubbing back and forth, smiling and talking to the other party. Two stunning beauties reflecting each other with icy charm. A look of curiosity flowed out of the Snow Emperor's blue eyes, slapping away the Ice Emperor's mischievous little hand. Anyone else who did that to her would have been slapped to death long ago. Well, except for Skyfeather. Ice, stop touching. Also, what did Tianyu just mean by the two of them? She and the Ice Emperor had always lived in the far north and had little knowledge of the human world. So now they come here not knowing the meaning of many human languages. Of course, the main thing was that the Snow Emperor didn't know that she was more of a quiet nature and didn't have too much contact with humans. As for Ice Emperor, she would often run out on her own, so she knew a little more about the language habits of the human world. The Ice Emperor cocked his head for a moment when he heard the Snow Emperor's question. As I recall, that's not a good word. It seems to be used to describe women who sell meat. Selling meat? Shuidi's brows frowned slightly, somewhat unable to understand. In her thoughts, selling meat was only literally, is it bad to sell meat? A few moments of contemplation flowed across the Ice Emperor's delicate face, somewhat unsure of how she should go about explaining to the Snow Emperor. This meat sale isn't quite like the one you're thinking of. The Snow Emperor tilted her head, her stunning face filled with doubt. What's different? It's, sighed the Ice Emperor, the kind of woman who sells her body and calls it a. This explanation makes perfect sense. The Snow Emperor realized it all at once. With that, she was surprised that such a person would want Shui Tianyu to marry her, not to mention that Tianyu had clearly expressed his refusal. Even if Tianyu didn't refuse, this would definitely not be recognized by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Oh, then this doesn't deserve our Tianyu. The Snow Emperor thought of what Tianyu had said to him earlier and suddenly realized something. Our Tianyu has grown up and should have a need for that aspect. Emperor Shui muttered. The Ice Emperor nodded. I also think, shouldn't we be looking for him? I think, that kitty is barely. Shui Di pondered for a moment, then looked out the window. It's just a bit cowardly in character and a bit in temperament. The Snow Emperor shook his head slightly. It's better to forget about it and look at Tianyu himself. For some reason, Emperor Shui didn't want Shui Tianyu to find a maid or anything like that. A very strange mentality. Probably a little jealous? Then, she seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face slightly flushed, and her pair of long legs gently merged together. She needed to find a little outlet for her desires for Tianyu. Otherwise he should beat himself up. Bitch Ning Rongrong. Deserved it. What Shui Tianyu said is exactly right. Ning Rongrong, you're just a. Hanging on to Oscar and having the nerve to covet Sango. Really think I can't tell? Little dance at this time inside is very difficult. The body of the erotic clothes also did not have the heart to organize. Large pieces of spring light unbridled like this exposed. If Tang San saw such a little dance, he would definitely feel that he didn't know how many times he had been green. Although he hadn't been given a small dance. This kind of thing that clearly belonged to him being wantonly picked by someone else also made him feel like a dazzling green light was flashing above his head. It was only due to his unwillingness to kowtow for Mai that he had already caused Mai to be hurt. The haggardness of despair for love showed on that beautiful, lovely little face. At this moment, she heard Shui Tianyu calling Ning Rongrong a. There was a surprising flicker of agreement with his words. The heart inexplicably feels good. Xiao Dance's main body was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. And although the soul beast world would be a lot simpler compared to the human world, the salt Xiao Dance had eaten could be more than the water Ning Rongrong had drunk. That Ning Rongrong always approached Tang San intentionally or unintentionally, and often would even seduce him. In order to know Tang San's preferences, he even specifically looked for Xiao Dai as a roommate at Shrek Academy. It all made Dance sick. Ning Rongrong thought that Xiao Dance couldn't see it? How is that possible? This Ning Rongrong had long been labeled a bad woman in Xiao Dance's heart. hanging on to Oscar the Lickspill while trying to covet his third brother. Little Dance had never found a chance to get back at Ning Rongrong. After all, she's still a good actress and plays soft when it counts. As soon as she has a backstage, she gets tough, and is the representative of the bimbo. Serves you right for messing with Shui Tianyu. Now seeing that this Ning Rongrong even chose to use her usual tricks to provoke Shui Tianyu in order to get Tang San, it was really looking for death. Little Dance was extremely comfortable inside as she saw Ning Rongrong being brutally beaten by Snow Tianyu. It seemed like Shui Tianyu wasn't even that annoying anymore. Ning Rongrong, that, deserved to be beaten. Outside the hotel, Ning Rongrong couldn't believe she'd heard someone else use that word to describe herself. You, what did you say? Ning Rongrong pointed at Shui Tianyu's nose and was so angry that her face was crooked. Say that again if you dare. This is the first time I've encountered such a request. Shui Tianyu faintly shook his head and sighed, then his voice raised an octave. I say, you're a bitch. Did you hear me clearly this time? Do I need to tell you louder? Ning Rongrong was numb with anger. Bitch? No one had ever dared to call her names in such vulgar terms. Tonight was the darkest moment in her decade-long life. Being slapped, his own body, which he had always been proud of, was still being mocked. Now I can't believe I'm being called a. That single event taken alone was more than her life could bear, and now it was actually happening at the same time in one night. What's more, it's surprising that it was screwed by the same person. Ning Rongrong's eyes were wide, the whites of her eyes bloodshot, and her pupils clenched. This shame she could not bear, could not endure. If this wasn't revenge, then there was no point in her living. I'll kill you. Ning Rongrong said this on her lips. Her body immediately rushed towards Shui Tianyu, her arms unfolding and waving her slaps left and right at the same time. At the very least, she wanted to get this one slap back on her face. With the body of a soul exalted, he slapped and flew the seal. However, her brain patch was completely engorged with blood and she had lost her mind long ago. Ning Rongrong had already forgotten that what even Dai Mubai couldn't do. How could she, a small auxiliary soul master, do? Shui Tianyu looked at Ning Rongrong, who was charging towards him, and let out a cold smile. On your knees. His body shook, and his vast soul power instantly gushed out, traveling wave after wave of soul power pressing towards Ning Rongrong. With this kind of pressure, even a soul Douluo would have trouble standing and withstanding it. Ning Rongrong was just a mere soul exalt in the district. Before she could run a few steps, her entire body was instantly weighted down by an irresistible and massive soul force. Even if she didn't want to, her knees went down. Dang! A muddy sound came out. Ning Rongrong's knee, wrapped by her delicate skin, was directly rubbed by the ground and bled. The clothes on her knees suddenly shattered, blood surfacing along with her snowy whiteness. Spoiled with delicate skin, she'd never experienced such torture, dripping with blood and gore. Ah! Ning Rongrong ate the pain and immediately exclaimed out in a petulant voice. It hurts. She looked towards Shui Tianyu in panic, her eyes filled with panic and overwhelm. Up top, it's over. Shui Tianyu looked coldly at Ning Rongrong, who was already kneeling on both knees due to the pressure of his soul force fluctuations. Other people's Star Luo emperors have been able to kneel. You're just a child of a clan. What privilege do you have to not be able to kneel? At this moment, just as Shui Tianyu was preparing to teach Ning Rongrong a good lesson, the long-lost system beep appeared. Ding! Sign in time refresh. Sign in many times in a row. Get reward stacking benefits once. The next sign-in can get the reward will be better. Shui Tianyu knew that this was his special reward for this sign-in system. He's encountered it before. Detecting that the host happens to have high-quality personnel available to sign in, the rewards received will be doubled. Do you choose to sign in? Shui Tianyu narrowed his eyes. The only ones that count as high-quality signatures now are the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San has already signed on. So who's next? Shui Tianyu looked towards Ning Rongrong. Depends on what benefits you can bring me. Shui Tianyu came in front of Ning Rongrong and said with a smile as he pinched Ning Rongrong's pretty face. Ning Rongrong's complexion tightened, wondering what Shui Tianyu was doing by leaning so close. Shui Tianyu didn't care what Ning Rongrong's reaction was, as he mumbled inwardly, sign to Ning Rongrong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing Ning Rongrong successfully. The Grand Gift Pack has been claimed, and the system is replacing the Reward Grand Gift Pack with a Great Doubling Surprise Grand Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for the Super Surprise Gift Pack. Will you open it now? Open it. Of course. Shui Tianyu inwardly slander. Get the gift package does not open. Then I take this gift package to do? Instantly, a golden glow appeared in Shui Tianyu's mind. Golden Legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super artifact, the Trapped Dragon Binding. Sleepy Dragon? Shui Tianyu searched in the sea of consciousness and soon found a golden rope that emitted a golden glow all over its body. With that, information about this golden rope appeared in his mind. Sleepy Dragon Bound. Grade, Ultra Divine Artifact. Effect, can target any dragon and easily bind and fetter them. Under the premise of sufficient cultivation, it could be done to brand a trapped dragon with the caster's loyalty mark, achieving the effect of completely controlling this dragon. The effect, it seems, is a bit anticlimactic. If the grade was a super divine weapon, wouldn't that mean that even an existence like the dragon god would be able to bind and tie? This made Shui Tianyu very satisfied. That said, it seems like that Gu Yuna in the Stardust Forest belongs to the Dragon Clan, but with his current cultivation, it wasn't enough to bind and brand the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. He had to keep getting stronger to do that. I don't know if in the future, there's a chance to use the trapped dragon binding and bind Gu Yuna. Yes, he's going to keep getting stronger, because there's still Bibidan, and he's going to get his revenge. As for his own sister, Qian Ren Shui, he still needed to find a suitable time to show his hand. Shui Tianyu had a bit of a headache. He had more and more things to think about now. Just as he was thinking, a cry interrupted his thoughts. Shui Tianyu frowned at Ning Rongrong. At this time, Ning Rongrong was kneeling on both knees, and the blood flowing out from under her knees had already stained a piece of it red. Stop crying. Gouge your eyes out if you do. The effect of this sentence was obvious, and Ning Rongrong, who was originally crying, immediately withdrew her voice. But the choked sobs didn't stop. But this would at least not interrupt Shui Tianyu's thinking. At this moment, Ning Rongrong no longer dared to loudly refute Shui Tianyu, but her heart was desperately unconvinced. She thought that this Shui Tianyu was just bullying them, the weaker ones, because he was strong enough. She thought stubbornly, absolutely not going to admit defeat to the dark force that was Shui Tianyu. The temporary bowing down now is only for a better revenge later. In her heart, the two protector Douluo of the seven treasures glazed sect were the most powerful of the sealed Douluo, with Grandpa Dusty Heart, a sword Douluo, and Grandpa Gu Young, a bone Douluo. This Shui Tianyu would surely be viciously avenged. Only then could the humiliation of kneeling be completely washed away. She firmly believed that the seven treasures glazed sect would definitely not sit back and do nothing after such a big thing happened to her. She would definitely be able to take revenge on Shui Tianyu. At that moment, Oscar saw that the skin on both of his goddess's knees was worn out by the rough floor. His heart ached. This is a goddess. How can she be hurt like this? Shui Tianyu, can you let Ning Rongrong go? Oscar came to Shui Tianyu and said in an almost supplicating manner. She's been on her knees for so long. Her legs are still bleeding. Have mercy on her. Shui Tianyu glanced with his eyebrows. What? You want to kneel too? Hearing Shui Tianyu's words, Oscar looked as if he had seized an opportunity to be able to perform in front of Ning Rongrong, and immediately stated, if I can, I'm willing to kneel down instead of Rongrong. As long as you can spare Rongrong, I'm willing to die for her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shui Tianyu was speechless. What the kind of standard dog-licking quote is that? This Oscar really has taken dog-licking self-cultivation to the extreme. It's so anticlimactic. Truly, Shui Tianyu felt that this Shrek's 7 monsters were more heaven-defying one than the other. Lickspittles really must not die. No. Shui Tianyu didn't hesitate to reject Oscar's dog-licking request. This Ning Rongrong is so wantonly and boldly messing with me. He must be properly educated. Oscar froze. He had made up his mind to want to take all the pain for Ning Rongrong, but it turned out that he would actually be rejected. He can't stand it. So he stood up and angrily pointed at Shui Tianyu and questioned, even if Rongrong is at fault, other things aside, for you to bully a girl like that, is this something a sealed Douluo can do? Oscar's voice was loud and imposing, but the content of his speech made Shui Tianyu feel extremely funny. All else aside? Is this something that can be put aside? Shui Tianyu sighed, and his entire body's aura instantly became much colder. A cold light flashed. Oscar's right arm fell off at once. Blood spurts. Ah! Oscar's wail rang out and echoed. The Pope's palace. Bibi Dong was sleeping in the room, her mature body undulating with her breathing, carrying the unique flavor of a mature woman, her white skin mirroring each other with her surroundings, and her pair of white legs exposed in a seductive way. But her face was extremely distorted, and her mouth kept talking softly and dreamily. Why are you chasing me? Why are you chasing me? Stay away from me. In Bibidan's dream world at this point, the baby boy she had abandoned so mercilessly back then had taken the form of a demonic baby chasing after her at night to devour her. The dream was extremely real, and Bibidan couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. All she could do was pray that she'd get to dawn soon. Why kill me? Why abandon me? Even if Bibidong's strength had reached sealed Douluo long ago now, she could still only hide in this dream, running away in a mess, not caring about the clothes scattered. The white shoulders were exposed, and the spring light appeared. Finally, she saw the rising sun. The magic baby giggled until it disappeared. I'll give you a present. Mom! Bibidan sucked in a breath of cold air. his delicate face relaxing and regaining its coolness. But thankfully, it's finally getting through the night. Suddenly, she saw a rosewood box appear in front of her. Driven by curiosity, she opened the box. Inside, there was the man's hand. Bibi Dong instantly recognizes that this is the severed hand of her longed-for lover. Yu Xiaojiang. The sky was spinning. Ah ha ha ha. Bibi Dong jumped out of bed instantly. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, soaking the bed, and his imperial figure was on display. His skin hidden. What's wrong with me? Me? Always dreaming about that baby. No, never. He's dead for that. Bibi Dong awoke with a jolt from his sleep, dripping with fragrant sweat, his white legs folded together, looking nervous. The delicate face was covered with fear and afterthought. For a moment, she hadn't been able to distinguish between reality and dream. It took a few moments before the wet marks on the bed and the familiar decor of the room gradually brought her to her senses. She breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking of that terrifying demon baby, Bibi Dong felt a pang of fear in his heart. Did that baby really not die back then? Why else would I fall into nightmares from time to time? And this nightmare is so real. But that shouldn't be possible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bibi Dong murmured, his chest heaving violently, never believing that the boy was still alive. That baby, she had strangled with her own hands in the beginning. And in that deserted far north, it was almost only soul beasts that were naturally adapted to the cold that could possibly survive in that kind of place. A human baby? Never. There's absolutely no way he's still alive for that to be true. At that moment, the image of her strangling the baby in the first place kept flashing back in her own head. A flash of regret suddenly welled up in Bibi Dong's heart as he remembered the baby's face, which had been raised in purple before he died. No matter what, it's all flesh on the child's body. She had dreamed of this baby often over the years, and the baby seemed to be getting scarier and scarier as time went on and as her strength grew. It had to have sent Bibi Dong into self-doubt the whole time. Could it be that he didn't strangle him in the first place, but instead froze to death after sending him to the far north? That's why his spiteful spirit took such a horrible form. What a poor little baby. Guilt flooded inside Bibi Dong like a flood. Soon, however, her eyes turned crimson, and her entire body suddenly stormed up, shaking the bed beneath her to pieces. Blame it on that scumbag. Bibi Dong turned her guilt into anger, and she became even more annoyed with Chiranai inside. If only I had killed you all in the first place. Bibi Dong was in a frenzy, frantically smashing things in this bedroom. If it wasn't for Xiao Gang, there's absolutely no way your Qian family would have offspring. So what if there are offspring? I'm going to destroy her. Destroy. In no time at all. The entire room was already almost devoid of places to land. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the room, head bowed and broken. Suddenly, she thought of Jade Xiaojiang. In the dream just now, that demonic baby had actually sent Yu Xiaojiang's severed hand to her. The moment she saw the severed hand in her dream, she felt her sky fall. That's what scared her the most. She would not allow Jade Xiaojiang to be harmed in the slightest. It should be just a nightmare like this demon baby. My Kong will be absolutely fine. Bibi Dong was breathing heavily at this point. Only Yu Xiaojiang was the one she would never back down from in her life. As long as it was for Kong, she would do anything, endure anything. It could be said that she had lived her entire life for Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, Shiran, just another dead baby. At this point, the gradually calming Bibi Dong looked up at the debris around her, the anger in her eyes gradually being suppressed. It seems that it's still necessary to send someone to investigate what happened back then. Bibi Dong pondered for a while and muttered softly. She couldn't just let this horrible demon baby wreak havoc in her dreams anymore. It's only right that this baby must die. The Hall of Enlightenment. Chitaru looked up at the angel statue, distracted. After so many years of searching for an heir, there is still no sign of one. Perhaps Bibi Dong really did have another child? Do you really have grandchildren? Go find Bibi Dong and ask him. Chitaru sighed. If one does have a grandchild, then it all makes sense. The other party was the angelic heir and the future master of the martial spirit hall, not Bibi Dong, the outsider. Moreover, he had been putting up with Bibi Dong for a long time, and if it wasn't for the fact that Bibi Dong was cheering Yuki's mother, Chidori Ryu would have taught the other man to be a human being a long time ago. Now, having grown up with Chiranai, and with another child that may exist at stake, it is something that can no longer be tolerated. Then, let me see how much you, Bibi Dong, have grown over the years and how much your strength has improved. Chitaru's eyes coalesced, already making plans. If you can't, then fight. At this moment, Shui Tianyu stood in front of the hotel door and looked at Oscar. The coldness in that look could almost make Oscar's whole body shiver with cold. The broken right arm was even more painful, hurting him to the point of fainting. Ning Rongrong, who was on the side, was also stunned by the scene, and stayed in place, looking at the traces of blood, as well as the severed arm on the ground. looking flustered. On your knees. As soon as Shui Tianyu's words passed, the powerful pressure of a sealed Douluo instantly landed on Oscar's body. As an auxiliary soul master, it was impossible for him to compare his physical strength to those other beast martial soul battle soul masters. There was no room for any resistance at all, and he fell to his knees rather quickly. Even Shui Tianyu himself suspected that he had obeyed and knelt on his own accord rather than being pressed. He came to Oscar, who was kneeling quite properly, and raised his hand to slap him. Pop! Oscar's face instantly had a 5-finger print on it, and at the corner of his mouth, blood was faintly oozing out. Oscar didn't dare to storm out. Of course, he couldn't storm up now that he was pinned down, with the pain of his broken arm coming through and his lips white as if he was dying. You know what, Oscar? Looking at the Oscar who was so stoic, Shui Tianyu felt that it was time to educate him. You're just a licking dog in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Oscar looked determined. Dog licking? He knew very well that he was Ning Rongrong's dog. If he could, he would lick Ning Rongrong for the rest of his life. Don't you know that I'm afraid Tang San's position in Ning Rongrong's heart is even more important than yours right now? Is it worth it? Shui Tianyu glanced at Ning Rongrong, whose face had changed, and continued to output at Oscar. Doesn't it make you sick to lick such a punk-ass bratty little princess? That's if I want to. Oscar's eyes were firm as if he was determined to join the Seven Treasures glazed sect as a flower protector. Now, I just need to show enough loyalty to Ning Rongrong, and I'm sure that Rongrong will be able to look up to me. I'm going to show Glory that I'm the one who can go above and beyond for her. Listening to Oscar's righteous dog-licking Bible, Shui Tianyu smiled. Truly, lickspittles shall not die. Very well, since you're so loyal, I'll let you sober up. Shui Tianyu didn't even bother to look at Oscar again now. The man could actually say such a thing, so it must have been hopeless. What Shui Tianyu wanted to do now was just to help him see this clearly. He twisted his head to the side. Ning Rongrong, now I'm giving you a choice. What choice? Ning Rongrong's eyes were wary, not knowing what Shui Tianyu was up to again. Don't be nervous, it has nothing to do with yourself. Shui Tianyu's faint smile however looked creepy to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, now that I'm asking you to choose between Tang San and Oscar to die, who would you choose? Ning Rongrong froze. After glancing at Oscar, his eyes immediately focused on Tang San. That means the other one will definitely live? I don't know if I'll live or not, but the person you choose to die will definitely die. Shui Tianyu reached forward and grasped his hand in vain, and an ice blue lance with carved patterns instantly appeared in his hand. The moment this lance appeared, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped a lot. This is his divine weapon, the Ice God Gun. The cold, frigid light from this Ice God Gun was like a life-suppressing talisman directly affixed to Tang San and Oscar's brains. The two men knew almost instantly that they would die instantly if they were to take just one hit from this ice gun. Think before you answer. Shui Tianyu faintly laughed. Behind him, 8 red and 1 gold 9 soul rings slowly emerged. Ning Rongrong and the 3 of them were all dumbfounded when they looked at Shui Tianyu's final golden soul ring. A unique cold pressure emanated from the Ice God Gun, freezing Ning Rongrong's few people into shivers. Those terrifying 9 soul rings, slowly floating in the sky, carried a soul-stirring feeling that made people unconsciously look over and then tremble in fear for them. Scenes that had never been seen before surfaced in front of everyone's eyes, and between the slight rise and fall of the 9 soul rings, their moods fell to a low point along with them. 8 red and 1 gold? What's a golden soul ring? Tang San was completely confused. Didn't the Grandmaster say that the first soul ring is a few hundred years at most? Didn't he say that his theories were invincible? But now, obviously, Yu Xiaojiang's theory was simply wrong. What a mistake! For the first time, Tang San felt as if the Grandmaster wasn't so omniscient, or at least completely unable to explain the situation before him. At the same time, a kind of fear arose towards Shui Tianyu. You know, no one has ever been able to get so many red soul rings. Each red soul ring was the passing of a small dance. This Shui Tianyu, too terrifying. Zhu Zhuqing, who was on the side, also appeared in disbelief. She had pursued strength all her life, and only now did she understand how big the gap between people really was. Bigger than a man or a dog. Ning Rongrong was similarly frozen, her pupils mapping red and gold, her entire body limp on the ground, her snow-white skin mingling with blood. Shui Tianyu slowly approached Ning Rongrong. Lowering his head he could see the petite body hidden under the messy clothes. At this moment trembling from fear, on the snow-white calves, a few points of blood infested. Miserable to the extreme. He cupped the other man's glistening white face. Kneel, then tell me your choice. Shui Tianyu's current strength had long since reached the 97th level of sealed Douluo. There are also various artifacts and super artifacts on the side, and these 9 soul rings of 8 red and 1 gold are all rewards given by the system signing in. Although the system rewards were pulling out all the stops, it also had something to do with Shui Tianyu's moment-to-moment efforts over the years. Even if he swung for the fences, he would still be stronger than the vast majority of Douluo continent's geniuses of the same age. His current cultivation level, when looking at the entire continent, he definitely called it a sentence. No one in the past and no one in the future. Absolutely genius. Tang San stream. In front of him, were all just dust amongst the dregs. It's just garbage. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's heart felt hard when she saw that such a dazzling Xue Tianyu was looking at herself with very cold eyes. Pick one to die? She knew that Xue Tianyu was definitely not joking. With his style, I'm afraid he's really going to make a move. Ning Rongrong's face was pale, her petite body trembled and undulated, and her entire body was already numb and finished. Regret? She asked herself silently in her mind. At this point, inside the hotel, after listening to Xue Tianyu educate Oscar's language throughout, Xuedi cocked his head and pondered for half a day. But in the end, he still couldn't get the hang of it and asked the Ice Emperor at the side. Dog licking, is that what it means? The Snow Emperor had a puzzled look on her face, her white legs gently folded up as if they were made of the finest white jade. The arc was amazing. Her proud figure emerged, and on her stunningly beautiful face, her icy blue eyes carried a few moments of innocence. She had, after all, lived in seclusion within the Ice King's palace for many years, and rarely even saw creatures like dogs, let alone abstract species like licking dogs. The Ice Emperor couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth at this moment, his eyes revealing a touch of excitement. It's like the excitement of a new point you've learned elsewhere that you can suddenly show off in front of your closest friends. That word? Ah, I know it. The Ice Emperor wiggled her white jade feet and explained to the Snow Emperor in a fervent manner. The so-called licking dog, refers to the kind of person who uses a very cheap attitude and puts his or her best foot forward just to curry favor with others and please them. Lickers usually have no subjective sense of their own, no bottom line or principles of their own, and will even give up their dignity as human beings. It's like a dog that only wants to make its master happy. It doesn't matter how much the other person makes him or her unhappy, but he or she always has to make the other person happy. In short, the Snow Emperor nodded. The Ice Emperor's explanation was easy to understand. So there were such amazing creatures in the world. Understood. She looked up at the Ice Emperor. That day Feather had a point. But how exactly is this Seven Treasures glazed sect? Thinking of this, Xue Di was a bit worried. After all, just what kind of sect was it that could bring that girl named Ning Rongrong such great confidence? The Ice Empress shook her head. She was just slipping out to play more often during this time after all. She didn't know much about the forces of the human world. Why don't we find someone to find out? After all, that woman is so confident. So I guess this clan still has some skills, the Ice Emperor asked. Emperor Xue lowered his head in contemplation. He had to make sure that Tianyu was foolproof. Then who should we look for? Her comment put the Ice Empress on the spot as well. They didn't come here often so they didn't know who would tell them the truth. Soon, though, the Ice Emperor thought. Say, isn't there a water ice child who is quite close to Tianyu? The Snow Emperor had some impression of this girl as well. Okay, she's it then. It just so happened that Waterbinger should have retreated from her cultivation state at this time as well. As soul beasts, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were sensitive to human sense. They can tell who each person is by the subtle differences in their scent. None of them had cared which room these girls were staying in before, but they didn't need to knock on the door to make sure. Soon, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor arrived outside of Xue Binger's room and knocked on the door. Anti-Ice, Anti-Snow, what brings you here? Xue Binger called out to Xue Tianyu's brother. So for the two emperors of ice and snow they all followed Xue Tianyu. At this moment, she had just gotten up. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, and her delicate collarbone dazzled and captivated in the light. Little Binger, we've come to ask you a question. The Ice Emperor pulled the Snow Emperor along with him into Xue Binger's room. Water Binger closed the door with a confused face. What words? Do you know of a sect that seems to be called something like the Seven Treasure Glazed sect? The Ice Emperor cocked his head and thought for a moment before saying the name of this sect in full. I know. What's wrong? Water Ice Child was still confused. The Snow Emperor sighed. It seems that Tianyu has offended this Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so we wanted to find you to ask how this Seven Treasures Glazed sect is doing. Offended the Seven Treasure Glazed sect? Waterbinger was dumbfounded. Mama, yeah, this is the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. One of the upper three clans of the entire continent is a renowned existence in the entire Soul Master world. 7. The Seven Treasure Glazed sect can be said to be one of the strongest sects in the entire continent. If Brother Tianyu offends, Xue Binger couldn't say a single word that could help Xue Tianyu out after half a day of thinking. In her thoughts, offending the Seven Treasures Glazed sect meant that she would be wanted in the entire Soul Master realm. Or else, run. Water Binger grabbed Ice Emperor's hand and said eagerly, the Seven Treasure Glazed sect has two very powerful sealed Douluos. Even if Brother Tianyu is very strong, He's definitely not as strong as a long-established Douluo like Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. 2 Sealed Douluo? In Shwedi's absolutely beautiful face, a few moments of contemplation flowed and she asked, the strongest Douluo? How many levels does he have now? 96 levels, Shui Binger bemoaned with a face full of nervousness. I'm going to find Brother T on you to see which direction to flee in to see if it's more likely to escape. This is a 96 ranked Sealed Douluo, an existence that can almost be said to have no enemy on the Great Road. Looking at Shui Binger's flustered appearance, the Snow Emperor waved his hand with a calm face. 96 levels, ah, that's fine. Ha, what's fine? This is a 96th level Sealed Douluo. 96th level. Worried that Aunt Binger and Aunt Schwer didn't quite understand what the level of a 96th rank Sealed Douluo was, Water Ice Child hurriedly gave the Ice Emperor and Shui Emperor a generalization. A 96 ranked Sealed Douluo, in the entire Great Road, except for a limited number of people, is almost invincible. That's invincible? Shui D pondered. The 96th level of the Sealed Douluo. It should be 100,000 or so year old soul beast in comparison, right? Even if it was a special race with a battle enhancement, she could still beat it to death with a slap. I don't know which 96 ranked Sealed Douluo could withstand a few slaps from her. It's truly invincible. Water Ice Child was panicking inside. What can we do? The Ice Emperor patted Shui Binger's shoulder. It doesn't matter. As long as they dare to come, my lady will directly slaughter them. Shui Binger's face was full of questions. Her glistening white face looked extraordinarily bewildered, and her well-developed petite body slightly undulated. Slaughtered the Sealed Douluo? Really?